I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Opening and Halftime End. Jersey? It's a jersey. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Jersey, it's a jersey. Those two fans broke into the stadium just to give a jersey. It's incredible. What's so special about that jersey? It made them so crazy. I think this was a deliberate arrangement. The jersey must have a special meaning. Leeds fans, or Arsenal fans, or fans all over the world want to express something through that jersey. Huh? I think the story here must be very interesting. Look at the stands of the Stade de France. That jersey definitely carries the hopes of countless people, hopes about Lee. This game has too much content. I think even a Hollywood blockbuster may not be able to include all of this. Violence, passion and dreams. White jersey. I think that jersey is the dream of countless people. I think we should know what jersey that is. I am proud of that die-hard fan. Lee should spread it out. He should not disappoint everyone's expectations. Yes, nothing is more touching than this. I think many people have already guessed what the jersey is and what it means. The red and the white is very familiar, especially to England fans. Lee should spread it out. He must spread it out. This is what he must face. This is a question given to him by countless fans. He can't just say one sentence in the media and it's over. This is impossible. Now these lovely fans are standing in front of him. He can't let them down. Period. The camera zoomed in. At this moment, the object in Lee Yuxin's hand was finally presented to everyone's sight. Although it was rolled up, after all the twists and turns, most of it was exposed. It was a white jersey with a red pattern. Although it was not fully recognizable, it was still identified as a red cross pattern, which immediately caught the imagination of the media people, the new jersey of the England team in the 2006 World Cup. Don't let us down, Lee. Spread it out. Spread it out. Spread it out. We want your promise. Well done, man. I'm proud of you. Lee will definitely spread it out. Spread it out. Spread it out. It must be said that Benjamin's move really made Lee Yuxin have no way out. Not only at the Stade de France, but also when fans all over the world saw that jersey, a kind of expectation was re-stimulated. Attack at this time, take advantage of the boiling point of the whole stadium. Completely force Lee Yuxin into a dead end. Even those commentators are urging Lee Yuxin to spread out the jersey. Spreading the jersey means that Lee Yuxin has made a promise to everyone. Brother. When the camera pulled to the jersey, Yang Gang, who was originally as calm as water, trembled in her heart. She keenly perceived the consequences of this jersey and couldn't help but bend her body. A trace of anxiety appeared in her eyes. Yang Gang knew her brother's temperament very well, seemingly overbearing. But he is sentimental and doesn't know how to refuse others, especially those who are kind to him. That's why those women succeed again and again. The expectations of hundreds of millions of fans are in his hands, and no one can ignore them. What Yang Gang is more worried about is, if there is one, there will be two, and then everything will not end. Yang Gang, who was originally confident, suddenly felt uneasy. Damn it, I hate multiple choice questions. Shuashuo's face was not good either. The pearly teeth bit the crystal pink lips, the indigo was frowned, and the lively and fresh look in the past was no longer seen in the eyes. She was like a sad girl, with a pair of autumn eyes. When Beckenbauer and Blatter saw such a shot, they were happy and looked at each other. They saw the expectations in each other's eyes, and they also understood that everything they did was indeed valuable. Seeing the voices of spread it in the audience getting higher and higher, and even affecting the global situation, they all understood that they could not give up such a player, not only because he was the best young man of this era, and was born to fit in with the World Cup football feast, but more importantly, the value of him was too great. Interests are always the best stepping stone. You have to ask for it even if you don't want to go. Damn it. Huh? It's so hard to choose. What's going on? Lee. Period. It's not just Lee Yuxin who is confused, but also the other Arsenal players. They don't know whether to celebrate Lee Yuxin's goal or persuade Lee Yuxin, or they don't know what to persuade Lee Yuxin. For a moment, they don't know how to start. They respect Lee Yuxin's decision, but they also feel that Lee Yuxin should face the cheers of the audience and spread it out. However, They are more worried about Li Yuxin's condition. They are also in a difficult situation. Exclamation mark. They will ruin Li. Damn it, these idiots, why do they let fans in? How can they let fans in? They will interfere with Li. They will confuse Li. After seeing that the thing Li Yuxin was holding was a jersey, Wenger, who was originally in ecstasy, was shocked, and a trace of panic struck his heart. Suddenly, he paced anxiously on the sidelines like a chattering old lady. Wenger knew very well about Li Yuxin's hesitation in the locker room before, and he understood the mind of his beloved disciple, so he understood even more how strong the impact of the fans on Li Yuxin's heart was this time. What is he still hesitating about? Doesn't he even have the courage to spread out a jersey? Li's performance is disappointing. It's really disappointing. He's escaping. Li has failed the fans' expectations. I don't know why Li refused the World Cup, but I think for the fans, he should choose to take responsibility. Period. The 1-minute-long shouting did not receive the response it deserved, and a sense of resentment spread immediately. Although they could not understand some of Li Wuxin's behavior, there was no doubt that Li Wuxin on the court was the object of their common admiration. They could not imagine such a wonderful performance not being performed in the highest hall of football. The endless sense of loss was no longer acceptable to them. The shouting at the scene gradually faded away. Tens of thousands of people were staring at Li Yuxin, waiting for Li Yuxin's most important choice. The pressure from those eyes was no less than that from the sound waves, and even more sharp. The invisible pressure was the most terrible. A feeling of suffocation surged into Li Yuxin's heart. Li Yuxin, who always claimed to be a big nerve, felt sweat pouring down his back at this time. He was more nervous and painful than when he took the English test in the college entrance examination in his deep memory. Beep. Li, I think your celebration should be over. Please return to the game. The light sound was in Li Yuxin's ears. At this time, Hog's whistle was the sound of nature for Li Yuxin. Seeing Li Yuxin reluctant to move in front of tens of thousands of people, Hog was very unhappy. After wasting so much time, should we still play? Isn't it just a goal? Barcelona has to catch up. Hog had a dark face and urged Li Yuxin decisively. Yet, after nodding, Li Yuxin's mind flashed, okay, I admit that I am a soft-hearted person. The jersey was spread out. Oh. The English fans celebrated at this moment, and Blatter and Beckenbauer were also very happy. Beep. The first half was too chaotic, and Hog just wanted to end it quickly, so as soon as Li Yuxin stepped into the field, the whistle sounded, and the first half was over. Here, don't think too much, the first half is about to end, and cheer up. Wenger knew how Li Yuxin felt at this time, but he couldn't blame Li Yuxin for anything, so Wenger took the opportunity to give Li Yuxin the jersey and quickly said a few words to him. Huh, I understand. Theo, take the jersey. Looking at the old man's wise eyes, Li Yuxin knew what the old man wanted to say. Now was not the time for him to think so much. He calmed down, nodded, and handed the jersey to the player who was thinner than him. Well, don't worry, Li, I will definitely keep it for you. Walcott didn't expect that he was so lucky to be favored by Xiao Jet. He took Xiao Ji's jersey before all the other players and promised flatteringly. This white jersey is very meaningful. The first half of the game is over, and a midfield summary is essential. Obviously, the first half of the game did not satisfy people, or too much interference made people more dissatisfied with the game itself, and because of this kind of not pure football, people have more emotional satisfaction. The noisy first half is over. I have to say that the first half is the most content-rich halftime game in history. Although the process is complicated, I have to say that this is the most exciting halftime duel I have ever seen. It's a bit disappointing. Although the first half of the game was quite hot, I want to see the two teams' wonderful offensive and defensive battles. This is the charm of football. Others can convince us. First half. I think most of the main characters are Hog. His several penalties are incomprehensible. If it weren't for Xiao, I think this half of the game would be the worst Champions League final in history. From the data, Barcelona is not at a disadvantage. They kept pressing Arsenal throughout the first half. It was only because of a stupid penalty that made Arsenal's players angry that they lost control of the ball at the last moment. Overall, Barcelona's performance in the first half was quite good. They played their own offensive routines. Barcelona needs to adjust. Although they performed well in the first half, they are behind now. This is the reality they have to face. They need to be stronger in creating and seizing opportunities. Great Arsenal, greatly. Although Arsenal suffered some unfair treatment in the first half, there is no doubt that they proved themselves invincible with their performance at the last moment of the first half. As the overall evaluation ended, each commentator put more spit on one person. Chapter 177, Arrangement and Second Half. The game is about to start, but no one from either team has come out yet. It seems that both Wenger and Rijkaard want to imprint their arrangements in the minds of their players within these 15 minutes. Too much happened in the first half, and both teams need to adjust too much. The changes on the field are too unpredictable, especially you don't know what will happen to the Norwegian in the second half. Although Arsenal led in the first half, they are undoubtedly the ones who need to make adjustments, especially Wenger. His emotions need to be adjusted. On the sidelines in the first half, he looked like a child, which was not conducive to the performance of his players. Whether it is Wenger or the Arsenal players, their emotions fluctuated too much in the first half, which is not good for their next game. More importantly, it will make Arsenal players consume a lot of physical energy. I am afraid that the consequences will become more and more serious in the second half of the game. Arsenal must make personnel adjustments first in the second half. Arsenal has no choice. They must attack and attack continuously in the second half. Two people, Holeb and Ljungberg, are likely to play, and Bergkamp, who will retire after this season, will also have a chance to play. Compared to Wenger, Rijkaard is too passive. Barcelona needs to become more active. This is the soul of their football. Obviously, they lost these in the last stage of the first half, but Barcelona still has a great chance to turn the situation around in the second half. In fact, Barcelona's changes in the second half are the biggest. Arsenal has played all the best cards in their hands. Although they fell behind in the first half, Barcelona did not lose anything. On the contrary, they delayed Arsenal in the first half. The second half will be the opportunity for Barcelona to show their strong lineup. The game has not yet resumed, but the major commentary stations have already begun to exaggerate the situation in the second half. Although their commentary seems a bit redundant in many cases, it must be said that the professional knowledge still allows them to see farther than ordinary people. After a period of buffering, they were the first to wake up from the complicated first half. Quickly decomposing their own thoughts, the performance of both sides in the first half was enough for them to capture some traces. Control the midfield, you must control the midfield. In the first half, our own offense was not ideal. We could not play effective cooperation in the midfield, which allowed the opponent to launch attacks one after another. This is what you must change in the second half. I don't want to see any Arsenal player easily appear in the middle of our penalty area, especially the Lee. Don't let me see him recklessly passing the ball and shooting there again. This position, the position of Silva and Fabregas, in the second half. You must keep an eye on this position for me. I don't want to see that Spanish kid rushing into our half without any scruples. Ronnie. You have to pull the side appropriately and attack from the left. The opponent's Ebao is strong in attack but weak in defense. You have to knock down this point. Powerful offense. Use our powerful offense to force Arsenal into a dilemma, so that we can get what we want. They are just calming down now. Once they are anxious, we can maximize our physical advantage. Incorporate the game into a rhythm. The Champions League is a competition between more mature teams. There is no doubt that we are the most mature team. Listen to how the outside world comments on us and how the fans praise us. Remember, the advantage is on our side, both physically and psychologically. We are the team with the overwhelming advantage. We can catch up with one ball after another in less than a minute. Can you do it? We can do it. Can we bring the game back into a rhythm? Yes. The Black Swan has completely turned into a vulture. Not only because of his fair size, but also because of his high and hoarse voice, which attracts everyone's attention to him. The tactical board is densely filled with his arrangements for various key points in the second half. Like a professor in a university who is crazy about academics, he keeps gesturing and instilling his theories to his students with all his strength. Rijkaard is at this stage. But this group of Barcelona players also worship Rijkaard like a weird professor, and respond to Rijkaard's every encouragement with huge lung capacity. The Barcelona dressing room was filled with a strong desire to fight. Indeed, Arsenal, who had no advantage in the first half and was unlucky, took the lead. In the last period, The opponent looked like crazy and conceded a goal. Barcelona became more and more unwilling. The highest honor was waving at them. How could these players give up? After Rijkaard's guidance, each Barcelona player seemed to be recharged and kept shouting, "Don't be anxious, we are the best team in this game, believe in yourselves, and throw everything that happened in the first half out of your mind. Don't think about others, I just want you to prove with your actual actions on the court that we are the strongest. Try to maintain your rhythm, don't let the other side set the rhythm, control, suppress your emotions, remember, we are the leaders now, everything must be included in our rhythm. The opponent will definitely take advantage of the opportunity at the beginning of the second half to attack, you must enter the game state as soon as possible, just like the previous training, keep pressure on the opponent's midfield anytime and anywhere, do you understand?" Understood. All the anxiety and confusion are superficial, Wenger knows very well what his team needs to do now. After entering the locker room, Wenger came up to calm the players' emotions. He knows very well what the final competition of this game is, and it will be difficult to get through the second half without a good mentality. After letting the players calm down for a while, Wenger repeated again and again, and arranged the tactical points of the second half very solemnly. At this time, Wenger's face no longer had the impatience of the first half, and his tone was more calm. The uncertain eyes before turned into wise and profound again. After the tempering of this season, how could the Arsenal players who have transformed into perfection not understand how to control their mentality on the court? Fortunately, it was also thanks to Lee Yuxin's last goal. Otherwise, even if the Arsenal team, which suffered a series of heavy blows in the first half, did not collapse, they would still be anxious and easily extroverted, and definitely not as self-assured and confident as they were at this time. When Wenger woke them up with one word, the whole Arsenal team immediately brightened up, as if they had been injected with a dose of stimulant. Now the Arsenal team, who are extremely eager for the championship, can get excited by any words related to victory. When facing desire, everyone's essence is the same, it just depends on how they deal with it. For these players with high hormone secretion, they are like children who are looking forward to praise, and they are very easy to coax. Yet, seeing the players' mental state, Wenger nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the Arsenal players with bright eyes. Wenger can be said to be quite satisfied, and he couldn't help but feel grateful to the player who scored the crazy goal at the last moment. It was almost the difference between heaven and hell. First, they were targeted by the referee, and then there was the strange incident of hitting the goal frame 3 times in a row. I'm afraid no one would refute that Arsenal was unlucky in the first half, but Lee Yuxin used that terrifying goal to pull Arsenal out of hell and stepped half of Barcelona's body into the ground. The value of this goal is inestimable, and it can even be said that it completely reversed the trend of the entire game. I'm afraid that the value of the goal will be more thoroughly reflected after the game. Take a break. Having said everything he wanted to say, Wenger quickly let his players take a break. With 3 points of pride, 3 points of pride, 3 points of expectation and a bit of complexity, he looked at his disciples gently. There is no doubt that this season belongs to the old man and his players. It is not only an honor, but also a process witnessed and grown together. It is a family-like feeling that cannot be replaced. The entire Arsenal team was in a peaceful and tranquil state of mind, waiting for the notice of the start of the second half. No one was complaining or upset. They were all looking forward to the next challenge. They knew very well what kind of offensive the opponent would launch in the second half, but they were not afraid because they had their teammates to share. Yes, sharing the process of the second half, sharing the process of this game, and sharing their gains this season. Wenger no longer had any urging. At this time, the old man who had lost his demeanor in the first half was more like a play performed by Wenger in front of outsiders, using himself to label the outside world that Arsenal was emotionally uneasy. This is too easy. A team is in a state of mental tension and physical exhaustion. When facing such a high-intensity game, the body affects the mind. In addition, Arsenal was not very lucky in the first half. Wenger had quarrels with the fourth official many times and even jumped up and cursed. Unconsciously, people outside thought that Arsenal was under high pressure and was about to collapse. It was only Lee Yuxin's goal that saved everything. However, the hidden dangers are still there and may be triggered at any time. But they don't know that Wenger, the operator of Arsenal, is acting. For the sake of victory, Wenger doesn't mind subverting his image in other people's minds. More importantly, They don't understand how powerful the self-purification ability of this arsenal composed of 3 generations of old, middle-aged and young players is. Van Persie is impatient, but after he saw Lee Yuxin score a goal, his resentment was replaced by pride, and there was a hidden competitive spirit breaking out. Henry had already proved his maturity with his performance on the field and deserved the captain's armband on his body. Out, out. Players from both teams are entering the field. Great, great. The second half is about to begin. Okay, dear audience friends, now we will return the camera to the game scene, and the players from both teams are back on the field. Dear audience friends, welcome back to our game scene. French TV viewers, you are now. Period. As Hog's face appeared in the passage, the cheers of the whole audience broke out instantly. Of course, they couldn't be cheering for this Norwegian, because the second half of the final they were looking forward to was about to begin. How could they not be excited? G-O. Barcelona. E-on. Arsenal. You are the strongest, you are the strongest, beat them, beat them. Unstoppable, unstoppable, crush them, crush them. Period. The magnificent sound waves, like the horns that sounded in ancient times, echoed endlessly on the field of more than 9,000 square meters as the warriors took the field. Passion and blood continued to burst out, and only the final winner emerged. Chapter 178. The situation is tension. Messi, it's Messi again. He swept through Arsenal's defense like a whirlwind. Arsenal is in danger. Light, easy. Messi passed Fabregas so easily. Iniesta got in. Messi made a beautiful pass. Oh, Jens saved Arsenal, Period. The jumping elf, Messi at this time was like a deer who had just learned to run. It seemed that no one could stop him from jumping happily, not even Lee Yuxin. This future world football #1 completely showed why he was called the future king of football when he just debuted. His dribbling, starting, rushing, and passing, and so on. A series of dribbling actions, perfect level. No matter how tight the opponent's defense is, he can always find his own space after the first action and make good use of these spaces. Whether it is a breakthrough or a pass, Messi shows his unparalleled ability and perfect action connection. At this time, Messi's precision-guided weapons pierce into the hinterland of Arsenal again and again, and are extremely sharp, because Barcelona's offensive center is here with Messi. There are no previous multiple forward insertions, but Xavi is still the real midfield brain of Barcelona, passing the ball, dispatching, pulling. Although Xavi can no longer appear in the front of Arsenal's penalty area unscrupulously, he still brings endless trouble to Arsenal. He chose to believe in Messi and gave more offensive options to his talented teammate. Not only Xavi chose Messi, but Iniesta did the same. In the front court, he rarely gave way to Ronaldinho, but cut inside for Messi more often, forming a strong two-forward combination, constantly threatening Arsenal's defense. Damn it. Lee, kill them quickly. Arsenal, go forward. Pass them, that's right, pass them. Robin, you are the best. Thierry. Period. Compared with Barcelona, Arsenal's attack is very simple, counterattack, continuous counterattack, as long as the midfielder gets the ball. Henry, Van Persie, Haleb, these 3 fast horses are like thunder. Immediately appear in Barcelona's half. Form a strong and sharp flow, impacting Barcelona's defense. Lee Yuxin and Fabregas formed 2 outlet points in the midfield, constantly sending the ball to the front 3, at least in the midfield. Wenger hopes to maintain a lineup that can hold the ball, so he chooses to let Lee Yuxin's sharp teeth endure. This period of time is not the time for Lee Yuxin to really show his power. At this time, Wenger is no longer like the first half, walking back and forth on the sidelines anxiously. His eyes are more calm, and he locks his eyes on his front court. Locked on that fast horse. Rijkaard seemed much more solemn. Barcelona still had a certain advantage on the field, but as before, Barcelona still could not break through Arsenal's defense. What was slightly different from before was that his left side had become somewhat quiet after the Arsenal player came on the field, and Ronaldinho did not regain his firepower because Lee moved to the right. Yes, Ronaldinho did not play the state of changing a game by himself. Although he was active and outstanding, he was indeed not amazing and could not make people's eyes shine. He was still Ronaldinho, and his movements were still chicken clean. He was still skilled and steady in dribbling, but his unique spirituality seemed to have been wiped out in the previous confrontation with Li Yuxin, or he could no longer activate his own flash of inspiration and create unlimited imagination. Without Iniesta to cover for him, Ronaldinho, who was facing the opponent's key defense, seemed a little alone. What's more, Rijkaard's task for him in the second half was to contain the opponent's right side. In other words, Ronaldinho was not the main attacking point at this time. He had to make some concessions to his teammates in the midfield and the middle. Li Yuxin's move back to the left did not cause Arsenal's right side to collapse. On the contrary, after Haleb came on the court, he resolutely implemented Wenger's tactical requirements, moving forward and constantly forward, forming a sharp assassination posture, constantly threatening Barcelona's left side. Similarly, Van Persie also chose to attack the ribs on the Barcelona side. On that side, Henry did not need Van Persie to intervene. Arsenal's flagship could gallop across Barcelona's defense alone, exerting his speed and strength to the fullest. With one attack and one defense, Barcelona's left side was silent. It did not become unstoppable after Li Yuxin left, but under the alternating attacks of Haleb and Van Persie, the two sides had exchanges on the field. It was just that Barcelona had a slight advantage because of Ronaldinho, but he also needed to help his teammates to return to defense and intercept. The power of the magician on the football field was restrained, and the wonderful creativity was greatly reduced. The only change on Barcelona's left side was Iniesta. He was one of the ones who broke free from Li Yuxin's defense. After understanding Rijkaard's tactical requirements for attacking the opponent's left side, Iniesta cut inside many times and constantly made wonderful small cooperation with Messi and Xavi in Arsenal's midfield and front court. For a period of time, the ball was even twisted only between the three of them. The other Barcelona players were only responsible for running and pulling positions, constantly tearing Arsenal's defense line, and wonderful cooperation was common. And this is Barcelona's real offensive routine. But in terms of effect, watching Rijkaard walking around the sidelines impatiently, you can see that Barcelona's attack seems to be very powerful, but there is no real threatening attack point. Although they can get the ball comfortably in the midfield, they cannot pass through Arsenal's midfield quickly and smoothly. Li Yuxin is not Pires. Pires can't keep up with Messi's rhythm changes, but Li Yuxin can't. Although the combination of Messi and Xavi allows them to gallop on the right, it is quite difficult to smoothly get the ball into the penalty area. Li Yuxin sacrifices his forward insertion ability and runs back and forth in order to cut off their ammunition supply tube on the right. How can they pass easily? More importantly, Xavi dare not come up. A running Henry has already made Barcelona's defense feel a headache. If Li Yuxin is allowed to form a corridor on the left, it would be unimaginable. Compared with Pires on the field, Barcelona's left side is as much as possible. The deterrence of Li Yuxin on the left forces them to move back, which also gives Messi more space to start. Li Yuxin also couldn't rush to the front court at will. In addition to Wenger's reversal of the midfield, the defense of the midfield has become particularly important at this time. Xavi, Iniesta, Messi, the combination of these three midfielders is really too powerful, especially Messi's rapid personal growth. He has been able to form a very tacit cooperation with his two elder brothers. Small balls, continuous small balls, these are the players from La Masia. There are also people who are better than them in terms of skills, such as their teammate Ronaldinho, but they may not be as calm as them, and control the ball so delicately. Li Yuxin had to exert a lot of energy to deal with the possible loopholes of Silva. Sometimes Li Yuxin even felt that these three small players were like a group of rats, always able to find loopholes and get their own opportunities, or they were born hunters, especially with Messi, who had a great potential explosion this season, which was even more terrible. Li Yuxin had to straighten the spinal cord of Arsenal's midfield to avoid being caught and hunted more effectively. The opponent was much stronger than he had imagined. Wenger had expected that Li Yuxin's move to the left would not only invalidate the opponent's main tactics in the second half, but also form a flow of impact with Henry at the back end, destroying the opponent in one fell swoop. But now, it seems that Li Yuxin has strangled the opponent's tactical intentions, pinning down the opponent's powerful midfield, but he has been put into Barcelona's powerful midfield combination and cannot escape. As for Fabregas and Silva, it must be said that during this period of time, the physical strength of Arsenal's players can only be said to be supported by willpower. It is impossible to expect them to be strong enough to overwhelm the opponent. They can only hope to see their amazing blows and seize the opponent's loopholes in one fell swoop. But obviously, it is too difficult to expect the opponent to make mistakes in this situation. Van Bommel and others did not give them this opportunity. Whether it is Wenger or Rijkaard, there are not many ways at this time. All the previous roars and shouts seem a bit redundant at this time. Now they can only watch how the players perform. Time is passing, the game continues, shouting, cheering, roaring, etc. all become redundant at this time. The game has entered a tense situation, and only highly concentrated attention is everything. In the stands, both Arsenal and Barcelona fans seem a little quiet, their eyes are all fixed, and their focused eyes are stirred by every movement on the field. There is no doubt that this is the most heart-wrenching time of the game. Arsenal's attack is sharp and direct, while Barcelona's attack is more meticulous, but no matter who it is impossible to kill the other in a short time. The game fell into a stalemate, and no one could suppress the other. Time went on like this, and soon the game entered the 70th minute. Both teams have entered their respective nodes. They want to defeat their opponents, but they are powerless. There is no space for each other to drill in. The game has become tense, or it can be said that a balance has been reached, and no one can pose a fatal threat to anyone. Balance, damn balance. Neither Arsenal nor Barcelona can beat the other. It's like a saw pulling back and forth in my heart. It's so frustrating. Now it's time to make a substitution. The players on both sides of the field have reached a critical point. This is the most challenging time. The two teams have been completely mixed up. It depends on who can free up their hands first. Substitution. It should be time at this point. To be honest, in this situation, maybe substitutions can bring miraculous results. Both teams have a lot of good players sitting off the field, and they have enough physical strength. If we replace them and make a charge, maybe they will succeed. There must be an external force to break this calm situation. Those players off the field may be a good choice. It depends on how the two coaches decide. Period. At this time, everyone knew that the two teams were caught in a weird state of balance on the field. No one could beat the other. Those attacks obviously did not bring about substantial changes. Finding new breakthroughs was the right choice. The camera quickly turned to Wenger and Rijkaard standing on the sidelines. The game entered this point, which was indeed the most challenging time. Whoever could find a solution would have the opportunity to regain the initiative on the field. Chapter 179: A fatal blow. Both sides made substitutions. Barcelona replaced Deco and veteran Larsson, while Arsenal replaced Ashley Cole. Oh, Deco, shoot hard. There's still a chance. Ronnie crosses, Iniesta. No. After Deco came on the court, Barcelona's attack increased in intensity again, and became somewhat unstoppable. Xavi and Messi made a simple 2-on-1 cooperation. Xavi nimbly dodged Fabregas's tackle and then passed the ball to Deco, who was unguarded. Deco didn't feel the ball at all. He followed up with a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, heading straight for Lehmann's goal. Fortunately, Lehmann reacted quickly and blocked it with all his strength, but Deco's strength obviously made Lehmann unable to take the ball off. He could only shoot the ball out, but Ronaldinho on the right side of the penalty area got it first. He ran to the deep of Arsenal's penalty area, immediately attracting the attention of Arsenal's entire defense line. Ronaldinho was not limited to his own dribbling. The moment he attracted the attention of the Arsenal defense, Ronaldinho completed the pass. The upper line of the Arsenal penalty area was blank, which gave Iniesta enough space to shoot. Iniesta adjusted the shooting angle and swung his thigh directly. A volley directly hit the hearts of all Arsenal players, which was extremely painful. Silva almost surrendered and felt a trace of fear and despair. His thigh was just stretched out in a stimulant manner. But it was precisely this stimulant that saved the ball, saved the game, and saved Arsenal. Iniesta's angle was too good, and he went straight to the lower left corner of the goal. Lehmann couldn't save the ball at all, and as a result, the ball was deflected by Silva's thigh, and with this angle, the ball hit the far post directly, allowing Arsenal to escape. This time, there was no sharp Messi, and Flamini kicked the ball directly out of the sideline. It was so thrilling. Arsenal luckily escaped. Deco's coming up has a very obvious effect. Barcelona's offensive line is pressing forward as a whole. Arsenal's crisis is not over. This is a substitution that determines the course of the game. Barcelona's attack this time proves this. The last few minutes will be a difficult time for Arsenal. Even if it enters overtime, it will be difficult for Arsenal to get an advantage. This is Arsenal's weakness. If these few minutes are handled well, Barcelona is likely to win the game within 90 minutes. What other countermeasures does Arsenal have? So far, Wenger has only made one substitution on the field. He still has 2 cards. He needs some changes. I'll look forward to Wenger's moment of inspiration. Or it's time to make a substitution. It's also good to replenish the physical strength of the field. These 11 people have almost played a full season. Wenger should not be stubborn during this period. The situation on the field was just as predicted by major commentators. After Deco came on the field, Arsenal fell into a comprehensive passive situation. At this time, the game had reached the 85th minute. According to the situation in the second half, there were only about 5 or 6 minutes of extra time. Obviously, Barcelona still had something to show for themselves, but Arsenal, I'm afraid persistence was the only thing they could see. Wenger was already gritting his teeth. It wasn't that he didn't want to make substitutions, but Arsenal simply had no one to make substitutions for, so he dared to use new players. But at this juncture, Wenger couldn't afford to take the risk, so he could only choose to trust these more experienced players. When the 4th official raised the sign for 7 minutes of extra time, Wenger's heart trembled. He almost couldn't help but rush to the 4th official to complain again, but fortunately Wright pulled him back. Damn it, why? Wenger almost jumped up again when he saw the bright red words 8 minutes. It was too long. Wenger was really anxious now. Wenger's desire for the championship was no less than anyone else. This was his best chance to get closer to that person. He couldn't afford to lose it. The incomparable desire made Wenger lose his usual elegance. If Patra hadn't helped him, Wenger would probably be shown a red card and asked to leave the game if he questioned the 4th official in such an anxious mood. By then, Arsenal might really have no hope at all. Arthur, don't get excited. Believe in our players, believe in them. Uncle Rice had to calm Wenger's emotions. He knew how much pressure Wenger was under now. He knew that Arsenal should make a substitution now, but looking at the Arsenal bench, the old and the young, or the positions are not suitable at all, there is no way to change. It is better to believe in the players on the field and take a gamble. In a season, they have never disappointed anyone, and I believe it will be the same this time. Yet, how did Wenger calm down his anxiety? He knew that he couldn't be anxious. The little guys on the field were watching him. He had to give the players enough support. Let go of Pato's hand, Wenger walked straight to the scene, trying to restore his calm demeanor, watching the performance of his disciples. The same is true for Rijkaard. After seeing the 8 minutes of stoppage time given by the 4th official, Rijkaard wanted to give him a kiss. He expressed his gratitude. He believed that with these 8 minutes, his team would have a better chance of winning. Even if it went to overtime, it would only be more disadvantageous to Arsenal. Arsenal's substitutes could not change the situation on the field. We can't lose this game. Even if there are more expectations and tiredness, Lee Yuxin must follow his teammates to persevere for the final victory, and he must do more. Lee Yuxin's eyes have become red due to the extreme exercise. He is like a greedy wolf, staring closely at every roll of the ball. Running hard, Lee Yuxin at this moment is like an 8-legged spider, trying his best to use himself to contain Barcelona's attack on the right. Time and time again, as long as the ball falls near him, Lee Yuxin is like a cheetah that has been hungry for 3 days, hunting madly, constantly entangled, and constantly taking the ball. The purpose is to draw more attention from Xavi, Messi, Deco, and even the Barcelona defense line to himself. Therefore, as soon as other Arsenal players get a ball and pass it a few times, they must look for Lee Yuxin. At this time, no one has more abundant physical strength than Lee Yuxin. It's Lee again. Arsenal is going to beat Lee thoroughly on this point. Cesc gave the ball to Lee. Lee started, it was amazing. Lee still has such a strong explosive power. He shook off Deco at the first time and rushed up. Terry can't respond. Lee's surrounded, knocking back, it was intercepted. Slide, Deco got the ball. But Lee still delayed Xavi's attack at the first time. Cesc intercepted the ball, Iniesta got the ball too much, and didn't expect Lee to be so fast, so he was double-teamed. Lee Yuxin, who was chasing and being chased, was more like a hungry tiger besieged by a pack of wolves, running around for his life. In Arsenal's half, whether it was defense or offense, Lee Yuxin was the most active one. The other Arsenal players were trying to completely drain all of Lee Yuxin's abilities, and they desperately rushed the ball to Lee Yuxin. It's really Superman. Lee is really Superman. Who can tell me how far Lee has run? The invincible Lee. The invincible Lee. Although Arsenal has fallen into a huge passive situation, there is no doubt that Lee is the focus of this game. Every time he runs, he can bring positive effects. Whether it is defense or offense, Barcelona must spend a huge price to suppress him. This is Lee. This is Lee. With Lee, no one can destroy Arsenal's hope of winning the championship. Although Arsenal is very passive, Lee has indeed always been a miracle. So far, no one has defeated him. This is an irreversible law of the season. Seeing Lee's running, every Arsenal player persisted. I believe this law will be difficult to be overturned in this game. Barcelona will have to pay a considerable price. Barcelona should cheer up. The English team is too tenacious. Looking at the Arsenal team's unremitting attitude towards the game on the field, everyone felt their great importance and piety towards the game, an attitude that would never admit defeat even at the last step, regardless of strength. This is a victory of will. No one will not be moved by it, no matter how many comparisons are made, because football games are like this, anything can happen. Having watched too many games, they know how wonderful this world is, and sometimes, the victory of will is more practical than the conquest of strength. They can't help but change their words, and this reality is destined to be worshipped by countless people. Unknowingly, they have more expectations. Henry had already lost 2 single shots in front, but he was still the decisive point for Arsenal. Lee Yuxin knew that he was not a real superstar yet, so he had been trying to find opportunities to pass the ball to Henry. Henry, a beautiful way to get rid of the opponent. Henry was standing slightly to the left at this time, and it was Puel who was defending him. Henry had his back against Puel, and when he received the pass from Lee Yuxin, he did not stop the ball. Instead, he gently touched the ball with the outside of his left foot, and the ball immediately rolled over from Henry's left side. Henry also immediately turned to the left, and with a very simple move, he broke through from Puel's left side. Touching the ball, turning, accelerating, without any pause at all, the whole movement was so natural. Players like Henry just can't accelerate, and once he accelerates, his long legs step out and no one can defend against him. This time was the same. After Henry easily broke through Puel, he immediately formed a single knife. The Barcelona defenders couldn't catch up with him at all. Henry. This is already a single knife. If this ball goes in, the game is over. Henry, shoot. Henry, GOOD. This ball was kicked so beautifully. Henry's previous series of actions were perfect. The final shot decided the goal of the game. The commentator felt very sorry. This ball went in, and Henry was the undisputed ruler of the game, and he already had an assist. Although there was no goal, it can be seen that Arsenal's current defensive counterattack style is very effective against Barcelona at the moment. Henry is an absolute weapon for defensive counterattacks. What is more annoying about Henry than players like Owen is that Henry has better physical strength, a stronger body, and is much better at passing than them. With such a player in front, no one can ignore him. Sarro, who was beaten by Henry's counterattacks several times, now doesn't know what to do. If they attack with all their strength, then Arsenal's defense will be almost accurate and dangerous. But if they don't attack, Barcelona is still 1 goal behind. Rijkaard is the main contributor to Barcelona's Dream Team II. Barcelona came out of the chaos and finally achieved Dream Team II. The biggest contributor was Rosell, and then Rijkaard. But although Rijkaard has won the Champions League and La Liga in history, he is definitely not a top coach. Because before he coached Barcelona and after he left Barcelona, his coaching results were terrible. He only performed well in the 2 years at Barcelona. Rijkaard's ability to adjust the game is not very good. Now Arsenal is leading by 2 goals, and Rijkaard has no way to crack it. Time is passing by, and Barcelona still has no other way. And every time Henry counterattacks, he either attacks by himself or passes the ball to the player who counterattacks with him. He can always create threats, and Henry even wasted a single knife again. Although the single knife was wasted, the fans and commentators still gave Henry applause. Tushiki, you must speed up the introduction of Henry after the game. Laporta looked at Henry's ability to break through, pass and shoot in the front court. His face was very gloomy. Of course, Laporta introduced Henry for another reason, that is, the election of Barcelona's president will begin soon. He wants to use Henry as a bargaining chip. In today's football world, only by introducing a star of Henry's level can he consolidate his position. Well, but one, Jerome Anderson's requirements are a bit high. Begiristain was in a dilemma. When negotiating with Jerome Anderson asked for a very high salary. After all, Henry is Jerome Anderson's biggest star, and even one of the best forwards in European football. Ballack and Shevchenko, who have already confirmed their transfer to Chelsea, both receive a weekly salary of £120,000, while Jerome Anderson asked for £140,000. In addition, because of the Beckham Act in Spanish football, foreign players who meet the conditions only pay 24% tax, so Henry's salary will be very high by then. His annual salary after tax is number 1 in the entire La Liga, and even in the entire European football. In Barcelona, he even surpasses many other stars. Press it down a little more. If it's under £130,000, then you can sign it. Laporta no longer cares. He is determined to get Henry, and he must bring him in this summer. Only by introducing a superstar of Henry's level can he have enough capital to be re-elected in the future presidential election. Okay. Begiristain could only nod. The game was already coming to an end, and Begiristain had already started to think about how to continue the negotiations with Jerome Anderson. Begiristain didn't like the old guy very much because Jerome Anderson was too stubborn. After so many negotiations, his conditions didn't come down much. Beep beep beep. Chapter 180 ending. The game is over. The game is over. Congratulations to Arsenal. Congratulations to Arsenal for winning the first Champions League title in Arsenal's history. Congratulations to Wenger. Congratulations to him for winning the first Champions League title in his career, and leading his team to become the first team in London's history to win the Champions League. After the undefeated season, the Frenchman once again achieved an unsurpassed miracle. Great Frenchman. Congratulations to Dennis. Congratulations to him for winning the Champions League trophy as he wished. I think he has no regrets anymore. The winning goal came from his assist. Master of art, forever a master of art. Congratulations to all Arsenal fans. Tonight, they are the luckiest. After experiencing the ups and downs of the game, they saw their team reach the top of Europe as they wished and conquered Europe. Great team, great fans. Horizontal ellipsis. As Hogg blew the whistle, the Champions League final came to an end. Arsenal, who did not have much advantage throughout the game, relied on Lee Wuxian's decisive assist and Henry's thundering strike at the last moment, which made all the commentators sing praises for the Arsenal team. Congratulations came one after another on major broadcasting stations around the world, especially Arsenal's Champions League this season, which made them no longer able to find any faults. There is no doubt that in their minds, the best team of this season is Arsenal, the team that has stood at the pinnacle of glory in football history. For this miracle, no one could imagine that Arsenal could create it at the beginning of the season. Not even a trace of thought had arisen. According to the configuration of this Arsenal, the appearance of this miracle is completely beyond common sense, and can even be described as against the sky. Against the sky, Lee Wuxian's performance against the sky made the declining Arsenal achieve all this. Before this season, Vieira left, Bergkamp was old, Pires' contract issue was unresolved, and Ljungberg was injured. Everyone knew that this once unbeaten team had entered a transitional era of the birth of a new gunner. Their expectations for this giant club were not as high as in previous seasons. The poor signings before the game, Chelsea's continued large-scale signings, and Liverpool's Istanbul miracle, in their opinion, Arsenal's competitiveness in the 2005-2006 season would drop significantly. But the appearance of one person completely overturned their thinking and wrote his own football history. From the moment he appeared, his brilliance overshadowed everyone else. And the brilliance never faded until now when it bloomed the strongest light. There has never been a player who has just entered the first team from an unknown youth team and made such a great contribution to the team within a season. At the beginning of the season, despite countless doubts and pessimism, he relied on his sharp performance to fight Chelsea in 2 games, which not only allowed Arsenal to follow the pace of the Giants from the very beginning, but also took the lead and advanced in all directions with great momentum. While in the middle of the season, Arsenal suffered a series of injuries, but it was his performance that connected the past and the future, and his devastating performance, which allowed Arsenal to maintain a high-speed momentum and get through the most difficult stage. At the end of the season, Lee Yuxin continued to erupt and his performance of killing all sides allowed Arsenal to succeed in the final stage. The 2 goals in the first Community Shield witnessed his sudden emergence. After that, he maintained excellent performance in countless games against Ajax, Manchester United, Tottenham, Liverpool, Real Madrid, Juventus, Villarreal, and he was perfect from beginning to end. At this time, watching the fans cheering and getting excited for him, Li Sheng just walked slowly, blowing kisses and signaling to them. There was no focus in his moist eyes, only the scene of shadowy figures, letting them confront the riot police. The game is over, the game is over, I finally finished everything, finished it all, yeah, I did it. Li Yuxin felt that the burden on his body was put down, relaxed, unprecedentedly relaxed, finished it all, no regrets. The joy in his heart was replaced by physical and mental fatigue, a kind of relaxation after the passion was completely released. On the court, Li Yuxin, waving and smiling, was just collecting all the emotions about this place to fill his memory, because he knew that he would never have such an opportunity to experience this again. The passion brought by the novelty faded, and everything would end. Damn it, where's Li? Li, where did this guy go? Li. Damn it, he was showing off without taking me. Let's go and pick up girls. When the Arsenal players who were hugging and shouting at each other came to their senses, they realized that one person was missing from their companions who were celebrating with them. The most important person was missing. Their eyes quickly locked on the player who kept blowing kisses on the sidelines, and they all swarmed over. Ha ha ha, my baby, here I come. Baby, champions, we are champions. Thank you, greatly. Lift it up, lift Li up. Hey, wait a minute. Li. Before Li Yuxin woke up from his meditation, he found himself surrounded by more than a dozen big men, opening their bloody mouths and spraying at him, making his ears numb, and then the whole person was in a floating state. Haha, such a kid. Wenger, who was laughing so hard as to see his disciples throw Li Yuxin high in the air, couldn't help shaking his head, and the smugness on his face could not be concealed at all. He also wanted to celebrate with his players like Pat, but he was the head coach of the team after all, so he had to control his emotions to some extent. Running a few steps, jumping a few times, and waving a few arms would be enough. If he did more, the old man had to maintain his own demeanor. Wenger was in the mood to maintain his demeanor, smiling brightly in front of the camera and the fans, but the other group of people were not in that mood. Barcelona fans looked at everything around them with sad faces, tears of unacceptable flowed on their faces, and the bitter feeling made them heartbroken. They knew that their team missed the opportunity to dominate Europe again and failed again on the road to revival. They could only watch everything on the field silently, dazed and absent-minded. All this will pass, and luck will not favor only one person. Rijkaard's eyes were almost frozen, sweeping everything around him, pausing for a moment on the figure in the sky, and finally staying on the tall and thin old man. His eyes were extremely hot, unwilling. He knew that it was not his team that had problems, nor his tactics, but that the other side was lucky enough to have that player. But he believed that he would not have that kind of luck again. After this season, that player might not stay with him. More importantly, his team was not yet in the most perfect state, there was still more room for improvement, and his players were not yet in the strongest state. Wait? Rijkaard involuntarily turned his eyes away and turned to his players. Come on. It's just a game, Let's go. Barcelona's coach and players comforted each other, pulled each other up from the grass, hugged each other, shared the loss in their hearts, walked to the sidelines, waved to the fans who came from afar to support them. Even if their eyes were blurred with tears, they still forced themselves to cheer up and thank their fans for their support. Among these Barcelona players, there was an extremely thin player, who was already curled up in Ronaldinho's arms, sobbing. Messi, who stumbled on the road to becoming a king, no longer showed any maturity at this time, like a child who did not achieve his wish, crying sadly and lost. Xavi, Iniesta and others also had red eyes, full of envy and unwillingness. They looked at the Arsenal players who were celebrating together, and quietly led their own players to leave the field. This was no longer their stage. They didn't want to shed more tears on this piece of grass. Dawn was coming, all this was in the past, and their own time would still come. Will they still be the strongest in this era? Damn it! Who told you to throw it backwards? Where are you catching? In mid-air, Li Yuxin looked at their thick backs as they left, and his mind involuntarily left with him, but he didn't have time to think about it, and fell into the hot embrace of his teammates again. The shadows were dim and roaring, and Li Yuxin finally got the same rhythm as his teammates. Champions, champions, we are champions. The shouts of champions resounded over the Stade de France, and the fans at the scene finally broke through the riot police interception. They could finally release their passion in this hot land as they wished, and celebrate the arrival of the championship with their beloved team. Such fans are everywhere. With the first shout, the entire Stade de France turned into a sea of red and white, wave after wave, from east to west, from south to north. With countless arms raised above their heads, Arsenal fans expressed their feelings for the team in a worshipful way. As if they were looking at a miracle, as Li Yuxin approached, their eyes were filled with tears of joy, and more with restlessness and excitement. They were no longer satisfied with such simple shouts. For the nth time, fans rioted in the stands of the Stade de France, but this time it was a collective and all-round one. All Arsenal fans from all directions rushed to the football field. They longed to be with the heroes in their hearts and feel the joy of winning the championship together, especially with Li Yuxin, the saint in their hearts. Arsenal fans are also divided into many factions. Some worship the Ice Prince, some are obsessed with Pires, and some worship the King. But no matter what their inclinations were, they were completely intoxicated with Li, impeccably intoxicated. Their hearts followed his will. Conquer, completely conquer, kill without distinction. Chapter 181, Top of Europe. The awards are about to be presented, the awards are about to be presented, the moment of witnessing glory is about to come. I think everyone at Arsenal can't wait. A historic moment, another team has dominated the UEFA Champions League, and it has achieved godlike success. In the center of the Grand Stade de France, the podium with countless spotlights has finally been built, and the Arsenal fans who just rushed into the venue have gradually retreated to the stands, because their team has also retreated to the locker room, waiting for the arrival of the final moment. Beckenbauer was also invited to attend the final awards ceremony. Although he was very unimpressed with Platini and even had some hostility, he still remembered his current identity. As the chairman of the German World Cup organizing committee, he would naturally not miss any opportunity to promote himself. However, when he came to the rostrum, he saw a white-haired old man standing in the center, looking at him with a smile on his face. "Oh, Mr. Leonard, I didn't expect you to come." Seeing that it was UEFA President Johansson who invited him, Beckenbauer immediately quickened his pace and came to the other side. He dared not neglect this old man. For Beckenbauer, FIFA President Blatter would not be a big obstacle to his future power in international football, and the older UEFA president would be a greater threat to him. If he hadn't indulged Platini and rejected him behind his back, who would have been the vice president? He always wanted to have more say in international football, and he was destined to be unable to avoid him. Moreover, Beckenbauer admired this old man who was committed to UEFA's autonomy. "I didn't expect you to arrive early, Franz. I told you that you should participate more in European affairs." Although Johansson was old, he was still energetic. He took the initiative to shake hands with Beckenbauer and patted his shoulder very affectionately. "Joseph, you are here too." Finally, the old and dim Johansson suddenly found the short and fat Blatter and stretched out his hand in surprise. "Haha, I was also surprised. I thought Michel would come to present the award, but it was you who came in the end. I think Michel did a good job. But he doesn't seem to think highly of Lee, and the outcome of the game was a little unexpected." Blatter would never believe that his old rival would ignore him and deliberately treat him differently from his European allies. How could such a simple trick anger him? Blatter didn't care about Johansson's cold reception at all. He greeted him with a smile on his face, and his tone was full of pressure. Everyone knew that Platini was the new generation of leaders introduced by UEFA. The Champions League is UEFA's most important brand and the most important weight against FIFA. Unfortunately, the future leader of UEFA had such a big accident on his most important brand, which could even be called a scandal to some extent, making him look disgraced and shooting himself in the foot. Blatter had already secretly been happy in his heart. Even if Johansson came out to appease people now, so what? I'm afraid no one would forget Platini's face. It's almost time. The award ceremony is about to begin. I think we should take our seats first. Beckenbauer felt a little torn, knowing that the two of them didn't get along, but they were both people he needed to control. He couldn't help anyone, So he quickly changed the subject. Johansson was a little annoyed when he saw Bladder's playful eyes flashing by. Indeed, he was about to retire, but he let his mortal enemy see a joke in his home court. Johansson couldn't hold his face. However, these little tricks were not enough to make him unable to resist. Johansson followed Beckenbauer's words and nodded. Well, Franz, I think the Barcelona players will definitely need your comfort later. I want you to give them the award. After that, Johansson deliberately glanced at Bladder. Sure enough, when Bladder heard Johansson's arrangement, his big fat face changed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Although there were constant dirty tricks between UEFA and FIFA, which he led, he was still their boss on the surface. Now, his men came on stage in front of him and completely ignored his face as the boss. It would be strange if Bladder could not look good. However, it was obvious that Beckenbauer, who had always had a good relationship with Bladder, would not give him this face. Okay, I am very fortunate to have this opportunity. Beckenbauer nodded happily. He thought that because of his excessive involvement with German football and FIFA, he would be excluded by Johansson and would not have the opportunity to get the light of the power center of UEFA. Unexpectedly, at this crucial period, he would give himself a chance to make a public appearance on such a grand occasion. How could Beckenbauer not be willing? This football emperor, who is a typical German in his bones, is now thinking all the time about how to increase exposure and let more cameras focus on the German World Cup, so he simply ignored Mr. Bladder, his mentor and friend. That's good, Franz. How was the game? How do you think Spain, with Xavi and Iniesta, will perform in the World Cup? Seeing Bladder's expression change from sly joy to grieved, Johansson was so happy that he talked to Beckenbauer enthusiastically, leaving Bladder aside. If it weren't for the fact that this German was too deeply involved in German football and had too much selfishness, Johansson wouldn't have let Platini take power. After all, the German is also a powerful person in power, and it has been proven. It's a pity that he is not on the same page with him. But now, Johansson has to support Beckenbauer. At the top level, the World Cup is just a competition between Europe and the Latin world. As the president of UEFA, he must vigorously promote the World Cup in Germany. Who told the guy who he wanted to let play a solo show to be so disappointing? The game hasn't even ended yet, but he has to go back and wash himself before coming out. Dear fans, the final awards ceremony of the 2005-2006 UEFA Champions League has begun. Barcelona players are entering the stadium. Barcelona, congratulations to Barcelona for winning the second place in the 2005-2006 UEFA Champions League. They defeated Chelsea, who was stronger and more tenacious than them, and AC Milan, who was more mature and experienced, and entered the final. Although they lost to Arsenal in the final, they presented us with a gorgeous visual feast. Barcelona, great Barcelona. Although Arsenal is the final champion, no one can deny the rise of this Barcelona. I think in a short time, or in the next season, this Barcelona will start a new dynasty of their own. Now, let us applaud them. Thank them for bringing technical football back to the Champions League. Beckenbauer, the German football emperor and the chairman of the German World Cup Organizing Committee, Mr. Beckenbauer personally presented them with medals. Although it is a pity, I hope that the award of the football emperor can bring good luck to these lost heroes and have good performances in the upcoming World Cup stage. Good harvest. When the Barcelona players shook hands with Johansson, Bladder and other officials one by one, the commentators of various countries also praised them with regretful words, full of sympathy for the new beginning. There was nothing they could do. Who told the Barcelona players to be unlucky and meet the unstoppable Leadjet? Of course, Beckenbauer's award presentation on stage also attracted a lot of comments. Who told him not only has a high reputation, but also has a special status now, which is worth mentioning. However, the Germans did not come on stage to eat dry food. Seeing this group of talented Barcelona players, they may feel that each of them has a chance, so starting with Valdes, they hugged them one by one and patted their shoulders gently. With a deep whisper, "Good job, keep going in the World Cup. I'll look forward to your performance in the World Cup. There will be a bigger stage in the future, the World Cup is waiting for you, don't be depressed." In other words, if it weren't for the host holding the microphone firmly, the Germans wanted to say a few words. Damn Germans, why are they doing so many things? I don't discriminate against homosexuals, but you can't keep doing it. Fuck you. I've never heard Beckenbauer say this. The endless hugging of the Germans on the stage made the Arsenal players anxious. Van Persie and Fabregas were disheveled, and they cursed loudly while hugging each other's shoulders. Liger was also impatient. He used Walcott's head as a support, propped up his chin, and made malicious speculations. He talked and laughed with his teammates. At this time, the whole Arsenal team was filled with childlike laughter. Wenger also stared at the field with his eyebrows furrowed. Obviously, the old man couldn't wait any longer. The peak of his career was right in front of him. His demeanor just now was covered by his excitement. His eager eyes were as hot as a child's desire for reward. Finally, my lovely fans, the most exciting moment has arrived. Now, welcome our most exciting and fascinating heroes of this season, the Arsenal players, to the field. Woo! Arsenal! 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 After the Barcelona players shook hands and said goodbye to the award ceremony stage one by one, the commentator on the scene took a breath and passionately invited the entire Arsenal team to come out. When Henry led the team out of the player tunnel and entered the field, the sound of the whole audience shouting Arsenal was like a mountain torrent, with a loud bang, and the Stade de France once again became a volcano, and the heat of the eruption shook the whole world. Pa 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 pa. The whole audience applauded, not for Liger. At this time he and his teammates were lined up on both sides, waiting for the last person to appear. Arsena. There is only one Arsena. Arsena. There is only one Arsena. Arsena. There is only one Arsena. Wenger. When Wenger slowly stepped into the field, the whole audience cheered and applauded. Everything he did in Arsenal was enough for him to be treated like this. When Wenger waved to his supporters, even louder cheers followed. Arsena. Great Arsena. Wenger's smile became more gentle, but more confident. His tall and straight figure slowly stepped into the field, leading his disciples, amid the cheers of the whole audience, to the center stage of the Stade de France, to reach the highest point. Congratulations, Coach Wenger, congratulations on completing a feat that others may not be able to complete in their lifetime. UEFA President Johansson shook Wenger's hand with a smile on his face, sending him and the entire Arsenal team to the top of Europe. I don't think there will be a better player than you, Lee. I'll look forward to chatting with you later. The old man always has some suggestions, which I think will be helpful to you in the future. Johansson took the medals to the Arsenal players one by one. Finally, he came to Lee Yuxin, not only shook hands, but also hugged Lee Yuxin warmly, looked at him kindly, deliberately stayed here for more than 10 seconds, whispered a few words in his ear, and then awarded the medal to the next Arsenal player. What the hell, this old guy seems to be someone I don't know at all, why is he so close to him? Lee Yuxin was startled by Johansson's kindness. Seeing his meaningful eyes, Lee Yuxin couldn't help but shudder. Why do these politicians like to be close to the people? It's disgusting. Lee Yuxin never wants to deal with them. Hey, what did that old man say to you? Van Persie saw that Johansson seemed to have said something to Lee Yuxin, and Lee Yuxin still looked unhappy. Van Persie was a little curious and couldn't help but poke Lee Yuxin with his elbow and asked. He also found that it seemed that the other two big guys, Blatter and Beckenbauer, were also staring at Lee Yuxin, and their eyes were also so impure. Well, he said Robin was a traitor. Lee Yuxin answered seriously. Tisk, you treat me like a child. Van Persie looked at Lee Yuxin with disdain, touched the medal on his chest, and was intoxicated. It is an honor to see a new team win the UEFA Champions League during my work. This is the best affirmation of the work we have done in the past years. It brings together more and better teams and allows more talents to join our team. We are always practicing to provide the best football for the fans. An unparalleled duel. Two great teams presented us with an epic duel. I believe this game will definitely become one of the historical classics. Both teams are worthy of learning from us in terms of style and fighting spirit. Thank you for your performance. The glory belongs to you. Now, I declare, the champion of the UEFA Champions League in the 2005-2006 season is, English League, Arsenal! Exclamation mark. Congratulations. The whole audience was silent. Although Johansson used official language as his rhetoric as usual, it was the same. People were still willing to listen. Everything was over, and it needed a beautiful ending after all. Authorities are always so easy to be admired, and the fruits of victory are always licked by them first. Johansson took the St. Bledsoe Cup from the etiquette lady and came to Wenger's side. He felt that the eyes of the whole audience and the whole world were focused on him. Although Johansson still had a gentle smile on his face, the smugness in his eyes was revealed. Especially when he caught a glimpse of Bladder's dark face, the smile on his mouth became more and more complacent. This is the benefit of power. After enjoying the benefits of power, you naturally have to do something. Raise your hand. Mr. Chairman smiled and handed over the symbol of honor. He said kindly and humbly, Mr. Wenger. This is your honor. I am proud of you. The whole audience and the people of the world thank you for your efforts. He retreated behind the scenes. Champions, we are champions. 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 Although Johansson's arrogant behavior was a bit annoying, the championship trophy was handed over to Wenger, and the team won the first Champions League in 100 years. This was the most important thing. This was everything for Arsenal fans at this moment. Thunderous shouts rang out as Wenger raised the St. Bledsoe Cup, and the Stade de France once again became a sea of cheers for Arsenal fans. Champions, we are champions. Champions League, I conquered it. No regrets, no regrets. But when Wenger handed the St. Bledsoe Cup to Henry and others, these players were not as calm as Wenger, who just raised the trophy above their heads. Almost everyone took a bite of it, and each of them looked at the big-eared cup as if they were looking at their own lover, hugging and kissing it affectionately. Haha, champions, we are all the champions this season, haha. The silver was shining, reflecting the ecstatic faces of the Arsenal players. Lee Yuxin stared at the trophy, and a sense of satisfaction arose spontaneously. For any player, this season is perfect enough. He can walk out of the stadium without regrets. What he needs to do now is to share all this with his teammates and enjoy this most beautiful moment. Thinking of all this, Lee Yuxin laughed evilly a few times. Usually, these guys made fun of him. This was the last chance, how could he miss it? Seeing such bad friends focusing on ravaging the Big Ear Cup, twisting and turning, Lee Yuxin stepped back a few steps. Get off. Lee Yuxin exerted force and kicked Song's buttocks, and directly got a group of teammates who were huddled together and laughing directly off the podium. Ouch, I'm being crushed, damn Lee, I won't let you go. Don't touch me, bastard, Lee, wait for me. Get up, damn it, I'm being crushed. Henry and the others were enjoying the Big Ears Cup when they suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind. They were unprepared and fell off the podium, staggering and cursing. Van Persie was unfortunate because he wanted the championship so much. He fell down holding the Big Ears Cup and was pressed at the bottom, screaming in pain. Asshole, you'll cry someday. Sneak attack, Lee, you're dead. Guys, go, kill him. Haha. Champagne, where's the champagne? Spray it for me. Henry and Bergkamp were particularly unhappy when they saw Lee Yuxin standing on the podium with a proud look on his face. They picked up a bottle of champagne, opened it with a bang, and sprayed it at Lee Yuxin. Let me do it. Take it, Lee. The two juniors, Walcott and Bale, looked at the white waves and turbid sky scene on the podium. They looked at each other with sly eyes and grabbed 2 bottles of champagne. They fought in a roundabout way and blocked Lee Yuxin, who was about to retreat, on the podium. Watch me. Die, Lee. Before the beauty comes, let's give you some champagne first. Damn it, spray it more accurately. My hair. You deserve it, who told you to be so conceited, Xiang. Come and attack me. The champagne placed beside the podium became the best weapon for the Arsenal players. They also forgot about each other. At this moment, they only wanted to use the champagne of victory to celebrate themselves, their teammates, and this successful season. Bang, bang, bang. The sweet and mellow wine was splashed in this ocean of joy, running, dodging, spraying. The whole Arsenal team was bathed in the champagne rain and playing. The aroma of the wine was diffused in the atmosphere, and with the laughter of the whole Arsenal team, it was transmitted to the world. This wine is fragrant. I will never forget this fragrance, never forget it. I want to remember this place, remember all this. Cheers, Dennis. Cheers, Robert, my man. After the celebration and the noise, everything calmed down, and fell down on the field. These stars who attracted worldwide attention did not care about their image at all, lying or sitting, allowing the cameras all over the world to capture their unruly pictures at this time. Each person had a bottle of champagne, or one person savored it alone. Or they clinked bottles and drank together, tasting each other's thoughts. The victory after joint struggle is so unique and unforgettable. My buddies, my brothers, raise your glasses. At this moment, we are proud of ourselves. Cheers! Looking at his old friend's satisfaction with the past without regrets, and his junior's confidence in the future, Henry took a big sip, stood up, raised his champagne, and invited the whole team to drink together. Cheers, for us. Countless champagne bottles were raised, and the Arsenal team drank the last sip of wine. Let's go and see our lovely fans. After drinking the wine, the Arsenal players looked at each other. They knew that their moment of glory was about to end, and everything in this season would end. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Shoulder to shoulder, the Arsenal team formed a long formation and walked towards the stands. There was the end, the final thanks. Great team, great season. I don't think any team's fans will be as happy as Arsenal's fans this season. Treble winner? It's 5 crowns. Even the last time a team came close to Arsenal's dominance was Manchester United in 1999. Arsenal fans can finally show off to their sworn enemies. It's a contented summer for countless fans. Arsenal fans are undoubtedly happy. No matter what happens next this summer, it's a summer of harvest for Arsenal fans. They have taken all the championships they can get back home. It's over. Arsenal's players are going to thank the fans who have always supported them. All the games in the 2005-2006 season have come to an end. There is no doubt that Arsenal has achieved a perfect 10 points, which is the most perfect gift for Arsenal fans. When the entire Arsenal team grouped to the stands, the whole world knew that the past season's football drama had come to an end. Just as the boiling Stade de France showed, Arsenal fans had the last laugh. Arsenal! 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 Watching their heroes walk around the Stade de France, Arsenal fans shouted to their mother team with pride and reluctance, hoping that they could give them more time to get close to them. However, as the commentator said, this season is over, and they are obviously satisfied. Although they are reluctant to watch the players leave the field, there is no riot, because they know that the rest is their time. The Champions League is in hand. Chapter 182, Post-Match and Secret Talks. Click, 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 click. Thierry, congratulations on winning the Champions League. Now you have won all the championships in England. What are your plans for the next step? Robin, what are your future goals? Dennis, Arsenal's achievements this season, will you change your mind? Robert, you have won all the glory at Arsenal. Will renewing your contract with Arsenal still be your first choice? Arsenal's players walked towards the locker room talking and laughing, passing the interview mixed zone, fluorescent lights flashing, media from all over the world gathered here, cameras and long guns set up high and low, all stretched in front of the Arsenal players. The next step, is just the World Cup. I hope I can achieve a satisfactory result in the World Cup. The goal is to continue to pursue the championship at Arsenal, and the World Cup. I feel that I can make my own contribution to the Netherlands. No, sorry, I have to celebrate with my teammates. Renewing my contract with Arsenal has always been my first choice, there is no doubt about it. Simple answers. The excited Arsenal players used the simplest answers to deal with the entanglement of these reporters, but it was still a question and answer. These players were in a very good mood. Even if they stayed up late at night, their spirits were still high. Lee, what are your plans for this summer? Lee, what do you think you will do next season? Which game do you feel the best? Which opponent do you feel the most terrible? Will you go to Germany to watch the World Cup? Which girlfriend will you take to watch the World Cup? When Lee Yuxin, who looked tired, walked towards the player tunnel, he entered Bayoway's circle. Reporters from all over the world wanted to get news from Lee Yuxin, as the best player of the game. As the best player in the world in the 2005-2006 season, Lee Yuxin was naturally the target of all reporters. They would not let Lee Yuxin get away easily. Who told Lee Yuxin that he never gave them an interview? If they let him go again, it would be unjust. The season is over. With Lee's character, it would be strange if he could speak. I don't have any plans. I'm very tired. I just want to have a good rest. I won't consider the rest. The best game? It's the FA Cup final. You can't imagine how wonderful it is to play against a player like Gerrard. I feel very honored to meet him in such a game. World Cup? Oh, actually my mind is still on this game. You know, not every team can do what we did. This is a great honor and a great achievement. To be honest, I still can't believe it until now. It's a feeling that makes you laugh even when you are asleep. Yes, I am still in a dream now. I can't wait to go back to the locker room to wake myself up. Although these reporters kept pestering him, for the experienced Lee Yuxin, this small scene was enough to deal with. It was not an interview. Not afraid of their relentless pursuit, Lee Yuxin pointed here and there, talked nonsense, and then walked into the locker room under the escort of security personnel, leaving only a group of anxious reporters, helplessly staying where they were. This time they didn't dig up anything. Dennis, Terry, Wenger, where's Lee? Lee. What's going on? Why hasn't Lee arrived yet? Is it possible that Lee won't attend the press conference after the game? Reporters from all over the world were eagerly waiting for the arrival of the players from both sides. Finally, the door opened, and they were looking forward to it. However, in the eyes of everyone's expectation. However, they did not find the figure that the whole world was focusing on. They subconsciously put all their eyes on the door and looked behind Wenger until, dear journalists, your interview can begin. Hula, everyone was dumbfounded. What does it mean? The interview has begun? Where are the people? Why interview if that person is not here? What do reporters do? Reporters will interview whoever is popular, whoever has a topic, and whoever can bring them attention. Who is the hottest, who has the most topics, and who can bring the most attention? Of course, it is Lee Yuxin. But now this golden, hot topic king who can burn people to death did not attend the press conference. What else can they interview? What can they interview that can replace the sales brought by Lee Yuxin? They all hang their heads and look at the interview area like they have lost their parents. These hot bosses in the past are now completely useless to them. They are disgusted and painful. Ahem, I know who you want to interview, but Lee is very tired now. He has already exhausted his physical energy this season, especially after such a long game. He fought tenaciously to the end, and the consumption was even greater. He has already gone back to treat his wounds and needs to rest. The game is over, and recovery is more important than anything else. Wenger looked at the miserable faces below and had to force himself to cheer up. Although he was exhausted, he gave a very helpless reason to comfort these reporters. They also persisted for a day. Is that so? Is Lee's injury that serious? It looks like that, hey. And this reason also became the self-consolation of these reporters, because they really had no way to deal with Lee Yuxin, and could only whisper to each other and convince each other. In the crowd, there was a tall and beautiful female reporter who frowned and thought. She didn't believe that the man who was so energetic just now would suddenly be too tired to attend the press conference. It could only be that he didn't want to come on purpose. Thinking about the man's temper and her previous guess, Sarah knew that she was right. Lee Yuxin didn't want to show up again. It seems that I didn't see Lee. Perez and others got on the bus. Where did Lee go? The Arsenal bus left, but Lee still didn't show up. At this time, the reporters who were squatting on the other Arsenal players also received text messages from their companions. They immediately paid attention to the Arsenal players who got on the bus, but they didn't see the figure who disappeared in the post-match press conference. When the Arsenal bus left, they immediately searched everywhere frantically. Lee, see, those people are crazy about you, and they are only a small part. Now people all over the world are crazy about you. You have become a part of their football life. See the streets? Those fans still refuse to disperse. Even after 8 hours, they still have the energy to shout, shouting your name. The Grand Hotel de France is opposite the Stade de France. On its upper floors, with the help of lighting, the exterior of the Stade de France can be clearly seen. Beckenbauer opened the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel room, pointed at the shadowy figure below, and looked at Lee Yuxin with expectation and encouragement. And those are just other people's lives, aren't they? Mr. France, I understand what you mean, but unfortunately, my body can no longer support me to participate in high-intensity competitions, and that is a completely unfamiliar world to me. I can't even find my team. Therefore, I have no motivation to support my body. You should be able to understand its fatigue. Lee Yuxin knew very well what he wanted to say to himself. Beckenbauer's purpose of coming here this time was to allow him to participate in the German World Cup prepared by him, but Lee Yuxin refused again and said what he really thought in his heart, The World Cup. He had no motivation to participate. Lee, I can promise you. As long as you have a reason to participate in the German World Cup, I can apply for a special exception for you and let you join any country in Europe, France, the Netherlands, whatever you choose. At this time, Johansson, who had always been against Blatter, also relaxed. Although Blatter once said that he would open the door for Lee Yuxin to participate in the German World Cup, there was no Johansson's release. That was not possible at all. UEFA was a hurdle that Blatter could never get over, especially since Lee Yuxin was in Europe. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. If I had the opportunity to join before, I would have accepted it. But unfortunately, I didn't. For me, it was an extremely unfamiliar environment. I am not suitable for and I am not willing to join such a team. It is not good for anyone. I can't change anything. With a serious face, Lee Yuxin still resolutely refused. He looked at the three people without any hesitation, and he really didn't care about their preferential treatment. Lee, you are so disappointing. You are a professional football player. Do you know what an opportunity you have wasted? I don't know what you are thinking. You are simply blaspheming this stage and all the expectations given to you. Don't you have any sense of contribution? Don't you have higher aspirations? You are totally unworthy of other people's help. I have great doubts about your professionalism. Blatter, who was standing aside, spoke with a flushed face. He originally didn't intend to speak. To be honest, he was already very dissatisfied with Lee Yuxin's repeated no to the World Cup, but he really didn't expect Lee Yuxin to be so determined even when the three of them came out to persuade him. Looking at the other party's determined eyes, he knew that there was probably no room for maneuver in this matter. He had had enough of this kid's arrogance. Blatter rebuked Lee Yuxin in an anxious tone, full of dissatisfaction, resentment, and even anger. The powerful chairman had never been disobeyed like this before. I have done everything I should do. I have worked hard in my profession. That's all. As for your so-called higher pursuit, that is my freedom. You cannot regard some so-called righteousness as a kind of charity, let alone a betrayal. At least I have not harmed others. I will not be ashamed of some people's achievements. Lee Yuxin looked at the short and fat man coldly. He was extremely disdainful of his righteousness. He had been in the position for too long and had been immersed in that poison. He was somewhat unable to extricate himself. He was used to being arrogant and could not tolerate others saying no to him. Beckenbauer knew better how determined Lee Yuxin's attitude was. He also knew that Blatter's power pressure would not work in front of him. After all, the boundaries were different and drastic measures had to be taken. Beckenbauer tapped his glasses lightly, looked at Lee Yuxin with a sharp gaze, and said, Lee, if participating in the World Cup in Germany can help you get the title of Mr. Devil, so what? Participating in the World Cup, I believe that with your strength, no one can threaten you. Maybe not this season, but in the next few seasons, your future achievements will be enough to overwhelm everyone. I believe that no one has questioned this point. Franz, you. Blatter was shocked when he heard Beckenbauer's words. Although the German did not say it clearly, the people present were not stupid and understood the hidden meaning in his words. It was very simple. The condition given by Beckenbauer was that if Lee Yuxin participated in the World Cup, he would help Lee Yuxin win the title of Mr. Devil. This made Blatter's face change. After all, that honor was a crucial weight in his hands. He did not expect that his ally would be generous and offend him in exchange for Lee Je's promise. The price was too high. It meant that once Lee Je performed poorly and something unexpected happened, Beckenbauer would have to mobilize all his strength and do his best to help him. In this case, Beckenbauer must also step to the front and bear all the risks involved. Because some things can be manipulated, but they are not absolutely shady. Even Johansson was stunned for a while, looking at Beckenbauer's decisive expression. He couldn't help but nod secretly admiring this German in his heart, but he didn't have any pressure. It was very simple, unless there was an extremely amazing European in the World Cup. Otherwise, this European Footballer of the Year must belong to Lee Je, because Lee Je's performance was too dazzling. However, Johansson's praise was not only Beckenbauer's decisiveness, but his grasp of people's hearts. As a football player, no one would not be enthusiastic about those two gentlemen, let alone refuse to become those two gentlemen. Once this condition came out, it can be said that Lee's final choice was basically determined. If Lee was a smart person and could understand Beckenbauer's overtones. Lee Yuxin was a smart person, So he naturally understood Beckenbauer's overtones. Looking at the other party's eyes, Lee Yuxin suddenly smiled and nodded. "Mr. France, it seems that the 2006 World Cup." After finishing the talks with the Big Three, Lee Yuxin contacted Mendes again. After fully listening to the suggestions, Mendes contacted the English Football Association, and things suddenly took a 180-degree turn. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. The plot is reversed. This time, when everyone's attention was focused on the upcoming World Cup, a piece of news was suddenly exposed. First, on Twitter, a very famous sports commentator suddenly broke the news on Twitter: there will be a super shocking news to be announced soon. His mysterious tweet just came out and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was guessing what the super shocking news he was talking about was. Then another sports reporter also tweeted, "The English Football Association will announce a piece of news in a very short time. This news is absolutely shocking. I won't say more. I have to find a quick-acting heart-saving pill to take first. It's too exciting and I can't stand it." So everyone speculated whether there was another scandal involving a senior official of the English Football Association. Some people had a bigger imagination and guessed whether it was a player of the national team who was arrested this time. But to be so stimulated that he had to take a heart-saving pill. How big of a star must he be? But many people also said that this was the blogger's self-hype and was spreading rumors. After everyone's appetite was whetted and enough fans were attracted, it was meaningless to casually say some news. 10 minutes later, netizens found that the official Twitter account of the England football team had posted a new tweet, which read, "The English Football Association will hold a press conference at 8 p.m. Please pay attention, thank you." The official Twitter account confirmed it, and it seemed to be true. So netizens in England kept refreshing Twitter, and began to look forward to the latest news at 8 p.m. For those who were paying attention to this matter, it suddenly felt like the countdown was like a year, and every minute passed so slowly. They wished that it would be 8 p.m. right away to reveal the mystery. Others began to collect information through various channels, hoping to know in advance the inside story of the English Football Association's sudden announcement of a press conference. However, the English Football Association did a really good job of keeping secrets this time. No one knew why, but they only knew that it must be a very shocking news. But what exactly was the news? After everyone's waiting, the time finally came to 7:55 p.m., and there were still 5 minutes left before the time they said. Before that, there were constant news about the press conference on Twitter. Reporters from a certain newspaper arrived at the press conference and found that it was already crowded with people. Satellite broadcast vehicles from various TV stations drove outside the press conference. Some reporters sent pictures of the press conference through Twitter. The background board was the logo of the English Football Association. There was nothing else, not even words. All kinds of mystery whetted everyone's appetite. Then at 8 o'clock in the evening, Thompson, the current chairman of the English Football Association, walked into the venue. The live broadcast had already started. Some people were guarding their computers, while others were sitting in front of the TV. Everyone cast their eyes on Thompson, trying to guess a general direction from his expression, movements and eyes. But Thompson really deserves to be a man in the officialdom. He was very good at pretending, and his expression was as calm as water. He didn't let so many eyes find any flaws. Then he sat down in his seat. Facing the pile of microphones and recorders, he cleared his throat. Today's press conference is very simple and will not take up too much of your journalist friends' time. We are just announcing something unilaterally. The reporters at the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. What does this mean? Announcing something unilaterally? Is it worth calling us to hold a press conference to announce something? Can't you just announce it on the official website? Is this news very important? Thompson paused, then said, "We have very good news to tell the media reporters and the English fans. After our consultation with Lee Yuxin, we have reached a consensus on Lee Yuxin's official joining the England national team. So I can happily tell you that soon, you will see Lee Yuxin wearing the England national team jersey." After Thompson finished speaking, there was silence at the scene. The reporters hadn't reacted yet. After a long while, they suddenly exploded. What? A group of people didn't expect that they would hear this news. They once thought that Lee Yuxin would not join the England national team until the 10th World Cup. The plot took a big turn, and at the same time, Lee Yuxin had no idea that there were many Chinese reporters outside the training base waiting for him to solve a mystery. He followed his original plan and did extra training. After the extra training, he returned to the locker room, which was empty. Not only in the locker room, but when he took a shower, changed his clothes and walked out, there was only his newly bought Ferrari in the parking lot. Lee Yuxin was used to such scenes. He would be surprised if someone left later than him. He said goodbye to the guard at the gate of the training base and drove out. But at this moment, he found that there were many people standing in the middle of the road. Looking closely, they were all reporters. These people were basically based in London and were responsible for interviewing and reporting on the Premier League, so Lee Yuxin knew them. Now these people were standing in the middle of the road, making it impossible for Lee Yuxin's car to pass. Lee Yuxin was very surprised. He slowed down and hoped that these people would get out of the way. But they didn't do so, but continued to stand in the middle of the road, with no intention of giving in. Lee Yuxin finally had to stop, then lowered the window and stuck his head out to ask them, "What's the matter?" This scene was quite unfamiliar to Lee Yuxin. He had been dealing with these reporters for a season. Things like today, where the road was blocked in the middle to block him, had never happened before. Seeing Lee Yuxin stop the car, the reporters looked at each other, and then surged up like a rising tide, quickly gathering outside the window where Lee Yuxin was. They handed the microphones, recorders, and mobile phones with recording functions turned on to Lee Yuxin's mouth, and then asked their own questions one after another. Because it was too noisy, Lee Yuxin didn't hear a word clearly. He waited until all the people finished speaking, and then said, "What did you say just now?" A group of reporters resisted rolling their eyes, and then looked at each other, and finally selected a representative with their eyes. He asked Lee Yuxin, "We actually want to ask you, Lee, are you really going back to the national team?" The two sides have already negotiated about Lee Yuxin's return to the England national team, and it is not something that needs to be kept secret, so Lee Yuxin nodded very crisply, "Yes, I'm going to the national team." "What's wrong?" he asked back. But no one answered him. All the reporters looked at each other, their eyes were full of ecstasy. Long live it's true that Lee Yuxin is going back to the national team. A group of reporters hugged and cheered in front of Lee Yuxin, completely ignoring Lee Yuxin in the car. Lee Yuxin stared at these reporters in amazement. While these reporters were happy, they had not forgotten their duties. They did not plan to continue celebrating here, but to report the news back to the headquarters as soon as possible. So after a brief cheer, these reporters scattered like leaves, blown away without a trace by the wind. When these reporters left one after another, Lee Yuxin had not yet come to his senses. He stared at the empty road in a daze. What happened to these people? The newspaper has a special editor waiting. After receiving the information sent back by the reporters, he will immediately edit and typeset the information, rush to produce the film before the early morning, and then send it to the printing factory to ensure that everyone can get a good night's sleep and buy freshly baked newspapers at newsstands and subway stations when they go to work in the morning, and learn about the latest news about Lee Yuxin's participation in the England national team. And the online media has exploded. The world is shocked. The entire international football world was shocked by the news of Lee Yuxin, and countless bigwigs have expressed their opinions. The World Cup has once again proved their supreme glory. We still have to go to the World Cup. Chapter 184 Report and World Cup Opening. It should be a few days later. Now the England national team has started to gather, but Coach Ericsson gave me 5 days off. I only need to go to London on June 1st to join the national team. Lee Yuxin replied. This time Arsenal has 6 players participating in the World Cup: England's Lee Yuxin, Campbell, Ashley Cole, France's Henry, Arsenal's Lehmann, the Netherlands' Robin van Persie, Spain's Fabregas. These players have performed very well this season, and the head coach of the national team will naturally not ignore them. Then we will be opponents. But fortunately, England and Spain are not in the same group. Your group is very strong, Fabregas said with some emotion. Lee Yuxin nodded. Now the World Cup draw has come out. Trinidad and Tobago, Sweden, Paraguay, these 3 opponents are weak except Sweden. The most important thing is that Lee Yuxin is not afraid of any opponent now, but in the England national team, he may not be able to get as much support in space as in Arsenal. Lee Yuxin has now felt more and more that although he can be an ordinary player to charge, he can only play his full strength if he gets the support of the whole team and makes the whole team play around him. But in England, he is now in a more embarrassing position. On the one hand, his achievements have made everyone look at him sideways. On the other hand, the older generation has Beckham, the idol is Owen, and there are Gerrard and Lampard, who are not much worse than him in fame and performance. Moreover, they are all veteran internationals and have been promoted from the England youth team. In addition to the World Cup, the World Youth Championship and the European Youth Championship, they have not missed anything. This makes Lee Yuxin, who has only national team experience, easily ignored. Lee Yuxin himself has thought about this. The trend of seniority in English football is quite serious, but this is not a problem he can solve. He can only go with the flow. After being turned down by Kelly, Lee Yuxin could only report to the national team in frustration. Keegan received him warmly, first asking about his current physical condition, and then congratulating him on becoming the first English player in 20 years to win the Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons, and the first English player in history to win the Champions League in 2 different clubs. I'm in good physical condition, and I also hope to contribute to the national team's performance. Lee Yuxin replied. Eriksson agreed with a smile, but in his heart he was thinking, this kid is getting better and better, but his position problem is really a headache. To be fair, Keegan is not a very stingy coach. Although he had some unpleasantness with Lee Yuxin before, he would not deliberately not use Lee Yuxin because of this, but Lee Yuxin's position really gave Keegan a headache. Almost all coaches agree on the position that is most suitable for Lee Yuxin, which is to ambush behind the striker to connect the midfield and front court, and hold the ball a lot to coordinate the offense of the entire team. As long as the cooperation between his teammates and him is good enough, he can make the offense of the entire team go up a level, and of course the striker is no problem. Although 2 strikers can be placed in front of him, it is most appropriate to put 1 striker, so that Lee Yuxin's ability to come from behind and his excellent scoring ability can be brought into play, and at the same time, he does not need to participate in defense. With only 2 strikers, the defense of the midfield will be better. In fact, the current English midfield can do this. McManaman moves to the left, Beckham is on the right, and Scholes and Ince are partners in the middle. This midfielder can ensure defense and let Lee Yuxin organize the offense in the front court. The midfielder behind him is more defensive and inserts on the 2 wings. This midfielder of England is not worse than the midfield of Valencia in terms of defense and running ability, and it seems to be similar in type. However, in this way, there can only be 1 striker besides Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin is not counted. This time Keegan brought 4 strikers to the Netherlands. Owen, the future hope of England's forward line who made a big splash in the World Cup, Heskey, a centre forward with immeasurable tactical benefits, Vassell, Fowler, Rooney. If Lee Yuxin occupies a main position, who will be the other forward? Even if Keegan can do without Heskey and Vassell, Keegan has to use Owen, Lee Yuxin and Rooney. These 2 people are the best forwards in England in the past 2 generations. When being the head coach of the England national team, you have to consider more than just the game. So, Lee Yuxin can only go to the front line. Arriving in Germany, England faced Paraguay in the first match under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Goalkeeper Seaman, defenders Ashley Cole, Ferdinand Campbell, Mills, Gary Neville, midfielders Scholes, Bart Sinclair, Beckham, forwards Lee Yuxin and Owen. Paraguay starting lineup, 4-4-2. 1 Villar, 8 feet, 22 Bobadilla. 3 Toledo, 82 feet, 2 J. Nunez, 4 Gamera, 5 Caceres, 21 Caniza. 10 Acuna, 13 Paredes, 16 Christian, 6 Bonnet, 68 feet, 23 Cuevas. 9 Santa Cruz, 18 Valdez. England got off to a perfect start. In the 3rd minute, Toledo fouled Joe Cole in the backcourt, Beckham made a free kick from the left, and the German commentator Marcel Reif was explaining the corner kick on Lee Yuxin's TV. Then his voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. Wrong, in his eyes, Lee Yuxin jumped high. The timing of the jump was a little early, but it didn't matter. Less than a second later, the football flew over, and Lee Yuxin was still in the air. He was still at a height where he could head the ball, so he exclaimed. Along with his exclamation, Lee Yuxin twisted his waist and shook his head, and headed the football hard. Heading the goal. Lee Yuxin rushed to the road from the back point and then jumped and swung the football to the back point of the goal. Although the goalkeeper Viller, who was standing in front of the road, made a save, the distance from the ball was too far, and he didn't expect that it was Lee Yuxin's header, which made his reaction slower than normal. Just like that, he hurriedly dived to the side and turned his head to see that the football had hit the net. The ball went in. The ball went in? He was in the air and widened his eyes, looking at the football spinning in the net in disbelief. Wrong, everyone screamed loudly again. Heading the ball, trying to head it towards the Paraguayan goal from 8 yards in front of the goal in the middle, Viller pounced on the ball but could not stop it from entering the net. England 1-0. In the 5th minute, Paraguayan goalkeeper Viller was injured when he attacked and was replaced by Bobadilla. In the 9th minute, Gamer made a mistake in his header back pass under Owen's pressure, and England won the first corner kick, but Lee Yuxin headed in another goal. In the 10th minute, Beckham's left corner kick was cleared, and Gerrard's right-footed volley from 24 yards on the right was deflected. In the 11th minute, Gerrard made a beautiful straight pass, and Owen's weak shot from the left side of the penalty area was confiscated by Bobadilla. In the 12th minute, Bobadilla held the ball for more than 6 seconds, and England won an indirect free kick on the edge of the middle of the penalty area. Beckham flicked it, and Lampard's shot from 16 yards was blocked by the wall. He continued to follow up with a left-footed volley that went high. In the 18th minute, Bobadilla kicked the ball and Terry made a mistake in stopping the ball. Fortunately, Ferdinand cleared the ball in time. Paredes' shot from 25 yards in the middle was off target. In the 19th minute, Christian's shot from 25 yards in the middle was confiscated by Robinson, and Gerrard was given a yellow card for a tackle. In the 22nd minute, Valdez tripped Beckham from behind and was given a yellow card. In the 23rd minute, Lampard and Crouch played a wall kick, and Chelsea's midfielder's shot from 25 yards was confiscated by Bobadilla. In the 25th minute, Beckham passed a ball to Lee Yuxin, who was running and swung his right foot to meet the falling ball, and directly volleyed the ball out. The ball immediately changed its line and flew out horizontally, and before Bea rushed over, it had already hit the net behind him heavily. Goal. Lee. His first World Series hat. Volley in the penalty area. So beautiful. England took a 2-goal lead in the 25th minute. They didn't have much of an advantage before, but at this time, their experience and ability to counterattack played an important role. This was a dream start. Lineker shouted excitedly to Lee Yuxin. This future superstar contributed the first hat trick for England. Less than 30 minutes after the start, they were leading by 3 goals. This was a dream start, especially in such a big game. Getting such a start almost meant that they could win in the end. In the eyes of the English players, the victory of this game was almost in their hands. Falling behind by 3 goals so quickly would be a huge blow to the psychology of the Paraguayan players. As long as they seized the opportunity to suppress their opponents, they would be able to win in the end. It must be said that falling behind by 3 goals so quickly did cause great psychological fluctuations for the Paraguayan players. It was not over yet. In the 41st minute, Lee Yuxin remained calm enough at the most tense moment. He cut the football with the outside of his foot. The football was cut into an arc by him and flew to the far corner of the goal. The defender did not shovel the ball, and the goalkeeper's hand did not touch the football. The football kicked by Rongguang drew a very obvious arc in the penalty area of Real Madrid, bypassing all obstacles, and then stuck to the far post and drilled into the goal. 4 goals in one game, and in the second half, Gerrard and Beckham each scored a goal. England 6-0 Paraguay. Chapter 185 Harvest of the second game. With England's performance in the first group match, Lee Yuxin, the youngest 4-goal creator in the history of the World Cup, has become extremely popular in the world for a while. Even many famous players have said in public, "I am a die-hard fan of Lee Yuxin." When Beckenbauer and Blatter saw such reports, they were delighted and looked at each other. They saw the expectations in each other's eyes, and they also understood that everything they did was indeed valuable. Seeing the voices getting louder and louder, even affecting the global situation, they all understood that they could not give up such a player, not only because he is the best of this era and is naturally compatible with the World Cup football feast, but more importantly, his value is too great. Benefits are always the best stepping stone, and the initial efforts are worth it. A Lee Yuxin whirlwind is now blowing all over the world. Lee, I'm happy to tell you that Nike has decided to extend your contract and increase the sponsorship amount. And after your World Cup, Nike will send a special team to design a new pair of boots for you named after your nickname Nobleman. With Lee Yuxin's hot performance, the happiest person, apart from Lee Yuxin himself, his fiancée, his cheap father Li Yugang and others, is his agent Jorge Mendes. Mendes has seen that the endless money will soon become the banknotes in his hands. Nike officials also took advantage of the short off-season of the German World Cup to renew the contract with Lee Yuxin and increase the sponsorship amount. Now Nike will give Lee Yuxin more than £1.5 million a year. Moreover, after the World Cup, Lee Yuxin will shoot the first advertisement of his advertising career for Nike. Nike's executives are not fools. Now that Lee Yuxin is so popular, it would be a waste if they don't make good use of it for publicity. Now Nike feels that it was really wise. Fortunately, it defeated Adidas, its old rival, and won Lee Yuxin. Otherwise, Nike would have lost another future superstar. Nike was sighing at its wisdom, and many sponsors came to the door at this time. With Mendes checking for him, Lee Yuxin naturally didn't have to worry about receiving any strange endorsement contracts. His current task was to rest at ease and wait for the start of the second game. In the second group match, England will face Trinidad and Tobago. Facing this opponent, England is also very relaxed. So, Ericsson and his coaching team also took advantage of the rest day to give the players a holiday. Lee, do you like Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Just when Lee Yuxin was about to go shopping and relax with his teammates, Mendes called quickly. "Oh, whose endorsement fee is higher?" Lee Yuxin asked a very shameless question. Mendes also smiled. "The price they offer is the same, £850,000 a year. Otherwise why would I ask you? I will definitely choose the one with the higher endorsement fee." Damn, it turns out that Mendes is even more shameless than me. Coca-Cola. Pepsi is too sweet, and there are too many Pepsi superstars. Lee Yuxin remembered that there were a lot of Pepsi superstars in his previous life. Just what I want. Coca-Cola is still a classic for many nostalgic people. And there are so many Pepsi superstars, why should we go to get together with them? Besides, your fame will grow in the future, and Coca-Cola will definitely face the poaching of Pepsi. At that time, the endorsement fee will increase. Mendes said shamelessly. "Okay, you go and do it, Mendes, the old rules, leave the game to me." Before Lee Yuxin finished speaking, the other end of the phone said, "I'll take care of you off court." Mendes and Lee Yuxin's tacit understanding is indeed getting better and better now. Coca-Cola, Nike. Phew, although the endorsement fee he gets now is far less than that of top stars like Beckham and Ronaldo, but with an additional income of more than £2 million, why not? Coca-Cola, Nike. This is just a start. In the future, Lee Yuxin believes that more well-known brands and companies will find him as an endorsement, and then money will flow into his pocket continuously. How can he be worthy of himself if he doesn't make some benefits? However, Lee Yuxin does feel tired, but for the promise to Beckenbauer, he has no choice. The second game started as scheduled. England, 4-4-2, number 1 Robinson, number 15 Carragher, 58 feet 19 Lennon, number 5 Rio Ferdinand, number 6 Terry, number 3 Ashley Cole, number 7 Beckham, number 8 Lampard, number 4 Gerrard, number 11 Joe Cole, 75 feet 20 Downing, number 10 Owen, 58 feet 9 Rooney, number 21 Lee Yuxin Trinidad and Tobago, 5-4-1, number 1 Hislop, number 11 Edwards, number 6 Lawrence, number 5 Sancho, number 8 Gray, number 18 Theobald, number 15 Jones, 70 feet 13 Glenn, number 19 York, number 9 Whitley, number 7 Burkle, number 14 S. John. In the third minute, England made a long diagonal pass to the right side of the front court. Lennon headed the ball back. Beckham, who played 55 times with a captain's armband, got the ball near the sideline and passed it to the left side of the penalty area with his right foot. Lee Yuxin jumped up and resisted Sancho's defense and headed the ball to the middle to break the deadlock. This was also Lee Yuxin's fifth goal in the second national team game. "Oh, Lee," all the commentators praised Edwards, who had been at the back point. When he saw the ball flying, he kept retreating and almost retreated to the bottom line. He planned to use his body to protect the ball. According to his judgment, he felt that the ball would most likely fly directly out of the bottom line. But at this moment, he suddenly found that goalkeeper Hislop was abnormal. He glanced and saw Hislop pointing to the space behind him and shouting, "Be careful, behind." Before he finished speaking, he already felt a gust of wind behind him. At that moment, he thought about who brought this wind. He didn't even look back, and hurriedly jumped up, intending to head the ball out first. But he didn't quite understand why Hislop looked so frightened. What did he see that made him so frightened? It was just Li Yuxin's sneak attack from behind. What was there to be so scared of? It wasn't until he looked up and jumped up that he knew why. Why was Hislop so frightened? Because he saw that Li Yuxin's entire body was above him. Yes, that's right, his entire body. He saw Li Yuxin's chin, Li Yuxin's neck, Li Yuxin's chest, Li Yuxin's upper body, and Li Yuxin's thighs. Except for the part below Li Yuxin's knees, everything else appeared in his field of vision. He was stunned and had forgotten what he was going to do. He didn't even jump up, because a fighter plane was flying over his head. Incredible, incredible. This ball reminded me of the opening match of the 1990 World Cup, Cameroon vs. Argentina, when Cameroonian player Amon Beek jumped high and headed the ball into the goal of the defending champion. He jumped almost as high as the crossbar, and today Lee jumped higher than the crossbar. It's incredible. Martin Taylor is an English commentator. In front of such a great performance by Li Yuxin, he had to be convinced. This goal is a reflection of his superb physical fitness, but this is not an excuse. Physical fitness is also a reflection of strength. Li is really great. It was wrong for them to think that he was completely dependent on others. Alan Hansen also cheered for Li Yuxin. This may be the highest header in the history of the World Cup. Chinese commentator Wang Jiangxiang was very excited. In front of the flying Li Yuxin, the defender of Trinidad and Tobago was like a dwarf. England is now 1 goal ahead. They have great hope. Before this game, the continuous rain made everyone think that Manchester United would win, but now, Wrong has become the protagonist again. He told us that no matter what the venue and weather are, they can't stop him from scoring goals. Think about it, this young man is amazing. I have seen the most amazing player. Marcel Leif also admired Li Yuxin. Shuashu in front of the TV rolled his eyes and didn't think Li Yuxin was amazing at all. You know, when Li Yuxin fell to the ground, she screamed in front of the TV directly. This kind of thing has never happened before. But she didn't think about why she was like this at all. All her thoughts were on Li Yuxin. She was worried that Li Yuxin's head had been hit. When Li Yuxin lay on the ground motionless, she thought a lot, even whether Li Yuxin would retire because of this. But soon Li Yuxin got up from the ground, jumping up and down, and didn't look like he had fallen from such a high place at all. This bastard, he only knows how to make people worry, and he doesn't make people worry at all. She cursed in her heart. But at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. After the deadlock was broken, England maintained its offensive momentum. In the 19th minute, Lennon knocked the ball back near the right sideline, Beckham received the ball and made a low pass, Gerrard pulled the ball and turned around, and after a right foot tap on the right side of the front court to create an angle, he volleyed the ball with his left foot from 23 meters away, and the ball flew directly into the upper left corner of the goal. Then Li Yuxin also shot a world wave. In the end, with Li Yuxin's hat-trick and goals from Beckham, Gerrard, and Rooney, England beat Trinidad and Tobago 6-0. However, a piece of news after the game made the English fans go from happy to sad. While other teams were celebrating as if they had won the lottery. Chapter 186 ending a new season. The England national team announced that Li Yuxin would not be able to participate in the next game due to a muscle strain. The team doctor confirmed that he would miss 2 months of competition, which caused an uproar in public opinion. 3 months later, Spain, Majorca Islands, Zanghang, Chengtong, Zhaozhou and other 36 seeds, this group of little guys, are training under the supervision of Fengshuo, another beach. The beach is crowded with tourists, especially those girls wearing 3-point bikinis, strolling on the beach, playing in the sea, and some parts of their bodies swaying with their movements, which is quite eye-catching. Li Yuxin sat on the beach, his eyes fell on the distance, the sea breeze blew on his face, and he was in a heavy mood at the moment. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" A glass of guarana juice appeared in front of him. Li Yuxin calmly withdrew his eyes from those lively bikini girls and took the juice. "Nothing," he said calmly, then lowered his head and held the straw, gulping down the juice. The World Cup, after all, has not changed much. Except for becoming the Golden Boot, nothing has changed. But for Arsenal, it was a great joy and great sorrow. Henry left, Ashley Cole left. Pires. Henry. 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 Just when Lee Yuxin was melancholy, the Camp Nou stadium began to shout Henry's name. On the day when Henry officially joined Barcelona, more than 30,000 fans welcomed Henry at the Camp Nou stadium. It reached 35,000 people. This is the treatment of a top superstar. 2006 was Henry's peak moment. He led Arsenal to win the Champions League, scored 3 goals in the World Arena, and created a penalty kick to defeat Portugal. Such achievements have made Henry's current voice for the Footballer of the Year very high, and Barcelona fans also welcome Henry's arrival very much. Arsenal also received enough transfer fees for selling Henry. The transfer fee is €37 million, plus some subsequent terms can reach about €46 million. Of course, compared with Henry's current status in European football, this transfer fee is not high at all. But Arsenal has always been like this, and the transfer fees of the players sold by Arsenal are not amazing. Including the top defensive midfielder Vieira, who was sold last year, he was only sold for €20 million. If it were other clubs, they would be embarrassed to show off if they didn't sell him for €40 million. And Ashley Cole is gone. Chelsea got Ashley Cole at the cost of £6.5 million plus galas. The departure of a large number of veterans makes Arsenal's new season full of crises. Historically, due to the financial pressure brought by the newly built Emirates Stadium, Arsenal had to introduce more young and high-potential teenagers instead of high-priced famous players. Although the team reached the Champions League final in the 2005-2006 season and Fabregas successfully took over, not every position has a story like Fabregas and Vieira. According to Wenger's philosophy, he wants to find a group of good players from the age of 17 or 18, play together in a system until the age of 23 or 24, and integrate into a strong team, but not every player can wait until the players around him mature. For example, Diaby, Denson and Song around Fabregas are still unable to stand on their own, which makes him isolated and helpless. With the strong rise of Chelsea and Manchester City, Ferguson regained his glory. The Professor's team increasingly lacked the ability to compete for the league championship and became a top 4 team. Manchester United's several wonderful operations in the transfer market reshaped the team's glory. In early 2006, Manchester United successively won Vidic and Evra at low prices. Both of them played for the team until Moyes' time and made countless contributions. With a 35-year-old Van der Sar joining the team, Ferguson rebuilt a very combative team. With Scholes and Giggs in charge, Ronaldo and Rooney quickly matured. Manchester United finally saw the light of day. While winning the Premier League 3 consecutive times, Sir Alex Ferguson also fulfilled his dream of winning the Champions League for the 2nd time. Mourinho will leave Chelsea this season. In the 6 years since Mourinho left, Chelsea has welcomed 7 different coaches on the bench. During this period, Chelsea only won 1 Premier League title, while Ferguson won 4. Although the team has experienced frequent changes of coaches, they finally realized their dream of winning the Champions League in the Allianz in 2012. Garcia's ghost ball, Terry's slip, and Iniesta's lure, these painful memories that broke the hearts of the old boys finally flowed out calmly at the moment when Drogba scored a penalty kick. With a big year cup in hand, Chelsea, which Abramovich has invested in for many years, finally entered the ranks of European giants. Benitez led the team to win the Europa League in 2013, making Chelsea the first team in England to win the 3 major cups. In the summer of winning the Champions League, Liverpool did not expand its army, but only signed Zenden and Crouch. With the team's investment not being very large, it is not easy to overturn Chelsea and Manchester United in the fiercely competitive Premier League. Benitez led the team to 3rd place in the league in both the 2006 and 2007 seasons, and eliminated Mourinho twice in the Champions League. In 2007, Mascherano and Torres arrived successively, greatly enhancing the team's strength. The combination of Gerrard and Torres once made it difficult for Premier League teams to resist. The team was very close to the Premier League title in the 2008-2009 season, but eventually finished behind Manchester United. The departure of Xabi Alonso in the summer of 2009 had a great impact on Liverpool, and the team failed to qualify for the group stage of the Champions League in the following season. In the summer of 2010, Mascherano moved to Barcelona, and the Reds' enviable midfield trio fell apart. Torres left in early 2011, and Carroll and Suarez arrived, and Liverpool set sail again. And this season, Few people were optimistic about Manchester United winning the championship before the season, but this season the Red Devils led the way. Except for the fifth-round loss to Arsenal, the team ranked second, and the fifth-round draw with Reading, the team fell to the third place, the lowest in the season. In the remaining 36 rounds, Manchester United occupied the top spot. Moreover, Manchester United's longest winless streak was limited to 2 games, and the losses were all small losses of 1 goal, and they never lost by 2 goals or more, proving the stability of the team. In terms of the viewing experience of the game, Manchester United's ground-coordinated offensive football was even praised by Cruyff as the team that is most like the Dutch all-out attack and defense team in recent years. This is enough to prove that this is a season in which Manchester United has overwhelmingly defeated Chelsea. Even more neutral fans, teams, players and coaches hope that Manchester United will win the championship. In fact, although Manchester United only introduced 2 players, Carrick and Yuxin, it is very inconspicuous compared to Chelsea's big-name acquisitions. But this is precisely Ferguson's advantage. His main lineup has been running in for 2 or 3 seasons, so it can play such a smooth organization and cooperation this season. Even Vidic and Evra, who joined last year, have been tempered in the second half of last season and integrated into the team. Most of Manchester United's players were not too tired in last year's World Cup in Germany. Ronaldo, who went the furthest, is very young, and Rooney did not play much because of injury. This allowed the main players to avoid the World Cup sequelae of Henry and Ballack, which is also a rare advantage among the Giants. And luck is also on Manchester United's side. The Red Devils suffered almost no injuries in the first half of the season, which happened to be the biggest problem Manchester United encountered in the past 2 seasons. On the contrary, Chelsea suffered a setback and became the Manchester United of the previous 2 years. Chelsea had problems before the start of this season. After other teams had played 4 or 5 games in intensive preparation, Chelsea began to concentrate in the United States. In addition, there was a storm like Gala's late arrival, which further affected the training. Their signings also had problems. Although they were superstars, they were in the wrong positions. Ballack was the midfielder Chelsea least needed. It was right to buy a striker like Shevchenko, but the problem was that he was not the one Mourinho wanted. On the contrary, Ashley Cole, who had already taken Bridges' left-back position, was sold. The facts of the season proved that Ballack and Shiva forced Mourinho to spend more time to find new tactics. And Galaz's departure left the Blues without a central defender during the Christmas when Terry was injured. When the results were not ideal, the owner Abramovich also intervened. It was impossible to say that the rumors of his discord with Mourinho would not affect the team. Coupled with Mourinho's rebelliousness and occasional outbursts, Chelsea made itself chaotic, and with bad luck such as Sek's serious injury, Terry's injury and repeated hits on the post, Chelsea's loss to Manchester United was not unfair. This season coincides with Ferguson's 20th year as Manchester United coach. In the past, except for 1 League Cup, Ferguson has never overwhelmed Mourinho in major events. In the Champions League and the Premier League, Manchester United was suppressed by Mourinho's Porto or Chelsea. However, this season Ferguson showed that he is more experienced than Mourinho. So far, Mourinho has not won the league championship when he is behind. His championships have all established advantages from the beginning, but this season Ferguson did not give him this opportunity. Ferguson has been ahead of Mourinho since the beginning of the signings, although most fans believe that Chelsea's summer signings were more successful. But Ferguson got Carrick, the defensive midfielder he needed, and he spent a lot of effort to keep Ronaldo and resolve his contradiction with Rooney. Later, Ronaldo's performance proved that Ferguson's move was the key to success. Ronaldo scored 17 league goals and 13 assists. But Mourinho didn't want Ballack and Shiva. In the winter transfer, when Mourinho complained that the players he wanted couldn't come, Ferguson got Larsson without spending a penny to solve the problem of lack of strikers. In fact, although Manchester United has few players, Ferguson uses rotation more than Mourinho. Since the beginning of the season, Sir Alex Ferguson has been letting veterans such as Giggs and Scholes take turns to rest. When the media questioned their age, and when the schedule was intensive at the end of the season, Manchester United's veterans and marginal players all performed well. On the contrary, Mourinho complained too much about his injuries, and refused to use young people such as Michael and Kalou at the beginning of the season, leaving hidden dangers. For Arsenal, the league championship is full of difficulties. American owner Kroenke will take over in the future, and now Jerome Anderson lost heavyweight players such as Vieira, Henry, and Bergkamp in Arsenal, plus David Dunn is currently fighting with the Arsenal board of directors, so there are constant disputes within Arsenal. It is a turbulent time for Arsenal. But my promise TA is still there. Even if there is no league championship, there should be no problem with the cup competition. I don't want to follow other people's ideas, so speed up the pace. Chapter 187 Unfortunate Start. I don't know what curse Arsenal has suffered. They lost in the European Super Cup and the Community Shield, and Lee Yuxin also performed poorly. What happened to Arsenal? Arsenal continues to pay tuition for their young players. The Gunners led by Wenger had a bad start this season. After letting go of Vieira, Pires, Campbell, Henry and other former absolute main players, Arsenal has now entered a transition period, but it will take more than 1 or 2 seasons to make young players mature from immaturity. In the first round of the Premier League, Arsenal faced the weak team Villa away. They were tied 1-1. It was also a cross that Kolo Touré took a risk and didn't get the ball, allowing Villa to pick up a big advantage. If it weren't for the free kick created by Lee Yuxin at the last moment, Arsenal would have been defeated at home. Arsenal played very hard in this first round, which was completely different from the beginning of last season. Manchester United defeated Fulham 5-1, and Chelsea also won 2-0. The second round opponent was the old enemy Wigan. Lee Yuxin, wearing the captain's armband, was the first to appear. At the beginning of the game, Wigan only tried to test Arsenal in the opening stage. After 2 crosses were resolved by Lehmann, Sunderland's attack disappeared directly. When the 3-pronged attack in the opening stage did not work, Wigan quickly retreated. Defense. Defense is not shameful. Speaking of the beginning of the Premier League, everyone still encouraged defense. Graham's Arsenal played too ugly, and even Arsenal fans booed Graham. In fact, there were many teams in the Premier League that play defensive counterattacks. There were even teams that play defensive retreat, but such teams have been criticized by many fans. Even their own team would not like such a team. However, the one who broke this window was Mourinho, the current head coach of Chelsea. Chelsea, the upstarts, and the arrogant Mourinho, their combination became an alternative in European football and also an alternative in English football. But their combination is a match made in heaven. Their combination is definitely the most perfect cooperation in Chelsea's history that deserves a close-up. At that time, Mourinho used defensive counterattacks to win 2 Premier League titles. He also defeated countless giants in European football. No matter how ugly the game was, Mourinho had a way to mobilize the emotions of the fans. He had a way to make the fans cheer for the team. Mourinho is awesome. He brought a lot of alternative things to the Premier League. He told everyone how to defend. I can win the championship with my defense, and I can win the victory with my defense. I can also get the love and cheers of the fans with my defense. After that, many teams began to imitate Mourinho. It is not shameful to defend against a strong team. Wigan came to Arsenal's home court. Even if they couldn't get 3 points, taking 1 point would be a good result. Therefore, Sunderland's play in this game was very pragmatic. When the tentative attack on Arsenal failed, they immediately retreated to their own half. Then Arsenal besieged the opponent. Wigan, who parked the bus throughout the game, really made Lee Yuxin want to vomit blood. Damn, they dared to attack last season, but this season they parked the bus directly. So Lee thought about it, and then stepped forward to grab Adebayor. He said, when Santiago has the ball, we should run more and change positions. Also create some passing opportunities for him. After that, Lee ran to Haleb. Adebayor was stunned at first. Adebayor didn't like Lee Yuxin very much, because he thought Lee Yuxin was too prominent. Adebayor has always been cold to Lee. So Adebayor was quite surprised that Lee grabbed him and talked to him just now. And soon Adebayor got angry, because when Lee talked to him, it felt like he was giving orders. You are not the head coach, why do you order me? But Adebayor was angry, but he couldn't say no. After all, he was not a fool and knew Lee Yuxin's status in Arsenal. Who made Lee Yuxin the crown prince of Arsenal? He is a player from Arsenal's youth training camp, and is highly expected by Wenger and even the entire Arsenal. And not only Arsenal, but the entire English football world is praising Lee Yuxin. Although he is very young, in the hearts of Arsenal fans, Wilshere is the next Arsenal king. Adebayor will not offend such a player. Period. Lee Yuxin does not understand what Adebayor thinks. Because Lee has come to Haleb's side, pulling him and saying, Alexander, I will let Adebayor run to the left and I will go to the middle. Let's see how it works then. There are not many people in the entire Arsenal locker room who can speak Russian fluently, and Lee is one of them. So after Hleb came to Arsenal, it was natural for him to mix with Lee. This is inevitable. After all, Hleb has just been in London for a season, and his relationship with Arsenal players is average, and everyone speaks different languages. At this time, if there is someone who can communicate with you fluently, you will definitely have a good relationship with him. Hleb nodded. He understood what Lee meant. Arsenal has been besieging Sunderland for 30 minutes, but still can't find a good way to score. The only good chance was Hleb's long shot in the 12th minute, which created some threats. Diaby passed the ball to Hleb. Hleb performed very well in this game. Hleb accelerated and ran past Larsson. Hleb passed the ball. Lee received the ball. Hleb passed the ball to Lee while running, and Lee was just walking towards the middle. After receiving the ball, Lee gently passed the ball again. It was a very simple cooperation. This kind of cooperation is the simplest in Arsenal, or it can be said that this kind of cooperation is the simplest and most practical among the strong teams in European football. Although Lee and Hleb have only practiced together for a short time, both of them are very strong players. Some things do not need to be practiced together, and they can also have tacit understanding. Just like this 2-on-1. When Hleb passed the ball, Lee already understood what Hleb meant. Therefore, the moment he received the ball, he passed the ball back. The two people easily passed a Sunderland midfielder. After handing the ball back to Hleb, Lee suddenly turned around and ran towards the middle penalty area. Seeing Lee running towards the penalty area, Adebayor suddenly looked for an empty space on the left. Involuntarily, Adebayor saw Lee Yuxin running towards the middle, and he actually ran towards the left involuntarily. Adebayor was a little annoyed while running, wondering why he listened to Lee so much. However, Adebayor's running immediately took away the central defender Kjell who was defending him. It was because Arsenal's pass was very good, and Kjell was afraid that Adebayor would receive the ball on the left. Lee ran directly to the position where Adebayor had just been. Hleb, pass. This pass is very good, it just came to Lee. Lee, O'Shea is following Lee. Hleb's pass is really good. After seeing Lee's running route, Hleb found the best passing route. The ball was passed into Lee's running route. This is a moment of running and passing. Simple pass and cut cooperation. But it was precisely because of the lightning that Wigan, which has always been good at organizing defense, failed to discover it. Of course, another reason is that Hleb's skills are too good. Several Sunderland defensive midfielders were defending Fabregas to prevent him from breaking through. And it was too unexpected for Lee Yuxin to break into the penalty area. In addition, Lee Yuxin's speed was too fast, so there was such a loophole for a moment. This is the running in the front court. The offensive players in the front court need to keep running and changing positions to give the midfielders space and opportunities to pass the ball. Lee and Adebayor's simple running allowed Hleb to seize the opportunity. O'Shea still reacted the fastest. Before Lee got the ball, he immediately stepped forward to block the front and blocked Lee's shooting route. Lee Yuxin was going to shoot directly. But he found that O'Shea had already flown over, so the shot could easily be blocked by O'Shea. Therefore, Lee stopped his body in an instant. Then he immediately dribbled the ball with his right foot. This action looks simple, but it is very difficult to do. Especially Lee Yuxin's speed is relatively fast, and it is even easy to get injured if he wants to stop his body. Fortunately, Lee Yuxin has strong explosive power, and quick stop and quick turn are also common exercises. But O'Shea is not so easy. He was desperate to block Lee's shot, so he didn't consider those things at all. When Lee stopped and turned suddenly, O'Shea also wanted to stop suddenly, but he couldn't stop his body. O'Shea is old, and he can't stop and turn suddenly like when he was young. Lee dunked the ball back, but O'Shea had thrown it aside because of too much force. Lee dunked the ball and completely past O'Shea. There was only the goalkeeper in front of Lee. After Lee stopped the ball, he looked up at the position of the goalkeeper. Although it was in the penalty area and many defensive players were coming, Lee did not shoot in a hurry. On the contrary, he observed the position of the goalkeeper very calmly before shooting with his left foot. Lee, shoot. Goal. Lee. This is the key goal he scored at the critical moment. Senk shouted loudly. Mortensen and Adams also admitted that Lee Yuxin began to show his superstar style in the overall downturn. Arsenal won the first victory without any danger. But Lee Yuxin has already felt the great chill of the new season. It will be difficult for Arsenal to play this season. Back home, Lee Yuxin was thinking in the room again, and Yang Guiyang brought another cup of hot milk. Brother, you put too much pressure on yourself. Football is 11 people, not one person, even if you are the captain. Chapter 188 Thinking and Enlightenment. Brother, let me tell you a story. After saying that, without waiting for Lee Yuxin's consent, he continued, in the hometown of Beck, a German student, there is a Prussian warrior who is extremely powerful and has outstanding swordsmanship. He is an upright and brave knight who protects a beautiful village. He resists the wild beasts that harm the mountain village. Under his protection, the village is peaceful and happy, and the people live a carefree life. However, the actions of this knight angered a wizard in the mountains, who cast a spell to drive the wild beasts in the mountains to attack the village. The knight rose up to resist. He kept fighting around the village and blocked wave after wave of attacking beasts. But he was alone and could not stop the beasts attacking from 4 directions. Gradually, he was attacked by the beasts into the village. Because the people in the village had been accustomed to comfortable life under the protection of the knights for many years, facing the attacks of these wild beasts, countless people were killed and injured. The knight could only rescue people everywhere, but his physical strength was limited after all. Finally, he collapsed on the road to rescue. Without the protection of the knight, the wild beasts finally rushed into the village. The terrified people fled for their lives. Some stood up to resist, but they didn't know how to fight the wild beasts, and finally died in the mouth of the wild beasts. Gradually, people found that only the knight's side was safe, and those villagers ran to the knight for protection. The knight began to teach these people how to fight the wild beasts, and gradually more and more people gathered. The wild beasts could not do anything to these people. When the whole village knew how to deal with the wild beasts under the guidance of this knight, he led the others to kill them. The wild beasts were finally blocked outside the village and could no longer attack the village. The evil wizard knew that now the whole village had become warriors, and he no longer dared to drive the wild beasts to the village, because he was afraid that the knight would bring the whole village to seek revenge on him. Yang Guiyang stopped talking. He stopped talking, looked at Lee Yuxin who was thinking, and said, "You have a good rest. I will see you later." After saying that, he left the room. Lee Yuxin didn't say anything. Her mind was full of the knight. Lee Yuxin understood that Yang Guiyang was using this Prussian story to explain a truth to her. Gradually, Lee Yuxin realized that she was the knight. A knight who only knew his bravery. How could he save the world alone? The only way is to gather everyone's strength. Before learning to eliminate wild beasts, sacrifice is inevitable. One thing leads to another. Lee Yuxin's heart knot was untied. What she had been thinking about these days was what to do next. She had all kinds of ideas in her mind, but she didn't have a clue. It was so chaotic that she had no way to sort it out. After Yang Guiyang said this, Lee Yuxin had let go of his thoughts, but there was still no good way. When he got out of bed and found Yang Guiyang just said, "Brother, my teacher said that there are many patients in the world, but I only have a pair of hands, and there are some diseases I can't cure, but I just look at the diseases I can cure, and I cure as many as I can every day. Because I'm not God." After saying this, he looked at Lee Yuxin and said, "You are not God either." Now Lee Yuxin really understood. Yes, he is not God. He is just doing his own job. He can do one thing at a time. He will do as much as he can within his ability. Why does he think of himself as a savior? Time travel does not necessarily mean changing history. It seems that it is all because of those time travel novels. Once you travel through time, you will either kill everyone or climb to the top of the championship and dominate the world. At the very least, you have to establish a dynasty. It seems that if you don't do this, you can't show that you are a time traveler. On the way to the training base the next day, the decadent mood on Lee Yuxin's body had disappeared. Except for his tired and sick face, there was a calm expression in his big eyes. He now completely understands that he can do as much as he can. As long as he does his best for Arsenal and this team, it will be enough. Because he is just an ordinary person, he is not God. Lee Yuxin did not go directly to the training ground, because Lee Yuxin already knew what to do now. That is to boost morale and gather everyone's strength, but he still had doubts, so he went directly to see Wenger. Looking at Wenger, who also arrived early, "Teacher, can we talk?" Lee Yuxin asked. Wenger shrugged. "Go to my office." Lee Yuxin shook his head. Let's go outside for a walk. No problem. Wenger put away the tickets. The two walked out of the training building and slowly strolled in the training area. The greening here is very good. After Wenger came, he wrapped the original fence with greening tape. You can't see those hard concrete walls, you can only see the vibrant vines, which is much more comfortable. The two walked side by side. Lee Yuxin didn't say anything, and Wenger didn't ask. He was waiting for the other to speak first. Teacher. Huh? The two walked about 300 or 400 meters before such a voice came out. Do you think I'm an unqualified captain? Lee Yuxin asked. Wenger smiled slightly. How could it be? From the time I saw you stand up for your teammates and fight with the opponent last season, I felt that you would be a qualified captain. Yes, qualified. Then, compared with Steven, John and others? Lee Yuxin stopped and asked seriously. Finns are rarely so serious. Off the court, he seems to be a person who is easy to laugh. What do you want to say? Wenger is not good at scolding a player in front of him for being not as good as another player. That would hurt the player's self-esteem. Lee Yuxin lowered his head and sighed. He did not answer, but looked at the grass being watered in the distance. The staff were preparing for the afternoon training under the scorching sun. I've never been the kind of person who walks ahead of others, and I'm not very good at talking. At this point, Lee Yuxin spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Sometimes I find it strange myself. Why did you choose me to take over as captain? The sunlight was a little dazzling. Wenger squinted his eyes, looking at Lee Yuxin in front of him. You don't seem to see your own strengths. When Lee Yuxin's attention came, Wenger smiled and said, yes, maybe you are quiet and don't talk much, but you have professional ethics. You are always diligent and passionate on the court. You have high tactical execution, steady and trustworthy. You are the type of player that all head coaches will appreciate. I chose you as captain for this reason. Lee Yuxin was somewhat excited after hearing this. After all, these were all from his head coach. But I really feel more and more that the captain's armband is a burden for me. Wenger was stunned and didn't know how to respond. When the team is in a bad situation, I don't know how to boost morale. When teammates have a quarrel with each other, I don't know how to resolve it. Even when new teammates come to the team, Cesc is the first to send them welcome text messages to make them feel the club's attention to them and the welcome of the locker room. And I always realize things too late, always feel guilty, always blame myself. The captain's armband may represent an honor to some people, but to some people, it represents responsibility, a sustenance, an expectation, and even pressure. Some people like to be captain because they feel that being a captain allows them to command their teammates and be awesome, and being the captain of a wealthy team represents an honor and a symbol of status, and the words they say carry weight. But some people don't like to be captain because they feel that when a captain wears an armband, it is equivalent to shouldering an extremely heavy responsibility, because from then on, you are no longer yourself, you also represent a team and the teammates behind you. With Liverpool's championship and the media's attention, more and more people are eyeing Liverpool, and as the team's captain, Hypia has also been questioned a lot recently, especially in the 2 games against Manchester United and Olympiacos. He performed poorly, while Fabregas performed well and played a key role. If it weren't for the fact that Lee Yuxin scored key goals in the first 2 league games and encouraged his teammates at critical moments, the doubts about him would be much smaller. Before the problem occurred, everyone pretended not to see it. Lee Yuxin continued to be his captain, and Fabregas continued to be his vice-captain, but now that the problem has arisen, it can only be solved. What do you want me to do? Wenger asked. Lee Yuxin lowered his head. Let me be an ordinary player again. But Wenger refused, and asked Lee Yuxin to go back and think about it carefully. Finally, he understood Wenger's idea. All top teams must have their fixed team as the foundation. AC Milan's Maldini, Costa Curta and other Italian gangs are the backbone of the locker room. Barcelona's Puyol, Xavi, Valdez and others are the most influential faction in the locker room. Manchester United, Bayern, Liverpool. Almost all teams that want to achieve results are not as good as Mourinho. What is the first thing he did when he entered Stamford Bridge? Establish local forces such as Terry and Lampard, especially Terry, so even if Shevchenko, Crespo and others cannot play the main force at Stamford Bridge, they dare not make too much trouble. Once they make too much trouble, they will find it difficult to gain a foothold in the locker room. In other words, you can't implement a too democratic management policy in the locker room. If you let the locker room be divided into 2 major gangs like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party in the United States, and they are dissatisfied with each other and quarrel with each other, then the locker room will never be at peace. So if you want the locker room to be united, you must establish the backbone of it. There is no doubt that the backbone of the locker room of all top teams are youth training and local. I am a youth training player of Arsenal and a banner player. If I am not the captain, who is more suitable? The later Arsenal sold the captain and became a joke. The captain should support the backbone of the team. Look at those great captains, Keane, Matos, Ballack, Maldini, Yera, Puel. Almost every one of them is a ruthless character who can calm the situation. It must be seen that Real Madrid has not been able to have another ruthless character after Sanchez and Yera. So I am the most suitable candidate. There is nothing I can do about it. After all, I am the most suitable player for Arsenal captain now, because he is the one who can best represent the spirit and tradition of Arsenal. Maybe many people will sneer and think that spirit and tradition are not worth mentioning. Results in championships are the most important, but always remember that any team will have highs and lows. It is impossible to win the championship every year and every season. There will be times of decline. A truly wealthy club will rise again when it is in decline, relying on its own traditions and spirit. The traditions and spirit here are definitely not as simple as shouting slogans, but a kind of heritage, a heavy history. He may be persistent in his youth training and then rise, or businessmen may be attracted by his influence and then acquire him, inject funds, resolve the crisis, or many other things. To use the simplest example to illustrate, if one day, Liverpool and West Bromwich Albion have equally bad records in 10 years, and a super rich man wants to acquire them, at the same price, will he choose Liverpool or West Bromwich Albion? So I have to take up this responsibility because I am the captain of Arsenal. Responsibility and mission create faith. Chapter 189, Fighting the Blues Again. Finally out of the trough, Yuxin moves forward with Arsenal. This season is different. Wenger began to transform Yuxin into Arsenal's first-choice striker, completely following Henry's path. After Henry left, Yuxin became Arsenal's centre-forward and no longer played on the wing. And the transformation was quite good. Yuxin is fast, in good shape, has strong shooting and heading abilities. After being built according to Henry's model, he can shoot from a distance, can solve the counter-attack alone, and can head the ball in the penalty area. In all competitions this season, he scored 26 goals for Arsenal, including 10 in the league, and suddenly became Arsenal's top scorer. Ljungberg left Arsenal. Reyes returned to Spain. Van Persie also gradually became a striker, moving in the direction of Bergkamp. As for Walcott and Bale, they are still too young. As a result, Arsenal suddenly lacked wingers. Therefore, Arsenal continued to defend and counterattack. In the first 16 rounds, they won 12 games, drew 2 games and lost 2 games, ranking second behind Manchester United. In the 17th round of the 2006-2007 English Premier League, a focus battle was fought at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea played against Arsenal at home. The enemies had a narrow road. The grudges of last season, Ashley Cole, who faced his old club for the first time after the transfer this summer, had too many high points. Therefore, the media was also very excited. As the time approached, Wenger first came out of the aisle, and Mourinho followed. The two shook hands and returned to their respective coaching seats. The players of Arsenal and Chelsea quietly waited for the 3 referees to enter the aisle. Yuxin stood at the front of the Arsenal queue with a team flag, 40 Hilario, 14 Grimy, 26 Terry, 6 Carvalho, 3 Ashley Cole, 4 Makalo, 5 Essien, 8 Lampard, 13 Ballack, 7 Shevchenko, 11 Drogba. As time approached, the referee looked at the captains of both teams, nodded, and entered the field with a match ball. The whole stadium was filled with deafening cheers. Stamford Stadium had become a blue ocean. Jerseys, placards, and portraits were shaking densely. The whole stadium was like a huge blue beast, devouring endless fans, making people feel insignificant. Yuxin and Terry exchanged team flags and greeted each other. Yuxin and Terry played a coin again, but unfortunately they were not so lucky this time. Terry took control of the ball, and the attack direction was from north to south. Soon, the players of both sides quickly took their positions and waited for Weber's whistle. At this time, the formations of the two sides were also presented on the entire field. As the players entered the field, the stadium was filled with deafening noise. Ashley Cole, who had a serious expression when shaking hands with his former teammate, and a few visiting Arsenal fans took out money to express their dissatisfaction with the traitor. Chelsea's starting lineup: 4-4-2. 40 Hilario, 14 Grimy, 26 Terry, 6 Carvalho, 3 Ashley Cole, 4 Makalil, 5 Essien, 8 Lampard, 13 Ballack, 7 Shevchenko, 11 Drogba. Arsenal's starting lineup: 4-4-2. 1 Lehmann, 27 Ebao, 20 Joao, 6 Sendris, 22 Clichy, 4 Fabregas, 16 Flamini, 13 Haleb, 19 Gilberto Silva, 11 Van Persie, 9 Lee Yuxin, changed to number 9. Dear audience, I am your Senk. This time I am reporting to you from Stanford Stadium. Let me introduce our players to you. Hi, fans, I am your Lars. We would like to introduce our Blues soldiers, Peter. Sec. Soon the commentator on the scene had introduced the players of the two teams. At this time, the famous Sky Sports host Matthew and Adams were still in the live broadcast room. After the kickoff, with Weber's whistle, Drogba passed the ball to Shevchenko and quickly inserted himself between Silva and the central defender. After Shevchenko received the ball, he quickly knocked it back to Lampard. Chelsea began to organize the attack on the field. Lampard passed the ball to Ballack, and Ballack dribbled the ball skillfully on the field. He glanced to his left and found that Essien had inserted himself, broke through Fabregas's defense, and sent the ball to his feet. After Essien got the ball on the left, Van Persie came up and Shevchenko quickly pulled up to meet him. Essien passed the ball to Shevchenko. In this way, the ball was passed back and forth on the field, and Lee Yuxin also joined the scramble in the midfield. Arsenal midfielders Fabregas and Silva were no match for Lampard, Essien, Ballack and Makalil. Soon, Chelsea controlled the midfield. In the 20th minute, Chelsea took advantage of an attack and won a corner kick opportunity. Chelsea's 12 players gathered near the Arsenal penalty area. Lee Yuxin also returned to his own penalty area. Damn Chelsea, there are too many masters of headers. Lampard, Drogba, Terry, Ballack looked at the situation in the penalty area, took a look, and quickly took a corner kick. The ball quickly rotated to the vicinity of Chelsea's small penalty area. Lee Yuxin pushed Terry at the back point to prevent him from jumping, and he jumped up with all his strength, trying to head the falling ball out. Shit, that's bad. Lee Yuxin felt a blue figure appear in front of him, rushing over from the side. Lee Yuxin wanted to get ahead, but Terry behind him pressed against his waist tightly, entangled tightly. A tall figure had passed Lee Yuxin and pressed against the ball. The ball changed direction instantly and flew to Lehmann's right side, flying straight into the blind corner. Shoot, Ballack's header, go. Chelsea's commentator saw Ballack's powerful header hit the goal heavily and bounced into the bottom corner of the goal. The ball went in. Michael Ballack. Ballack roared immediately after scoring. Chelsea led 1-0. Damn, unlike last season, Ballack's arrival made Chelsea's iron midfield even tougher, and Arsenal's midfield was under tremendous pressure on both offense and defense. After the game resumed, Chelsea still relied on their extraordinary physical fitness to frequently create threats to Arsenal, making Arsenal's ball unable to move smoothly. Lee Yuxin was exhausted in most cases running around the field and could not get close to the goal. Although he made some good passes, few of them could form effective attacks. Lampard received a pass from Terry in the backcourt. He kicked the ball and the ball quickly crossed the half-court and quickly passed it to Shevchenko, who had already made a forward run. Shevchenko flicked his right foot and then made a detour, shaking Silva's center of gravity. He did not move forward to the side, but continued to turn to the road. Silva followed him closely. Shevchenko saw a figure running high and sent the ball directly. The ball passed by Fabregas' body and was sent to the feet of Makalil, who was making a high run. After Makalil got the ball, he used his not-so-clumsy movements to dribble the ball, and Sendris had already quickly come to defend. Makalil did not have such outstanding skills. Seeing Sendris and Fabregas beside him, he hurriedly passed the ball to his side, and Ballack had already made a run. After Ballack got the ball, he fired a heavy shot. Although Lehmann was familiar with Ballack, he was slow to react. The ball went straight into the dead corner, 2-0. Goal, Michael, his heavy shot hit the ball into the goal. We are ahead. Beautiful breakthrough, beautiful grab. Michael is too strong. Chelsea's commentator saw Ballack suddenly hit the ball into the goal and shouted excitedly. Chelsea's fatal pass finally appeared again. Oh, Michael, the fans at the scene finally woke up from the suffocating atmosphere just now. Seeing that their team was leading, the whole stadium once again set off a blue wave. The loud shouting made Chelsea fans' ears numb. They also wanted their team to give them a chance to shout. "Damn, that German guy is really something." Shuo saw Chelsea falling behind, and he covered his fist in anger. He could only vent his anger on the referee, who gave Li Yuxin a yellow card. Yang Guiyang pulled down the violent Shuo with some weakness, but her eyes were now on Li Yuxin on the court. Damn it, Li Yuxin's heart was a little blocked at this time. His team started. In less than 30 minutes, Li Yuxin already felt that he was restrained everywhere. He felt that the game was so difficult and the situation on the field had been controlled by Chelsea. In the 24th minute, pass, Van Persie shot low from 25 yards on the left. The ball passed from Carvalho's crotch and hit the right post. In the 24th minute, Ashley Cole tackled Halep in the backcourt and was given a yellow card warning, but Chelsea players and Mourinho both thought that Willy's penalty was too heavy. Then Fabregas knocked down Drogba, and Willy only gave a verbal warning. In the 28th minute, Halep passed directly to Van Persie, and Terry intercepted the ball. In the 30th minute, Van Persie's left-footed shot from 25 yards in the middle was confiscated by Hilario. Chelsea missed the opportunity in the 34th minute. Jeremy broke through Clichy on the right and passed the ball to the penalty area. Senderos blocked the ball before Drogba at the front point, and Essien shot from 10 yards away. In the 37th minute, Van Persie dodged Lampard on the right and made a cross. Flamini headed the ball over the bar from 13 yards. In the 38th minute, Lampard intercepted Ebao in the front court, and Drogba broke into the penalty area on the left side and was shoveled out of the baseline by George. Then Lampard took a corner kick from the left, Lehmann attacked and lost his grip, Essien volleyed with his left foot from 11 yards, and Fabregas blocked the ball in front of the goal line. In the 41st minute, Lampard had a dispute with Ebao in a fight and was then persuaded. In the 43rd minute, Halep made a mistake in passing the ball, and Shevchenko passed a ball to Ashley Cole on the left side of the penalty area. The latter's cross was cleared in front of the goal by Senderos. In the 45th minute, Essien made a long pass, and Lehmann's knee hit Shevchenko's lower back when he attacked, but it was not a big deal. In the first half, Chelsea led Arsenal 2-0 under Balak's crazy performance. I wish Ba Xiang a happy 39th birthday. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Equalization and Anxiety. At the end of the first half, Arsenal was 0-2 behind. Balak's 2 goals made Arsenal feel the power of superstars. Matthew also realized the difficulties Arsenal was facing. Now Arsenal's players were really at a disadvantage in the midfield and could not compete with Chelsea's steel midfield. Matthew, do you think Wenger's use of players is problematic? Adams suddenly asked this question. Although Li Yuxin was placed in the center position, Arsenal had many more offensive opportunities, but the 2 wingers were not as sharp as before, and the midfield was unable to compete with Chelsea, so Adams asked everyone the biggest question in the first half. I don't think there's any big problem. As we can see, although Arsenal fell behind in the game, it was because of their shooting problems. Did you notice Lee in that position? Although the goal did not achieve the goal, the offense was more layered and there were more opportunities. In the first half, they had 9 shots, 2 more than Chelsea, but they were just a little unlucky. You have to know that they were facing a team like Chelsea. If Arsenal had not missed several opportunities, Arsenal might have had the upper hand. Therefore, Wenger has to remind his players to improve their shooting accuracy. It seems that Matthew still agrees with Wenger's use of players. Indeed, I also think that Arsenal is a little anxious. They seem to resist the confrontation in the midfield and are too impetuous at times. What happened to you today? Your shots were so bad. You need to play with more confidence and patience. Cesc, you need to cooperate more with both sides in the second half. Lee, you need to change your position and be more flexible. Robin and Pav need to cut inside from time to time to attract Chelsea's attention. In short, I want you to score by all means. Do you understand? Colo and Philip, I don't want you to lose your position in defense in the second half. Gilberto, I want you to run. Wenger looked solemn and looked at his disciples in a bad tone. It was obvious that Wenger was going to fight desperately. In the second half, Arsenal continued to attack. Arsenal slowly pushed the football into Chelsea's half. Slowly as compared with a previous storm. In fact, it was not slow. When it was pressed to the 30-meter area, it was difficult to move forward. Chelsea had already set up its formation and was waiting for Arsenal at the front of the penalty area. Their defense is so interlocked that it is difficult to find loopholes in a short time. Lee Yuxin was originally in the penalty area. Seeing that he was surrounded by Chelsea players, he probably couldn't find any opportunities, so he ran out of the penalty area, retreated to meet his teammates, and by the way, he also hoped to create some opportunities for Van Persie. He really wanted to score in the game, but he was not carried away. He knew that collective honor was more important. The most important thing was that the team won, not his own goals. So as long as it was possible to create better opportunities for his teammates, he was also happy to be a supporting role. After pulling out, he raised his arm in the midfield and asked his teammates. But at this time, Haleb, who had the ball, had already made a decision and did not see Lee Yuxin, who raised his arm to ask. Haleb chose the simplest way, to hit the ball into Chelsea's penalty area from the air. This was actually a helpless approach after finding no better way. After all, Arsenal is not the kind of team that likes to fight in the air. The game with Manchester United was limited by the venue and had to do it. Even the commentator criticized Haleb for being too irresponsible in this cross. Haleb's cross is not a good choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Terry, who was staring at Van Persie, jumped high, pressed him under him, and then headed the ball out. And Van Persie didn't even jump up to compete for the header. Such a cross really didn't make any sense. As a center forward, he didn't even want to grab the ball. Terry headed the ball out of the penalty area, and everyone was ready to control the second landing point, whether it was Arsenal attacking or Chelsea defending. But when they ran towards the ball and followed the ball down, they found that there was already someone waiting at the landing point of the ball. Wrong. Amid Marcel Reef's exclamation, Lee Yuxin stepped forward with his left foot, planted it firmly on the grass, then turned sideways and twisted his waist, while swinging his right leg. The power rose from the sole of his left foot, and after being strengthened by twisting his waist, it was transmitted to his right leg, making his right leg kick the football hard like a windmill. He accurately judged the landing point of the football, arrived first, and then drew his bow and shot the arrow, getting ready. When his right foot hit the football hard, he felt the reaction force coming back, and the 3 toes on the outside of his right foot hit the football firmly. It was not the instep, but the 3 toes on the outside. When he hit the football, Ballack and Jeremy arrived, but they were powerless to stop the football. The football was through them, and the wind blew the hair on their faces. Hoon, Senkla screamed in her long voice. The football drew a white mark in the air, just like the tail of a plane after flying over. Hilario jumped up and tried to save the ball, but the ball went around his fingers, then suddenly dropped and hit the bottom edge of the crossbar, then bounced down into the goal, then rushed up again until it was blocked by the net above the goal. Gulsenk took a breath and hissed again. Lee! 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 Arsenal fans were shouting. At the critical moment, their new gun king and captain stood up. And Lee Yuxin raised his hands high and made his usual celebration gesture. It was also discovered that the biggest weakness of Chelsea's defense was the goalkeeper. Due to the injuries of second Kudisini, Chelsea's goalkeeper was the third goalkeeper. His reaction and ability were far inferior to the first 2. Hilario didn't expect Kaká's shot to be so fast. He waited until the ball flew out from under Kaká's feet before reacting. This is the difference between a goalkeeper who has been playing games for a long time and a goalkeeper who has been on the bench for a long time. A goalkeeper who has been playing games for a long time will have an instinctive reaction to the opponent's shot. Before the ball flies out, he can roughly judge the direction of the ball based on the opponent's shooting posture and swinging feet. Because at this distance, if the shooter hits the ball at a good angle, the goalkeeper has no time to react at all. Only by judging in advance can he make a timely save. Kaká's shot happened to be it was a high-quality shot with perfect speed, power, angle and suddenness. Hilario was a step slow when he made the save. When he was halfway through the flight, the ball had already flown past his hand about half a meter away. The next moment, the net shook violently, and at the same time, there was a huge cheer from Mallorca fans. After the ball flew past Hilario's hand, it quickly flew into the far corner of the goal, hit the net on the right side of the goal, and then fell into the goal. After seeing the ball fly into the goal, Kaká immediately raised his hands and ran forward 2 steps. Klose and Torres, who rushed over from behind, immediately surrounded him. Wenger waved his fist. The goal came a little too quickly, but it was only natural. The opponent's goalkeeper was not as good as Sek. Although Lee Yuxin's shot was of high quality, if it was Sek, there was still a great possibility that he would have saved the shot. After all, there is still a big difference between the third goalkeeper and the main goalkeeper. But no matter what, leading is leading. Mallorca's goal was scored through pressing in the front court, which was enough to prove that Arsenal's current ability to create opportunities in the front court is no worse than Chelsea. Moreno waved his arms angrily. When playing important games, he always suffers because of the full-backs. If Del Horno hadn't been sent off with a red card last season, Barcelona might not have won that away game. This summer, Horno has been abandoned by him and thrown to Valencia. Cole's joining has stabilized Chelsea's left side, but this time the right side has become a pitfall. In fact, Arsenal's 2 of the full-backs were not very reliable in defense, but Wenger had always used their offense, and the defense was completed by the midfielders, which made them not so bad in defense. Moreno had also thought of using this method. The key was that he originally planned to focus on defense on the right, but there was still a loophole in the defense. The fullback position really pitted Moreno to death, and Sek was injured, and the goalkeeper was also pitted. In the 54th minute, Lee Yuxin equalized the score with another world wave, and then Arsenal quickly stabilized the defense. Lampard himself is not an organizing midfielder. His strength lies in long-range shooting after advancing. SYNOPSIS is also a long-range shooting expert, but Arsenal's midfield strength is now quite high. The running of the 5 midfielders alone is enough to lay a tight net in front of the penalty area. After this period of games, Lee Yuxin also returned to the midfield. His running and confrontation injected strong power into Arsenal's midfield, making Arsenal's midfield not inferior to Chelsea's steel midfield. In the absence of an advantage in the midfield and the wing, Chelsea's last resort was to pass the ball to the 2 forwards, and then rely on the personal abilities of the 2 forwards to open up the situation. However, it was not easy for Drogba to find a chance to get the ball under Kolo Touré's tight defense. After all, Kolo Touré has become increasingly mature, and his confrontation and reaction have also been greatly improved. He can still keep an eye on Drogba in the small space in the penalty area. In the end, Chelsea could only attack in one way, that is to pass the ball to Shevchenko. The Ukrainian nuclear warhead's personal breakthrough ability and long-range shooting ability are also quite outstanding. Although his performance after transferring to Chelsea is not very good, he is still well known. In addition, Mourinho, who is responsible for defending Senderos, thought in his heart that this is why he chose to let Shevchenko become the main force of the attack at this time and strive to open up the situation. First, because the field is deadlocked now, other positions may not be able to open up the situation, and Shevchenko can be a weapon to open up the situation. Secondly, it is because Moreno wants to see that Wenger's optimistic young central defender is not really that outstanding. After Lampard got the ball in the midfield, he passed it directly to Shevchenko, who was out of the penalty area. Senderos rushed out of the penalty area, while Kolo Touré was marking Drogba in the penalty area. If Shevchenko could get past Senderos, he would be able to tear a hole in Mallorca's defense. Shevchenko was also very clear about this. In the summer, he left AC Milan, where he had played for 7 years, and joined Chelsea in cold London. It was also a huge challenge for Shevchenko. He chose to join another top team at the age of 30. For Shevchenko, in addition to Abramovich's invitation, he also wanted to prove his strength in the UK. However, his performance during this period at Chelsea has not been particularly outstanding. In the past 8 Premier League rounds, he has played in every game and played the full game 5 times, but has only scored 1 goal. In the game where he scored, Chelsea also suffered its first defeat of the season. Drogba has scored 5 goals in 8 games, and Lampard has also scored 4 goals. Compared with these two, Shevchenko's performance is quite average. Shevchenko himself couldn't figure it out, because last season he was still very good in AC Milan, with 28 league appearances and 19 goals, and 9 goals in the Champions League, becoming the second top scorer in the Champions League. He also scored in the World Cup, and performed well. There was no obvious decline in his strength and speed, but he started to be in poor form in the Premier League. He could only explain that he had not yet adapted to the rhythm of the Premier League games. However, there was not much time for him to adapt. He failed to score in 2 games in the Champions League. In the first round, Chelsea won by goals from midfielders Yuxin and Lampard, and in the last round, it was Drogba's hat-trick. As a striker, unless you were husky, your ability can only be measured by the number of goals you score. Even if Abramovich likes him and Mourinho insists on using him, the fans will be very dissatisfied if he doesn't score again. So this situation is also an opportunity for him. Arsenal used Senderos to mark him, and Shevchenko felt a little unhappy. However, for a veteran like him, he didn't care much about some false reputation. I can dribble past you and score a goal, that's enough. People will only say Shiva scored again, and won't say that he just dribbled past a newcomer. Shevchenko, who received the ball and turned around, immediately saw Senderos rushing towards him. He didn't stop his pace, but took a step diagonally to dribble the ball, and then prepared to dribble in from the ribs. This is also one of Shevchenko's signature offensive methods. When he was at his peak, few people could keep up with his first step. After the first step was left behind, it was very difficult to catch up with him. Although Shevchenko is now 30 years old, he feels that his explosive power and speed have not decreased much. After taking this step, he seems to see a broad road in front of him. However, at this moment, in the corner of his vision, a red figure flashed, and Senderos actually reacted immediately and quickly caught up. More importantly, Shevchenko could feel that the opponent's speed could keep up with his. Is this guy too fast, or am I already slow? Such a thought flashed through Shevchenko's mind. If it was the former, he might just sigh that the young are formidable, but if it was the latter, Shevchenko quickly shook off this inappropriate emotion, and then took the initiative to stick to the opponent. Shevchenko was called a nuclear warhead because, in addition to his fast speed and strong explosive power, his physical confrontation ability was also quite outstanding. Basically, he would not be at a disadvantage when the defenders physically confronted him, but could shoot when the opponent started to defend. This ability allowed him to score goals in front of Serie A defenders. The opponent's speed is not bad, but he may not be so good in confrontation. Most people are only agile and strong. However, Senderos happens to be a player with quite comprehensive physical fitness. Wenger likes him for this reason. In terms of physical fitness, Senderos is perfect, but as a central defender, his psychological quality is still not very good, which needs to be gradually improved. However, Shevchenko used this method to force a breakthrough, which was completely a head-on collision with Senderos' strongest point. If it was the Shevchenko in his prime, he might be able to rush directly through Senderos' defense. However, Shevchenko has begun to decline in his state, and his physical fitness is not comparable to that of Senderos in his prime. When the two of them were close together, Shevchenko found that he was the one who began to lose balance. When he found this, he was completely suppressed by Senderos. Shevchenko wanted to force a shot, but he couldn't shoot with enough power. The ball flew weakly towards the goal and was easily held in Lehmann's arms. Well done. Lee Yuxin gave a thumbs up on the court. Wenger used Senderos for this reason. Shevchenko is not a particularly skilled player. His shooting skills are first class, but his dribbling skills often rely on speed and explosive power. He shoots immediately after shaking off the gap, which is quite lethal. However, if he cannot shake off the gap, his threat will be reduced a lot. He has always performed well in AC Milan, more because he has always had a top-level organizing midfielder behind him. From Boban and others at the beginning to Pirlo and Rui Costa, these are all masters of midfield passing, who can provide Shevchenko with enough firepower support. The sudden decline in Chelsea's state is also largely related to Chelsea's lack of such a midfielder. Everything depends on finding opportunities by yourself. In this regard, he is not as good as Drogba. Senderos still has many problems, but his characteristics are the most suitable for dealing with Shevchenko, whose explosive power has begun to decline and who has no support behind him. After being dealt with by Senderos, Shevchenko was a little unsuccessful. After all, Chelsea's midfield could not provide him with much support, and his dribbling and breaking through were closely watched by Pepe, which made it impossible for Shevchenko to perform at his best. Chapter 191 Draw. The two sides continued to fight, and both sides also made substitutions. Mourinho frowned. Senderos really targeted Shevchenko, and his characteristics were so suitable for marking Shevchenko now. However, Mourinho was not discouraged. On the football field, It does not mean that you can get the expected results if you arrange all the details, nor does it mean that you cannot score goals if there are no loopholes in the opponent's defense line. At any time, the confidence of winning and continuous pressure will be the most effective guarantee of victory. Football is a game played by people, and the belief of winning is the root of people's ability to play better. For this, Mourinho believes in his players without reservation, even though the opponent is also such a player. Arsenal and Chelsea launched a fierce fight in the midfield. The rhythm of the game was constantly interrupted by fouls. If it was Arsenal last season, the rhythm was often interrupted by fouls, and I am afraid that the offense would be greatly affected. However, Arsenal at this time is no longer afraid of this. They can attack in a more effective way. The ball landed accurately at the feet of Yuxin, who was pulled to the left. Yuxin lifted his foot to take off the ball, and then began to dribble forward decisively. He was facing Balaraus again. Balaraus was a little nervous when he saw Yuxin. After all, it was difficult for him to defend against an offensive player like Yuxin, who had strong breakthrough ability under his feet. Although he blocked Ronaldinho in one game in history, in the second round, Ronaldinho, who was full of anger, immediately used his skills and explosive power to shake Balaraus around. Then, Balaraus, who once became the main right back in Chelsea, was put into the cold palace by Mourinho, and continued to use his own direct descendant Ferreira. Although Ferreira's performance last season was not particularly good, it was not a link that people could not rest assured about. Yuxin dribbled the ball into the penalty area, and Borrellas blocked in front of Yuxin. Yuxin made an emergency stop, then dribbled the ball horizontally, as if he was going to break through horizontally and then take a long shot. Borrellas began to move to block, but Yuxin quickly dribbled the ball back again, and then accelerated to the bottom line. Borrellas had no way to deal with this sudden change of direction. After all, his reaction was much slower than Yuxin. When he turned around, Yuxin had already dribbled the ball to the bottom line, and then quickly kicked the ball to the middle. During his breakthrough, Ronaldo had already accelerated and rushed into the penalty area after passing the ball. Of course, Adebayor and Van Persie also rushed into the penalty area with him to prepare for the response, while Walcott was preparing to respond at the front of the penalty area, and Flamini at the back point also followed up, and Chelsea's defensive forces had been completely pulled apart invisibly. Yuxin's cross flew into Chelsea's penalty area. Carvalho was a step slower and could only watch the ball fly past him, while Terry was entangled with Adebayor, and neither of them could touch the ball. However, what Mourinho had to consider now was the outcome of this game. What should Chelsea do next? Mourinho's response was to make substitutions. He still had 2 substitutions and enough opportunities to make adjustments. He replaced a mediocre Shevchenko with a young Kalou. Shevchenko performed mediocrely in the previous game. As a player of the same year as Ronaldo, he was much more glorious than Ronaldo when he transferred, and he had always been a main player before. However, his performance in the previous game was not much better than Ronaldo, and in this game he was completely overwhelmed by Ronaldo, who came on as a substitute. The injuries of Duff and Robin also meant that Mourinho had few players to replace. He replaced Shevchenko with a young Kalou. Mourinho also wanted to strengthen the running and technique in the front court. Then he replaced Balaraus, whose performance was simply a disaster, with Joe Cole. Essien retreated to play right back and continued to strengthen the attack. After Arsenal took the lead again, they confidently started to tangle with the opponent in the midfield again. Although there were still 30 minutes before the end of the game, Arsenal's confidence had completely returned, and they did not suffer any tactical losses. Next, there was a series of offensive battles. In the 62nd minute, Yuxin broke through the wing again and made a cross. Walcott made a feint, and Van Persie, who was inserted in the back row, shot high. In this game, because Arsenal's 2 fullbacks were also under considerable pressure, they did not have many assists. However, the frequent pulling of Arsenal's forwards did not make Arsenal suffer any losses in the wing attack. In the 64th minute, Drogba again pulled out of the penalty area, and then passed the ball into the penalty area under the entanglement of Senderos. Lampard, who was inserted from the back row, wanted to shoot near the penalty spot, but was hit by Flamini, who returned to the penalty area. The ball was hit high. Lampard complained to the referee that Flamini had fouled him, but the referee did not say anything. A minute later, Ebou fouled Kalou and received Arsenal's second yellow card, but compared with Chelsea, it was nothing. They had already received 5 yellow cards. Both sides made big moves in this game, and because they were enemies, the players on both sides were very relaxed. As long as they were not suspended for the next round due to yellow cards, they would have fewer concerns. A minute later, Flamini received another yellow card for a foul on Makalil in the midfield. The total number of yellow cards in the game increased to 8, which was enough to prove the intensity of the game. Arsenal's game moves were never very big, but under the influence of the opponent, their moves also began to get bigger, but the players on the field were still relatively measured, and basically no moves hurt anyone. Mourinho did not choose to make substitutions, but waved his arms on the sidelines to direct Chelsea's players to join in. Chelsea's players knew what he meant, and remembered their decision during the halftime break, to use offense to cause trouble for Arsenal and try to win. Chelsea's players had already attacked fiercely, and now they were even more unscrupulous. The coach asked us to attack like this, so what was there to be afraid of? Just attack directly. If we couldn't beat them, we had to scare them to death. Once this bachelor's temper came up, Chelsea's players began to suppress Arsenal in the half and beat them violently. There were not many teams in Europe that were capable of doing this, but Chelsea was definitely one of them. However, Arsenal was defeated but not in chaos. Most of the players retreated to the 30-meter area to start defending. Arsenal's defenders also gave up on keeping a close eye on Drogba and began to defend the penalty area. Under this defensive strength, Chelsea also found it difficult to enter Arsenal's penalty area, and could only frequently use long shots to complete the attack. Mourinho certainly knew that the efficiency of this attack would not be too high, but now he could only persist in this way. A goal is a goal. As long as they scored a goal before Arsenal's counter-attack, it would be a victory for Chelsea. After being overtaken, Arsenal would definitely not be willing to suffer a defeat. With so much pressure on them, they would definitely go all out to strive to continue their winning streak. However, this would be the time for Chelsea to defeat Arsenal. Now it just depends on whether Chelsea will score first or Arsenal will counter-attack first and kill. At this point in the game, it is no longer a matter of winning or losing. What the two sides are fighting for is just a breath. The next game began to get more aggressive, and Chelsea was still more rough. Lampard was dissatisfied with the penalty after fouling Flamini and received a yellow card, and Kalou also received a yellow card for a retaliatory foul on Ebou. It was not until the referee showed 2 yellow cards in a row that Chelsea players restrained their actions. At this time, the game had already passed 2/3. 10 minutes later, Chelsea completed the first threatening attack. After Lampard moved to the wing, he broke through Clichy's defense under the cover of Kalou, and then kicked across. Drogba attracted the attention of Senderos and Kolo Touré. Essien, who was inserted in the back row, relied on his speed to get rid of Flamini, who was marking him, and headed the ball directly. The header was 12 meters away from the goal. Fortunately, although Flamini was thrown off by Essien, he still kept interfering with Essien from behind, so that Essien could not hit the ball at an angle in a hurry, and the shot was relatively straight. Van der Sar, who was guarding in front of the goal, subconsciously raised his hand and lifted the ball directly over the crossbar. A beautiful save. Essien's header was a good opportunity for Chelsea to expand the score, but Lehmann saved this close header. It's a pity for Chelsea to miss this opportunity. They could have equalized the score. The Arsenal fans in the stands couldn't help but gasp. Under Arsenal's tight defense, Chelsea still created such a good opportunity through such an attack. If Chelsea continued to attack fiercely, I'm afraid Arsenal would not be able to hold on to the result of a draw. Of course, Arsenal didn't think of using defense to win. During this period, it was just a stalemate in the midfield, and the opponent created opportunities first. After resisting this corner attack, it was natural to launch a counter-attack. However, Arsenal's counter-attack was unsuccessful, and the two sides ended up in a draw. When the final whistle sounded, Wenger waved his fist violently, and the Arsenal fans in the stands burst into huge cheers. They had not suffered any losses in the Premier League in recent years. They had been brooding over the fact that Chelsea took the league title last year for nearly a year. Now, although they did not take revenge, they did not let Chelsea have an easy time either. After waving his fist, Wenger straightened his clothes and walked towards Mourinho, who was also waiting for him there. After shaking Wenger's outstretched hand, Mourinho did not say anything, but nodded slightly, then walked onto the court, comforted his players one by one, and then left the stadium. Terry walked up to Lee Yuxin and said to him, "Lee, let's decide the winner next time." Lee Yuxin refused to give in. "Okay, John, I will definitely beat you up. Then Terry gave his jersey and captain's armband to Lee Yuxin, and the two exchanged. However, what made Lee Yuxin angry and funny was that although Mourinho didn't say anything after the game, Lee Yuxin received a call from Mourinho that night, asking Lee Yuxin if he would come to Chelsea. Chapter 192, Big Victory and Restoration of Confidence. December 23, 1500 hours local time in the UK, the 19th round of the 2006-2007 English Premier League kicked off. Arsenal's starting lineup: 4-4-2. 1 Lehmann, 31 Hoyt, 20 Joao, 5 Toure, 22 Clichy, 7 Rosicki, 72 feet, 16 Flamini, 4 Fabregas, 13 Haleb, 89 feet, 32 Walcott, 19 Gilberto Silva, 11 Van Persie, 9 Lee Yuxin. Blackburn starting lineup: 4-5-1. 1 Friedel, 33 Gray, 64 feet, 27 Derbyshire, 2 Neil, 20 Ayer, 4 Todd, 11 Bentley, 5 Tugay, 7 Merton, 12 Pedersen, 8 Savic, 9 Nundum. Blackburn got off to a perfect start. Just 102 seconds into the game, Toure pulled down former Senna winger Bentley from behind in the penalty area. Nundum took the penalty kick and shot low to the left of the goal, although Lehmann correctly judged the direction. In the 4th minute, Adebayor passed the ball, and Clichy volleyed high with his left foot from 25 yards on the left. In the 6th minute, Lee Yuxin received Fabregas's legendary Lee Yuxin turned and accelerated to get rid of Bentley, then looked up and saw a huge space in front. But in front of the ball, there are Blackburn defenders. He must get the ball before them, otherwise all his efforts will be in vain. As for the huge space behind the defenders, Lee Yuxin couldn't think about it at all. He just wanted to get the ball before the Blackburn players. He gritted his teeth and urged his body forward desperately. At this moment, he forgot that his body was weak and not on the best condition, forgot his sore muscles, and forgot that he was having difficulty breathing. He completely entered a state of selflessness. Suddenly, he found that there were no opposing players in front of him, only the ball and the vast green field. He also regained that familiar feeling: his body was completely under his control. He ran desperately and chased the ball. Lee, so fast, Senk shouted suddenly after the initial surprise. He is chasing the ball. This is a counter-attack opportunity for Arsenal. As long as he can get the ball first. At the same time, Wenger and assistant coach Parker and others in front of the coaching seat also stood up from their seats and stared at Lee Yuxin intently. Shuo in front of the TV opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Yang also widened his eyes. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Because they saw the Lee Yuxin who was as fast as the wind. That was a normal Lee Yuxin. It was the Lee Yuxin who had not been seen in the recent games for a long time. The defenders of Blackburn were as slow as snails in front of Lee Yuxin's speed. When Lee Yuxin's speed was fully exerted, there was no suspense. Before all the Blackburn players, he stretched out his right foot and poked the jumping football hard. The football flew between 2 Blackburn defenders and landed behind them. Then, before they could react, Lee Yuxin also passed through them like a gust of wind. Without slipping, without staggering or drifting, Lee Yuxin ran like the wind on the not-so-good field, chasing the football. Such a Lee Yuxin really made many Arsenal fans excited. They jumped up from their seats and shouted, "Ruong, Lee, Lee!" He broke through and chased the football. Now in front of him, there is only Blackburn goalkeeper Friedel. Senk also shouted excitedly. Even he could feel the momentum of Lee Yuxin's running, and he felt it clearly. This was the Lee Yuxin he wanted to see. He finally returned to normal. Ruong was very fast, his steps were very steady, and he dribbled the ball very beautifully. The distance of the ball was just right, which allowed him to fully utilize his speed, so he did not slow down. The Blackburn players were chasing him relentlessly, but they could no longer catch up with him. Ruong was about to run to the penalty area. Senk kept shouting, like a machine gun. While Lee Yuxin was rushing forward with the ball, Friedel also abandoned the goal and attacked, and the two sides finally met at the edge of the penalty area. This was the last place where Friedel could touch the ball with his hands. Meeting here, he still had an advantage. But Lee Yuxin did not give him the opportunity to use his advantage at all. He suddenly changed direction without even a fake move, and suddenly changed direction by flicking the ball to the right. This was completely using speed to eat the opponent alive. If the venue was good, or if Lee Yuxin was in good physical condition, this would not be a problem at all. But now that everyone saw Lee Yuxin choose this method, they were worried about him. The Blackburn manager laughed. Given Lee Yuxin's current state and the field conditions, he would most likely fall down after changing direction. He guessed correctly. Lee Yuxin did lose his balance, but that was after he caught up with the ball and kicked it. Lee Yuxin swung his right foot and shot the ball towards the goal. At the same time, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. But that was no longer important. What was important was that he shot the ball out. Goalkeeper Friedel turned around and rushed back, but only saw the ball fly into the goal he was guarding. And what about Lee Yuxin? He fell to the ground. He raised his index fingers to the sky. When the ball drew a not-so-obvious parabola and fell into the goal, the stadium, which was originally full of boos, suddenly became quiet, and even the wind was much weaker. No one expected that Lee Yuxin, who had been sleepwalking before, would score such a wonderful goal. He used his signature skill, his specialty, speed. There were several such opportunities in the previous games, but Lee Yuxin didn't seize them once. Everyone thought he couldn't catch it. Who knew that just this time, Lee Yuxin caught it? Lee? Question mark? Arsenal fans shouted the captain's name, and Lee Yuxin's goal also sounded the horn. In the 9th minute, Rosicki took a corner kick from the left, and Todd's header hit his own crossbar under pressure. Arsenal equalized the score in the 10th minute. Van Persie took a corner kick from the right, and Gilberto Silva headed the ball into the back post from 7 yards. This was his 4th league goal this season. In the 11th minute, Van Persie forced his way into the left rib of the penalty area between Todd and Neuer, but Friedel made a timely attack and pushed the ball out. In the 14th minute, Adebayor committed a foul in the backcourt, and Pedersen took a direct long-range free kick from 30 yards on the right, and Lehmann confiscated the ball in the near corner. In the 16th minute, Emerton headed the ball, and Bentley's left-footed shot from 30 yards in the middle was saved by Lehmann. The Gunners overtook the score in the 24th minute. Fabregas and Adebayor passed the ball, and Hallett broke into the penalty area on the right rib and dribbled past Todd before calmly pushing the ball into the goal from 7 yards. The Belarusian's 2nd league goal of the season allowed Arsenal to overtake it home for the first time. Arsenal expanded the score in the 27th minute. Lee Yuxin made a straight pass, and Neil, the last man on the defense line, tripped Van Persie in the penalty area. Referee Weber consulted the linesman and awarded a penalty. The Blackburn captain only received a yellow card, and Lee Yuxin scored the penalty. This was Lee Yuxin's 18th league goal this season. The game then entered a stalemate, with Van Persie, Haleb and Lee Yuxin being warned with yellow cards one after another. In the 36th minute, Savic made a free kick into the penalty area, and Nanda's shot in the melee was blocked. In the 39th minute, Van Persie made a quick counter-attack and passed the ball. Rosicki's powerful shot from 22 yards was blocked by Friedel. In the 43rd minute, Savic passed the ball. Bentley's powerful shot from 24 yards on the left was saved by Lehmann in the near corner. In the 45th minute, Lee Yuxin passed the ball, and Van Persie's low shot from 22 yards in the middle was sent into Friedel's arms. In the 48th minute, Emerton fouled Clichy and was given a yellow card. In the 49th minute, Nanda passed the ball, and Pedersen's long shot missed. In the 52nd minute, Gilberto Silva passed the ball back. Fabregas' powerful shot from 25 yards in the middle was blocked by Neil and hit the left post and missed. In the 57th minute, Rosicki passed the ball, and Fabregas' shot from the left side of the penalty area was saved by Friedel. In the 60th minute, Fabregas passed the ball directly, and Van Persie's left foot shot from 20 yards in the middle was high. In the 65th minute, Rosicki passed the ball, and Van Persie's shot from 12 yards was saved by Friedel again. Blackburn pulled one back in the 69th minute. Emerton made a cross from the right. Substitute Derbyshire headed the ball from 4 yards away and hit the crossbar. Nanda hooked the ball from 5 yards away and scored twice. This was his 4th league goal this season. In the 72nd minute, Flamini replaced Rosicki. In the 82nd minute, Pedersen's left-footed shot from 16 yards in the middle of the penalty area went high. In the 83rd minute, Lee Yuxin passed the ball and Van Persie shot high in the penalty area. Arsenal scored 3 goals in the final moments. In the 85th minute, Gilberto Silva passed the ball and Van Persie dribbled past Neuer on the right side of the penalty area and shot low with his left foot from 12 yards into the far corner. In the 88th minute, Lee Yuxin passed the ball from the left and Fabregas made a cross from the left side of the penalty area. Van Persie pushed the ball from 12 yards away and scored twice, his 7th league goal this season. In the 93rd minute, Fabregas broke into the penalty area and shot from a small angle on the left side, but was saved by Friedel. Flamini scored with a low shot from 12 yards. In the end, Arsenal won a big victory with a score of 7-2 over Blackburn. Lee Yuxin was once again elected the best player of the game. Wenger, who looked proud after the game, still took him to the press conference. Naturally, Lee Yuxin became a feast in the eyes of reporters, and they all rushed to ask Ziyech questions. Lee, what do you think of the current league situation? Thompson was naturally the first one to ask this sharp question. I don't have any opinion. After all, I am not an official of the English Football Association. That's in the past. We should focus on the next game. Lee Yuxin carefully dealt with the difficulties of various guts, and finally survived half an hour. He washed up and drove away. For Arsenal, this was a timely victory. Chapter 193, Emergencies and Discipline. After the big win, Arsenal's morale was high, but an unexpected incident broke the calm mood of Lee Yuxin and Wenger. So much media attention, it's just a training camp. Walcott looked at the media that crowded around the training ground. Most of them were familiar to him, from England. Gareth next to him. Bale nodded in agreement. In his memory, he would not see so many media even in Southampton. Of course, he knew that Wenger was the king here, so many media he didn't like were directly blocked outside the gate and could not get close to the training ground. We are now a strong team and a big star, so naturally we attract more media attention. Flamini shrugged with an expression of I'm an experienced person. He joined the team half a year earlier than Walcott, and has been the main force in the midfield since joining the team. He is indeed qualified as an old man in front of Walcott. Flamini stretched, training, competition, returning to the dormitory to play video games. Such a life is too boring, huh? But this is what the boss asked us to do. Bale retorted. Flamini looked at Bale, who still looked childish, and laughed. Little monkey, you are still young, there are some things you don't understand. Do you want to go and see heaven? Walcott patted Bale on the shoulder and said to Flamini, don't treat Gareth as a 3-year-old child. You want to go to Soho, right? Flamini, who was discovered, scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, it would be a pity not to go and see it now that we are here. He looked at the head coach Wenger in the distance, then came over and laughed. Anyway, the boss won't know, he just studies the video in the room all night. It's so boring. But this is. Bale wanted to bring up Wenger, but Flamini covered his mouth directly. It's no big deal to just take a look. Ouch. Flamini, who was disappointed with his success, knocked Bale on the head. Walcott thought for a moment, it seems that there really is no more. Leeds has some, but they won't come out so openly. That's it, this is a feature. It's the culture of a country, you know about culture. Flamini coaxed his two teammates. How enviable. We are not really going to do anything, we are just going to visit and have a look. The League Cup is about to start, do I dare to mess around? Don't worry. Seeing that Bale was still frowning and hesitant, he continued, we won't let the coach know, we promise to be back before 11 o'clock, it's so close to Soho, it only takes 30 minutes by bus. We just say we are going to play on the street, no one will care. How about it, how about it? Let's go after dinner. Flamini originally wanted to do this kind of thing alone, but Van Persie's words reminded him, who knows what will happen in that kind of place at night? It's better to bring 2 more people, so that everyone can act together and have a look. But this matter can't be known to more people, who knows if someone will report it to the coach? To be honest, Walcott and Bale are both young people with strong curiosity and full of longing for the future. It would be a lie to say that they have no interest in Soho. Now there is someone taking the lead and encouraging them, and they are also tempted. Anyway, if they really come back before 11 o'clock, the boss will definitely not know. He doesn't ask about everyone going out to play on the street at night these days. Just like Flamini said, they are just going to take a look, not really doing anything. There should be no problem, right? Okay, I'll go. Walcott made up his mind and looked at Bale. Bale and Walcott were good friends when they were in the youth team. Later, they were transferred to the first team one after another, and their friendship continued from the youth team to the adult team. If Walcott wants to go, Bale will not refuse to go, even though he is still a little afraid of Wenger and Lee Yuxin. Under the gaze of Walcott and Flamini, Bale finally nodded. Flamini smiled, Listen carefully, this is a little secret between the three of us, no one can tell it. If they ask, just say we went to town to play. Do you understand? Yes. The two nodded heavily. Even if Flamini didn't remind them, they knew that this matter must not be told to anyone. If they tell it to anyone, it's over. Although the boss can joke with everyone and be carefree, he will immediately become a very scary person when he gets angry. Pat walked out again and blew the whistle in his mouth. The break is over, boys. Flamini winked at Walcott and Bale, turned around and ran back to the training ground. After a day of training, as soon as the coaches left, Flamini called Walcott and Bale out of the training base gate and ran towards the paradise in their minds under the sunset. 45 minutes later, 3 young people in casual clothes appeared on the streets of Soho. When the sun rose from the east on a new day, Bale opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. After he saw clearly where he was, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed in the team dormitory, not in a brothel in Soho. All night, he kept having the same dream that his visit to Soho was known to the coach and the boss. The boss didn't lose his temper, but seeing their disappointed expressions was like a nightmare to Bale. He dreamed that he was kicked out of the training base, packed his luggage alone and boarded a plane back to Wales, and then was surrounded by countless media at the airport. They all had bad intentions and asked all kinds of embarrassing questions with a gloating smile. He was surrounded by laughter, unable to move or breathe, until he woke up. Bale turned over and sat up, his back was wet with sweat, and the sound of flushing came from the bathroom. Walcott had already gotten up. He rubbed his face with both hands, trying to make himself more awake. Walcott walked out of the bathroom at the back. "Go wash your face, little monkey. Alan." Bale turned his head and looked at his good friend. Nothing will happen, right?" Walcott was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shrugged. "What can happen? Didn't we come back on time yesterday? No one found us over there, everything was perfect." He made a V sign, "Go wash up, and then go out for breakfast. If you don't go for a long time, there will be problems." Hearing this, Bale stood up from the bed and ran to the bathroom. Wenger stretched in bed and got up. Sleep is the most important activity in a person's life. Only adequate sleep can ensure full energy for work and study for a day. Just as he finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, the phone rang. "Hello." The person who called surprised Wenger. He originally thought it was Lee or Steve Lawley, but he didn't expect it to be reporter Pierce. "Bruce. Good morning, Mr. Reporter. Are you going to start the interview so early? But I haven't dressed yet." Wenger spread his hands. Bruce looked unhappy. He shook his head. "Arthur, I think I have something to tell you." Then he handed several newspapers in his hand to Wenger. "I just received a call from a friend this morning, telling me what happened last night. Although I am not surprised by this, the bad thing is that other media don't think so." Wenger looked down at the newspapers his wife took from the mailbox. There were French and English newspapers. The common feature was that they all had 4 photos in a prominent position on the sports page. The protagonists in the photos were all 3 familiar faces: Flamini, Theo Walcott and Gareth Bale. The photos were not clear, a little blurry, and the angle was not very good. It can be seen that they were secretly taken. And the background of these 3 faces was the bustling streets under the neon lights. "We were just shopping together. What's the fuss?" He was puzzled and wanted to return the newspaper. "I allow them to move freely every night. Aren't the players out playing these days?" Bruce didn't answer, but pointed to the photos in the newspaper and said, "These photos were not taken on the street, but in Soho." Wenger was a little surprised when he heard the name. He lowered his head and looked at the photos carefully, trying to find some clues from them. "Soho," Bruce continued, "several reporters who went there for fun accidentally met these 3 people on the street." Wenger looked up at Bruce, who was still explaining to him, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. During the Arsenal team's training camp, all 3 meals a day were taken care of by the nutritionists and chefs they brought with them. The whole team, from coaches to players, ate together without exception. At breakfast, everyone gathered together to eat and chat. Flamini, Bale and Walcott gathered together and sat in an unnoticeable corner, discussing the excitement of last night in a low voice. Bale didn't seem to be concentrating. He was looking around. "Hey, little monkey, what are you looking at?" Flamini stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Bale, but didn't attract his attention. "The boss and the boss are not here," Bale said while looking around. "Assistant Tang and Assistant Chris Lark are not here either." He lowered his voice at the end. a little panicked. Hearing Belle say this, Walcott and Flamini also looked up and searched in the crowd, and sure enough, they did not see the three coaches. Usually everyone eats together, the head coach, assistant coach and the boss. Why are they not here this morning? The three looked at each other and saw a trace of panic on each other's faces. Hey, is everything okay? Walcott looked at Flamini. Flamini didn't know how to answer him, but just murmured, as if to comfort Walcott, and as if to convince himself, maybe they have something else. Just when the three were uneasy, Wenger finally appeared at the door of the restaurant with two assistant coaches and Lee Yuxin. Wenger first stood at the door and scanned the team, and then took people to find an empty table to sit down and start eating. He didn't say anything when he scanned the whole field, his face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Flamini and the other two could only lower their heads and hurriedly eat, hoping to leave this place that made them uncomfortable as soon as possible. Just as they finished their meal and were about to get up and leave, Wenger spoke. Young, Walcott, Belle. The three of them were startled. Come to my room in 30 minutes, I have something to discuss with you. Wenger said casually with his head down, while he used a fork to poke the ham on the plate, and then cut it with a knife, and the metal and the porcelain plate collided with a crisp sound. After hearing this sound, Belle suddenly shrank his neck, as if he had seen the things in his dream gradually become reality. The players were a little surprised that the head coach suddenly asked the three people to go to his room. They looked at the three teammates standing in the middle of the restaurant in surprise, not knowing what happened. You can leave now. Wenger waved his hand, and he still held the knife in his hand, shining in the morning sun. After the three left, the restaurant soon heard the discussion. Everyone was guessing what mistakes the three people had made, because the boss's voice sounded that he was definitely not in a good mood now. Wenger ignored everyone's speculation and silently dealt with the ham and fried eggs on the plate. It was just that his movements were a little bit bigger when he chewed. 30 minutes later, three players appeared in Wenger's room with sad faces. At that time, Wenger was watching TV, the TV was on, and his eyes were fixed on the screen, but the speakers were speaking English that he was completely proficient in, and the TV direct sales advertisements were extremely boring. Hearing the three people push the door in, Wenger waited for them to stand by the bed for a while before turning his head to look at them. Why do you have such an expression? Didn't you have a great time last night? He took the TV remote control in his hand and played it repeatedly. When the three heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, knowing that what happened last night had been exposed. Before coming here, they had lied to hide the past, but now it seemed that the prepared excuses were completely useless. You must be wondering how I knew that, right? Wenger threw the newspaper over. You didn't pay after you had your fun, so they came to your door. This was of course ironic. The three men looked down and saw that the photos of themselves playing in Soho appeared in the newspaper. They understood everything. They must have been secretly photographed by reporters. Now that they were caught red-handed, any rebuttal was useless. The three men were completely silent. Bale was silent because he was afraid, while Flamini and Walcott didn't know what to say. Why are you silent, men? Oh, should I congratulate you on becoming men last night? You will go from childishness to maturity, from maturity to more maturity. You are so fucking ripe. He cursed without warning, scaring the three people who looked down. The calm before the storm finally passed, and the big raindrops were carried down by the strong wind. No, I didn't. Bale trembled and defended himself. You're nothing? Gareth Bale, you're amazing. How does a woman's body feel? And you, Aaron Walcott? Wenger looked at Bale's roommate. I hope you don't sprint as fast on a woman as you do on the court. Bale didn't dare to speak again after being scolded, and could only lower his head and endure it silently. Walcott's expression was also very embarrassed. After scolding the two little ones, Wenger turned his eyes to Flamini. His tone softened. Yang, I know, those two guys would never think of going to that kind of place, right? Flamini knew what the boss meant by saying this, and he nodded. It was my idea, boss. It has nothing to do with them, I forced them to go there. Wenger leaned his face over and stared at Flamini carefully. You are quite responsible. He retracted his gaze and turned to the other two boys. But don't think you can earn any points with me by doing this. You three. I'm not against you finding women to relieve your boredom, but not now. Do you know why I'm so angry? It's not because those media caught you. I'm not afraid of them. If they want to make trouble or fire, let them do it. He waved his hands vigorously, really not caring. Do you remember what I told you when you first came here? What did I say? I told you not to go there, right? Do you remember? Have you forgotten, or do you completely ignore what I, the head coach, said? No answer to this question is right. We didn't forget, boss, and we didn't. We didn't ignore it. Flamini stammered, it's just that desire overcame reason, right? Yes. Flamini nodded hurriedly. So, you really did it. Flamini suddenly realized that he might have been fooled, and he quickly shook his head again. No. We just went there to take a look, walked around and came back. We definitely didn't do that. No. Just kidding. If he said that he really did it, I don't know how terrible the boss's expression would be. This must not be said. We are just curious, there has never been a place like that openly displayed. So, we want to take a look. Take a look, that's it, boss. Wenger listened to Flamini's explanation quietly, and then looked at Bale and Walcott. Did you do it? The two shook their heads. No. Wenger stared at Bale for a long time, then turned around and walked back to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. Really didn't do it. This time the three people answered in unison, really didn't do it. After a moment of silence, Wenger sighed, I am very disappointed in you. You are professional players, you have to make money and live on this, and your body is the only thing you can rely on and trust, but you don't know how to cherish it. I don't want to give examples of how many talented players in the world have been ruined by their immoral private lives since the advent of modern football. You should know this better than me, because your body is your own. If one day you are not in good shape and are squeezed out by others, there will be no loss to me. I will just go find a group of outstanding players. And what about you? Go to low-level leagues and reminisce about your past, glorious days all day long? I still say, who do you think you are playing for? Because of my request? For the club and the team? For the fans? You are really playing for yourself, for your future life? This is work, you have to take it seriously, this is not a damn street game. Wenger took a breath and looked at the three people who bowed their heads and said nothing. This is no longer a question of whether you have done it or not, this is a question of your attitude towards professional football. Professional football is fair. It will not mistreat anyone who works hard and plays seriously, nor will it give special treatment to any bastard who wants to cheat and take shortcuts. I hope you remember this and think seriously. What path do you want to take? The first few years of your career were glorious, with plenty of money, honors, and beauties, no worries about food and drink, everything you wanted, and everyone admired you. Then you quickly fell, and ended up going to a lower-level league to seek opportunities. Is this the path you want to take? The three people shook their heads at the same time. You are still young, and you have a long way to go in the future. I hope you take care of yourself. Wenger waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Oh, by the way, go back to normal training. After training, review your mistakes in front of the whole team and admit your mistakes. I won't fine you, but you don't want to participate in the next game. The three of them nodded and left the room. This punishment was merciful enough for the three of them. At least Wenger did not send them to the reserve team to reflect in anger. Seeing the door closed, Wenger rubbed his temples. The most worried thing still happened, but Yuxin was worried about the overall impact of this incident on the club and the team. Wenger was worried about the impact of this incident on the future of the three parties involved. He didn't want the person he favored to become the next Whiteside, a famous talented star of Manchester United and Ireland in the 1980s, who retired prematurely at the age of 26 due to alcoholism and frequent injuries, or George Best. If it weren't for alcoholism and women, he could have become another football king. After the full invasion of commercialization into football, countless talented people were ruined by their decadent private lives. There are so many players that it seems like the sky is full of stars. Gareth Bale, Theo Walcott and Flamini are all the best young people he personally selected. He hopes that these people can still play high-level football for the team for more than 10 years in good health, rather than being sold too early. You know, he has watched these young people grow up step by step with his own eyes. To some extent, it is as if they are children he raised with his own hands. Who would be willing to sell his own children? When Ferguson sold Whiteside and McGrath, didn't he feel heartbroken? And when Wenger himself decided to give up Pennant, he had mixed feelings. And as the captain of the team, Yuxin is waiting for them in the locker room. Today, the family rules will be enforced. Sorry, only one update today. but I will try to update more during the holidays. Please forgive me. Chapter 194 Family Rules and Thoughts. Guys, I know that after the training, everyone wants to leave, but I want to ask, can you stay for a little while? I have something to talk to you about. Standing in the locker room, Lee Yuxin spoke loudly. As the captain, his words represent the management in a sense, which also gradually quieted down the team. Lee Yuxin took a breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the following words were not easy to say. I want to talk about our discipline problem. After you three came here yesterday, Gareth, you went to Soho to play at 11 o'clock in the evening and left at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lee Yuxin looked at the three people in the locker room, and his voice gradually became colder. Who can tell me, is this right? The locker room was dead silent, and everyone turned to look at the three people, but he didn't look up much, and looked indifferent. It's okay, right? Captain, you're also a young man. Seeing that everyone else was silent, the three of them spoke up. I think it's okay. This is not right. Fabregas whispered to the side. Players can't sleep so late at night, it will affect the training the next day. Do I need you to teach me? The three of them immediately looked serious and spoke almost at the same time. Do I need you to teach me? Fabregas' face flushed, but he couldn't say anything. He had good intentions and wanted to persuade them, but who would have thought that he would be scolded like this? Cesc, ignore him. He is getting worse and worse. You don't need to listen to anything he says. Keon, who had been sitting in the corner and had been silent, couldn't stand it anymore. He had watched Fabregas grow up, and Keon didn't want to see him suffer. You are getting better and better now. You will be much better than him in the future. There is no need to pay attention to him. He is better than me. The three people sneered at Bale and Walcott. We are the stars of the future. Well, they are all wastes of talent and will never achieve anything in their lives. Keon said, you are only worthy of comparing with those who only know how to shout about talent all their lives. You can't afford to compare honors with real good strikers. The three people stood up suddenly, but Keon just raised his head slightly on the bench and looked at the three people. After all, Keon was the former vice-captain of Arsenal and one of the 5 old defenders, so Bale, Walcott and Flamini did not dare and did not want to offend him. After a confrontation for a while, the three people sat down first. Lee, you are the captain of the team now. There are some things you can say but I can't. But as a former vice-captain, I also want to tell you something. Keon started to speak. If someone in the old Arsenal disrespected the rules and teammates so much, they would be beaten. Being beaten. Lee Yuxin didn't say anything, but Rosicki on the side spoke in surprise. Why do you think our team wants Tony to be the captain? Do you think the team's rules are passed down by nonsense? Keon looked at Rosicki and smiled. Isn't that a joke? Why doesn't the coach come to the locker room? Why doesn't he come forward? Isn't it because there are some things that he can't come forward for? Deduct salary, force running, punish. It's still best to beat him up. Keon interrupted him. Anyway, those who can force teammates to take action are not good people. Rosicki stopped talking. He knew that the progress of the football world in recent years has made players richer and richer, and some of the bad habits of the past have disappeared, but he didn't expect that there are still people who really miss that rough era. Lee Yuxin looked at the three people opposite him, and after a while, he finally plucked up the courage. It's wrong for you to do this. He walked up. The team has a rule that you have to go to bed before 11 o'clock at night. If this problem is discovered, you will be fined. This is the first and last time. There can be no more violations during the game. You'd better correct your behavior. Captain? It shouldn't be like this just this time, right? The three of them said with a fake smile. The words of the three people finally made Keon change his face. He took a step forward, his face darkened a lot. Try to say it again. The three people raised their heads, but before they could say anything, they saw Keon standing up. They knew that they couldn't beat Keon, who was a famous tough guy back then. Keon looked at the other party, and at this time, his heart was also surging. After taking 2 deep breaths, Keon ignored him and walked to the center of the room. Some people say that I will be kicked out of Arsenal and that I am a useless person to Arsenal. I don't think so. Unlike some people, I am in Juventus and serve Arsenal. If I am not in Arsenal, I will serve those who have Arsenal. I am an Arsenal player. I was and I am now. What is the difference between me and some people? Let me tell you, I know what the spirit of Arsenal is. I know what the secret of Arsenal's victory is, and I also know what to do to achieve an Arsenal-style victory. The coach asked me to stay here so that I could teach you what is a better way to play football. I am a stupid person. I don't have any outstanding abilities or other skills. I don't know what is a better way to play football. What I can do is to play well on the training field and not cause trouble in the locker room. I am very stupid, but I know what kind of team locker room is a good locker room. What kind of team is a good team? What is a good locker room? What everyone is scrambling for is training equipment, not good seats. During each training session, they only think that their training volume is too small, instead of complaining that their training volume is too large. Everyone competes to test their skills instead of cars. What everyone discusses is whether they have changed a new pair of sneakers, not a new bed partner. We will also play and even smoke and drink, but as long as there is a game, we will abide by the rules and fight hard. Keown shouted in the locker room, "You ask me what is a good locker room? Arsenal's locker room is the best locker room." Arsenal's locker room was obviously accused of being ignorant, backward and unkind, but at this time, what came out of Keown's mouth seemed like a fairyland. I haven't counted carefully, but I estimate that I have the most honors among us. When I was in Arsenal, I used to wonder why you couldn't do the simplest things like train well, play well, and win championships, but now I understand that you don't even know the simplest things to pay attention to when playing football. You think you are talented, you think you are good players? Bullshit. You, him, and that Ronaldo you mentioned, are people who don't know what to pay attention to in football. What a football player should do is to train, play, recover, and train again. Beauties, luxury cars, money, fame, and fun, it's not too late to do those things after retirement. I don't know what kind of future or football you want, but I know that wherever I set foot, I will play Arsenal football. Holistic football, maturity and stability, perseverance and loyalty, this is Arsenal. I can't tolerate this kind of football that is full of decadence, debauchery, independence and selfishness. After scanning the crowd, Keown spoke again, "I'm going to training. Those who are willing to continue playing with him, I don't care about you. But those who are willing to go with me, follow me now." Factions are all nonsense. There is one faction that plays well and another faction that doesn't. It's that simple. Now, those who are willing to play well, go to the training ground. Seeing his teammates filing out of the locker room one by one under the leadership of Yuxin, Keown raised his head, looked at the three people and said, "Didn't you ask me what is the difference between you and me? This is the difference. No matter where I am, Arsenal is in my heart, and my hope is to be where the Arsenal spirit is. I have learned advanced concepts, and I can pass them on, but you, no matter when and where, are just a passerby. This is our difference. You will never understand this thing. If you understand it, you won't be so destitute at this age." Keown took a last look at them. "Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. Follow the training honestly, play with me, and abide by the discipline. This is the only way to go. Otherwise, wait for death slowly, and rot with your talent." Looking at Keown who was leaving, the three of them were speechless for a long time. Loyalty, hard work, diligence, these old-fashioned words, he had long forgotten how many years no one had mentioned them. His friends would not say these to him, and those hard-working players did not intend to say them to him. Could it be that his future was really rotten like this? The three of them fell into deep thought. You are really energetic in training today." On the training ground, looking at Rosicki across from him, Alexander Song laughed. Rosicki did not speak, but just shook his head. "Why, are you moved or scared?" Alexander Song asked with a smile. He naturally knew that Keown's temper was largely because he was provoked, so he was so presumptuous in the locker room. But he didn't expect that not only the three were scared, but also Rosicki was scared, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. "Have you thought about what he said? He said Arsenal has the best football concept, do you think so?" After playing for a while, Rosicki raised his head. Alexander Song was stunned for a moment, then thought about it quietly, and then spoke. "I don't think that Arsenal's idea is the best. In fact, what is the best football concept? No one can say it clearly, because there is no right or wrong in the concept, it is just a concept in your mind. As for the question of right and wrong, there is only one. Are you really sure that your idea respects football?" Rosicki opened his mouth and was speechless for a long time. He didn't know how to answer this question. What exactly is the football that he wants? How can this question be answered so easily? Chapter 195 Afternoon Tea and Unrest. After the storm, Arsenal got back on track in December, winning both the league and the League Cup. However, at the beginning of the new year, Lee Yuxin still had things to do in his busy schedule. Today, he had afternoon tea with Shuo at home, and Yang Guiyang began to prepare. First, the utensils: porcelain teapot, 2-person teapot, 4-person teapot or 6-person teapot, depending on the number of guests to be entertained, filter spoon and small plate for the filter program, cup set, sugar bowl, milk cup bottle, 3-layer dessert plate, teaspoon. The correct way to place the teaspoon is to make a 45-degree angle with the cup, 7-inch personal dessert plate, tea knife, for spreading cream and jam, fork for eating cake, bowl for tea dregs, napkin, a pot of fresh flowers, insulation cover, wooden tray, for serving tea. In addition, lace hand-embroidered tablecloths or tray mats are very important equipment for Victorian afternoon tea, because they symbolize important home decorations of the aristocratic life in the Victorian era. The setting for drinking tea should be elegant. For the orthodox English afternoon tea, the tea used is the champagne of black tea, Dazzling black tea, or Earl Grey tea. However, it has evolved to the present day and even has flavored tea. For the formal afternoon tea in the UK, the decoration of the tea table, tableware, tea set, dessert tray, etc. are very particular. The props include teacups, teaspoons, tea knives, tea saucers, tea trays, for desserts, forks, sugar bowls, milk bottles, napkins, etc., as well as teapots, skimmers, and sandwich trays. These tableware are placed on the round table, and the tablecloth can also be embroidered or lace. Then play some beautiful music, and the atmosphere of afternoon tea is created. With these atmospheres, there must be beautiful decorations to embellish them. When arranging the decorations, you can use flowers, funnels, candles, photos, or tie satin flowers on napkins, etc., which are all good ways to decorate. However, the afternoon tea utensils have been simplified a lot, and many redundant details are no longer so important. Then came the ordered dim sum. After working hard for half a day, it was finally ready. However, there was an unexpected guest, Mendez, who came to Lee Yuxin's house. The process of 3 steps. Step 1. Enjoy delicious dim sum. Usually, the first layer of the 3-layer tower is placed with various salty sandwiches, such as ham, cheese and other flavors, but these sandwiches are not made by the dim sum chef, but by another sandwich chef. The second and third layers are placed with desserts. Generally speaking, the second layer is mostly placed with strawberry towers, which are a must for British afternoon tea. Others such as puffs, biscuits or chocolates are matched by the chef at will. There is no fixed dessert on the third layer, but the chef chooses suitable dim sum, usually cakes and fruit towers. After the British afternoon tea, which is particular about tradition, was introduced to my country across the ocean, some changes have been made to the tea snacks, and various new flavors have been developed. For example, the bite-sized desserts topped with caviar and cucumbers, handmade biscuits, and a kind of English muffin called scone that can be eaten with cream or jam. More than 20 kinds of tea snacks are small and exquisite, with different flavors, just like a piece of finely crafted art, which makes people linger in the elegance of appreciating fine products and reluctant to taste them. Part 2. Appreciating exquisite tea utensils. Victorian afternoon tea is a comprehensive art, simple but not shabby, gorgeous but not vulgar. Although the time for drinking tea and the food, referring to pure English snacks, are the most important parts of the orthodox English afternoon tea, drinking afternoon tea is not perfect without good tea, porcelain, music, and even a good mood. Part 3. Tea tasting. In afternoon tea, tea is the absolute protagonist. Special afternoon tea is divided into Dazzling tea, Earl Grey tea, Ceylon tea and other types. Generally, tea leaves are brewed directly, and then the tea residue is filtered out with a tea strainer before pouring into the cup for drinking. In a transparent glass teapot, when hot water is poured down, you can see the tips of tea leaves slowly blooming in the water. The most beautiful is rose tea. Watching the small rose petals dancing lightly in the water, the mood also dances with it. But in this season, milk tea is my favorite. The combination of black tea and milk is like an elegant aristocrat meeting a celebrity gentleman. Whether it is a small sip or a big gulp of drinking, in the cold winter, boiling hot milk tea is undoubtedly a warm secret recipe. It slides from the tip of the tongue to the stomach wall in an instant. After a long time, there is still a faint sweetness in the mouth, which makes people linger. Milk tea can also be paired with afternoon snacks, whether it is rich cheesecake, sweet and glutinous chocolate muffins, or casual thick toast, honest pineapple buns, both Chinese and Western. Milk tea can be happily paired. Li Yuxin and Yang Gang did not understand the Portuguese tea drinking habits, and did not know whether they also put white sugar in the tea they drank like the British, so Li Yuxin stared at the teapot in Yang Gang's hand nervously, watching him fill Paulus's teacup with tea in the pot. Mendes thanked him in stiff English, picked up the teacup and sniffed it, and then drank it all. After drinking the tea in the cup, he passed the cup to Yang Gang and said in English, "Dear Yang Gang, please have another cup." The atmosphere in the room became harmonious after Mendes drank the first cup of tea in cooperation. Yang Gang very readily filled his cup with black tea with white sugar. Seeing Mendes also sipping the second cup of tea like an English gentleman, Li Yuxin and Yang Gang had to admire the level of practice of this international agent tycoon. Mendes came uninvited because of the incident a day ago. Time went back to a day ago. Marinho, who was in a bad mood, did not communicate with Mendes in the office as usual, but chose a cafe. As soon as they met, bang Jorge, they are simply bullying. Mendes knew that what Marinho really cared about was the transfer of these few companies. So he folded up the newspaper, put it on top, and then smiled and said, "Why be angry? Last year was just a stumble, this year we just need to win it back. Everyone is strengthening their strength. But Chelsea has not made any moves. And look at the transfers this summer, who has discussed it with me?" This is what Marinho is most dissatisfied with. Marinho is a head coach with a strong desire for control, and he does not allow anyone else to interfere in the competitive field. But this summer, Chelsea's signings are just a decoration. Chelsea has spent money so far. That is, from the introduction of Ballack and Shevchenko, but these two transfers were not discussed with Marinho at all. And then there was no response to Marinho's request. Chelsea's transfers are completely different from Marinho's ideas for signings. Seeing that Manchester United, Arsenal, and Liverpool are all expanding their strength, Marinho couldn't help but get angry. "Jose, calm down. You are too disrespectful to Roman. It's okay to use Shevchenko more." One of the most direct causes of the current problems is the problem of Shevchenko. Shevchenko is Abramovich's favorite star, but Marinho didn't use Shevchenko much. This was like a direct slap in Abramovich's face, and that's why a series of things happened later. "I said I don't need Shevchenko, there is no place for him in my team." Marinho is not stupid, on the contrary he is very smart. He knows a lot of things, but he just can't stand it. Since he is the head coach of the club, he should be responsible for the competitive aspects of the club. Abramovich is rich, Peter. Kenyan is a legend in commercial promotion, but what qualifications do they have to point fingers at themselves in the competitive field? Do they understand what football is? Do they understand football tactics? Since they are the head coach, they should believe in themselves and trust themselves, instead of interfering with their coaching. "Jose, you." Mendes shook his head. He couldn't say anything about Marinho's personality. Although such a personality is easy to offend people, Marinho is so popular in European football now, and it is not because of such a personality. In terms of performance, there are many coaches who are as famous as Marinho. Like Ancelotti and Benitez, their performance is not worse than Marinho. But the two of them are not as popular as Marinho. In addition to Marinho's handsome appearance, his personality is also a reason. "Jorge, I don't want to continue. Come if you are suitable, leave if you are not." Marinho is a proud person, he will not stay in one place. Since the Chelsea executives do not trust him now, they are hindering him everywhere, and even the transfer has not listened to his opinions. Marinho will not stay here with a thick skin. If you should leave, leave, why stay and suffer? But, Jose, it's almost January now, and the new season is about to start. If you quit now, what will Chelsea do? How can you be so irresponsible? Mendes was shocked and immediately tried to comfort Marinho. He was not really worried about Chelsea, but if Marinho resigned and left, the loss would be huge. Marinho still had a long time left on his contract, and it was a big contract worth more than £10 million. This big contract cannot be wasted. Yet, Marinho nodded with a gloomy face. Although Porto was where Marinho started, it was Chelsea that really made Marinho famous in the world of football. Marinho himself has deep feelings for Chelsea. Hearing what Mendes said, he really felt that he was too impulsive. Leaving now would cause big problems for Chelsea's arrangements for this season and next season. But Mendes next to him had already thought a lot. There were more and more conflicts between Mourinho and Chelsea's top management. From the transfer this summer, they completely ignored Mourinho. Mourinho is not the type to swallow his anger, and conflicts will break out sooner or later. Mendes has already started to consider how to negotiate with Chelsea to get the best breakup fee. However, the photos of their secret meeting were published in the newspaper by reporters, which made people think that they were trying to poach Lee Yuxin, which made Lee Yuxin very depressed. Mendes had no choice but to come to explain. After all, Lee Yuxin was his trump card besides Ronaldo. Well, Jose may leave? Lee Yuxin asked thoughtfully. It seems that history has not changed because of his arrival. The Madman era of the Blues is coming to an end. Well, maybe next season, but Lee can't tell the media about this, and don't tell others. Mendes warned. Okay, don't worry, Jorge. Lee Yuxin replied. Chapter 196, Crazy January. Arsenal, with its morale boosted, exploded in the new year. In the 22nd round of the league on January 3rd, they defeated Charlton 4-0, reversed Liverpool in the FA Cup, and defeated Blackburn 4-0 in the 23rd round. Lee Yuxin scored 4 goals in 2 games, surpassing Drogba to lead the Premier League scorer list. Then, Arsenal, who came on as a substitute, defeated Liverpool 6-3 in the League Cup quarterfinals. Next, there will be 2 tough battles in the second half of January, the 24th round of the Premier League against Manchester United, and the North London derby with Tottenham in the League Cup semi-finals. Lee Yuxin is now full of confidence. Arsenal will definitely be more glorious this season, not like in the previous life. Because of the FA Cup on January 7th. Historically, Arsenal defeated Liverpool 3-1, but the script is not like this now. Lee Yuxin is now excited when he thinks of this game. Damn it. Lee Yuxin couldn't help but kick the chair in front of him hard. But after he finished, Lee Yuxin knew that it was bad. Wenger turned around and looked at Lee Yuxin, which made Lee Yuxin smile awkwardly. Unexpectedly, he kicked the place where Wenger was sitting. However, Lee Yuxin saw a solemn look on Wenger's face, so he put away his smile again. Because Lee Yuxin himself was also very angry. Fabregas next to him also frowned. The atmosphere on the entire Arsenal bench was very solemn. From the coaching staff to the players on the bench, everyone's expression was not good. Because the game was played completely inexplicably. Liverpool's home stadium was already a sea of joy, and Liverpool fans were already cheering. The commentator on the scene was also crazy, shouting wildly, "Long live, long live. 3-0, 3-0. We won, we won. We are leading Arsenal 3-0, we are going to beat Arsenal. 3-0. The first half has not ended yet. This is only the 37th minute of the first half. Arsenal is already 3 goals behind Liverpool. A score that no one can imagine. It can even be said that something happened that surprised everyone. Not to mention others, even Liverpool itself did not expect that it could score 4 goals against Arsenal in a row after the opening. Since Arsenal's strength has declined, there are many teams that can score 3 goals against Arsenal, but this definitely does not include Liverpool in its current state. What kind of team is Liverpool? Of course, it is a strong opponent. Currently ranked 4th in the Premier League, but Liverpool played a mixed match in this game. Gerrard was injured and did not play. It was simply against common sense. After Arsenal drew Liverpool, Arsenal fans cheered, and all the media thought that Arsenal could easily beat Liverpool. But look at the result now. Lee Yuxin just kicked the chair in front of him in anger because he saw the 3rd goal lost. It was just that Wenger was sitting in front of Lee Yuxin. Lee, this. Fabregas didn't know what to say. The opponent is still a strong opponent like Liverpool. Can Arsenal win the championship with such performance? Fabregas's face began to change. He is still young and is currently at his peak age. He still wants to win the championship. Instead of seeing Arsenal's performance like this, Lee Yuxin didn't know what to say at this time. It is not true to say that Arsenal does not value the League Cup. Wenger still sent out many first-team players in this game. Wenger obviously wanted to win this game. But Wenger looked even uglier, and turned to Lee Yuxin and Fabregas and said, "Kim, Santiago, you two go over and warm up." Wenger couldn't help it. 0-3. Too embarrassing. And more importantly, Wenger also knows himself. With Arsenal's current strength, It will be difficult to win the Champions League and the Premier League. In this case, it is better to start with the easiest game. Wenger does not want to give up the League Cup. Therefore, Wenger has to release his trump card. Lee Yuxin and Fabregas. Now the first half is about to end. Wenger must make changes in the midfield. We saw Lee and Fabregas warming up. It seems that Coach Wenger is going to make changes. Arsenal's first half was really bad, the defense was bad, and the offense was also bad. Not just changes. Wenger was completely furious. He roared in the locker room and scolded the Arsenal players. Lee Yuxin has been in Arsenal for such a long time and has played many games under Wenger. It was the first time he saw Wenger so angry. Wenger usually made arrangements slowly during the halftime break even if he was behind. But today Wenger was really angry, so he scolded almost all the players. And he was very decisive. Wenger was considered by many people to be slow in making substitutions. But this time he was very decisive. At halftime, Lee Yuxin replaced Adebayor and Fabregas replaced Rosicki. Cesc, come on. Come on. Lee Yuxin and Fabregas both wanted to win the championship. Although they were already behind 0-3 in the first half, they still couldn't give up. They were still unwilling to give up. There were still 45 minutes in the second half, and there was still a chance. League Cup. This was the easiest. Lee Yuxin didn't want to give up either. Wenger seems to be restless. He sent two core players, Lee Yuxin and Fabregas, to the field at the beginning of the second half. He must win the game. In the second half, Arsenal kicked off first. Bale passed the ball to Walcott. Walcott passed the ball back to Fabregas. Fabregas made a long pass. This is to find Lee Yuxin on the left. Arsenal kicked off slowly. It didn't look very energetic. But when the ball reached Fabregas' feet, Fabregas did not control it under his feet. And he didn't observe slowly, but directly made a long pass, which immediately accelerated the offensive rhythm. This is just an offensive routine. When Chamakh kicked off, Lee Yuxin immediately ran wildly on the left. When the ball was passed to Fabregas, Lee Yuxin had already arrived near the penalty area. This is different from Arsenal's usual play. Fabregas just passed the ball to Lee Yuxin. Ganter saw Lee Yuxin and immediately stepped forward to intercept the ball. However, he did not use his body to collide, but kept a little distance from Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin saw Ganter take a step back, and then stopped the ball with his left foot. However, he did not stop the ball at his feet as in the past, but stopped the ball to the right. At this time, Lee Yuxin's solid basic skills came out. Lee Yuxin had no problem stopping the ball at his feet, and he also had no problem stopping it a few meters away from his feet. Such control requires solid basic skills. And Lee Yuxin's basic skills are solid enough, so there is no problem with stopping the ball. This time, Lee Yuxin stopped and passed, and directly shook Hyypiä. It was quite unexpected. Because the second half had just started, Liverpool players had not yet come out of their joy, and their defensive preparations were not very good. It should be said that Liverpool players have not yet entered the game state. Therefore, Hyypiä failed to defend Lee Yuxin this time, but let Lee Yuxin easily break through Hyypiä. Ginter was passed, and Liverpool's central defenders were unable to make up for it. Because they did not enter the game state, a big gap was left. Lee Yuxin stopped the ball with his left foot and passed Hyypiä. Lee Yuxin shot directly. That's it. After Lee Yuxin stopped and passed, he saw that no one came to defend, so he didn't hesitate and shot directly with his right foot. All Liverpool players were not prepared enough, including Ginter and Liverpool's goalkeeper. Frederick was also unprepared. Lee Yuxin's shot went around an arc and flew directly into the far corner of Liverpool's goal. Frederick had no reaction at all and could only watch the ball fly into the goal. Lee. It's only been 9 seconds since the start of the second half and Arsenal has scored a goal. Lee Yuxin, Arsenal's best captain this season. He just came on the field for 9 seconds and scored a goal with his first touch of the ball. This was Arsenal's first attack in the second half and they scored a goal. There's still time, Arsenal still has enough time. After seeing the ball fly into the goal, Lee Yuxin waved his fist. Then he couldn't help but yelled loudly to vent his dissatisfaction with falling behind. Then he made a shut-up gesture to the Liverpool fans in the stadium. You were happy in the first half, but you can't be happy in the second half. Lee Yuxin was very angry when he heard the cheers of Liverpool fans off the court in the first half. Liverpool fans saw Lee Yuxin's gesture and began to boo. But Lee Yuxin didn't care. Then he turned around and pointed at Fabregas, asking Fabregas to come over. After hugging Fabregas, Lee Yuxin shouted in his ear, "Cesc, just 3 goals. Yes, Lee. Just 3 goals." Fabregas was really overjoyed. Originally, he was a little desperate after seeing the 3-goal deficit. In his opinion, Arsenal was basically eliminated from the League Cup. But Lee Yuxin scored a goal just at the beginning of the second half, which greatly boosted Fabregas's fighting spirit. Yes, just 3 goals. Arsenal can usually easily score 4 or 5 goals against a strong team like Liverpool. There are still 45 minutes left, why can't we score 4 goals? Believe me, we will definitely advance. Seeing other Arsenal players coming over, Lee Yuxin patted his chest and spoke loudly to everyone. He told them to believe in themselves in a domineering manner. If it was the previous Lee Yuxin, of course he would not do this, but Lee Yuxin, whose self-confidence was growing more and more, slowly regarded himself as the core of Arsenal. And Lee Yuxin believed that he should take more responsibility. However, many players of Arsenal now are not the team of later generations that has lost confidence in winning the championship because of many years of no championship. Now they need a captain like Lee Yuxin. A player with strong motivation like Lee Yuxin has not appeared in Arsenal for many years. Therefore, everyone nodded. The game is very interesting. There is still time. Arsenal may be able to equalize the score. Let us look forward to the exciting game in the second half. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Turning the Tide. Liverpool, with a weakened team, scored 3 goals against Arsenal in the first half. It was definitely an accident, a real accident. It was completely abnormal. Liverpool did not have that kind of strength. Not to mention Liverpool, even Manchester United and Chelsea, Arsenal's 2 biggest rivals in the Premier League, would not have been able to score 4 goals in the first half. Not to mention Liverpool's weakened team. After Lee Yuxin and Fabregas came on in the second half, the rhythm of the entire game was completely under Arsenal's control. Liverpool simply could not control the ball in the midfield. However, Arsenal's style of play was still the same old problem, with too much possession, too many passes, and too few direct threats. After watching from the sidelines for a while, Wenger took advantage of a dead ball opportunity to let Lee Yuxin come over. "Lee, don't just stay in the middle. Swap positions with the 2 people on the side. There will be more shots if there is a chance." "Yes." Lee Yuxin nodded. There are only a few routines to break through dense defense. Set pieces, long shots, or players with characteristics like Messi. When Barcelona besieges opponents and cannot break the goal, Messi will stand out. Breakthroughs within a small range attract many defensive players. When several defensive players go to defend Messi, there will be space in other places. This will create loopholes in the opponent's defense. Moreover, players like Messi will frequently cause fouls by opponents and can get many set pieces. However, Arsenal does not have a player of Messi's style. After all, Messi is still unique to the world. In this case, we can only increase long shots or set pieces. At present, the player with the strongest long-range shooting ability in Arsenal is Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin is the most decisive in long-range shooting. Therefore, Wenger let Lee Yuxin go to the middle more. Fabregas is a very comprehensive player. He can play with both feet, and there is no problem with the left, middle, and right. So Wenger asked Lee Yuxin and Fabregas to switch positions frequently. Lee Yuxin is not Fabregas. He does not have Fabregas's ball control ability. He also does not have Fabregas's organizational ability, let alone Fabregas's passing ability. Therefore, Lee Yuxin came to the middle and could not take on the role of front midfielder. Fabregas played a position similar to that of a front midfielder in Arsenal, but Lee Yuxin came to the middle and shot more directly, so he was more like a second striker. Simple. Direct. This is Lee Yuxin's characteristic. Coquelin, passed the ball to Fabregas. Fabregas dribbled the ball and broke through to the left. Fabregas has great skills. Fabregas, crossed the ball. Fabregas is indeed very good. Fabregas is now very good at both ball control and breakthrough. After getting the ball this time, Fabregas easily broke through the defender. He did not go to the middle, but suddenly went to the left. Of course, Fabregas went to the left, while Yuxin immediately went to the middle, giving up the position on the left. Fabregas came to the left, which was different from Yuxin's choice. Yuxin generally likes to break through the wing. That's because Yuxin has speed. But Fabregas does not have absolute speed. The thread on the wing is not as good as in the middle. Therefore, after he got to the left, he did not go outside, but immediately made a cross. Walcott header back. Walcott is a player with excellent athletic ability. This time he saw the ball and headed it back. The ball came to the arc of the penalty area. Yuxin. This is Yuxin volleyed. After Walcott headed the ball back, there were actually Liverpool players near the penalty area. But his reaction was a step slower. He didn't expect Yuxin to face the ball and volley it directly without waiting for it to land. This is the difference between Yuxin and other Arsenal players. Arsenal players want to shoot when they create the best opportunity with a pass. For a ball like this, even Fabregas would stop the ball, because there were Liverpool players who interfered nearby. But Yuxin is different. Yuxin doesn't like things that are too complicated. Simple and direct is Yuxin's characteristic. This time is also the case. Yuxin didn't hesitate at all. He directly swung his left foot and volleyed it. It is very difficult to control the ball in this kind of volley. But Yuxin's shot this time. He suppressed a ball. Yuxin. 2 goals. Yuxin's appearance has fundamentally changed Arsenal. He is more direct than other Arsenal players. Yuxin's shooting ability is very strong. When he was in shock, Yuxin's shooting accuracy was the highest in European football. It exceeded Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. After arriving at Arsenal, Yuxin's shooting ability has not changed. 2 goals. Arsenal has already caught up with 2 goals. Only 13 minutes have passed in the second half, and there is still more than half an hour. Arsenal still has a chance. The commentator was really excited. After all, this game was too dramatic, and the goals were also beautiful. First, Liverpool scored 4 goals against Arsenal in the first half, and then after the start of the second half, Arsenal had already caught up with 2 goals. The goal was beautiful and the process was wonderful. This is the game that all commentators like to commentate. Good. Wenger, who had been very nervous on the field, saw this ball and couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Then he looked at the bench and said to Van Persie, "Robin, warm up." Wenger's personality is like this. If the game is slow and nothing big happens, then his substitutions are also slow and mechanical. Many people know that Wenger will not make substitutions until the 70th minute. This is Wenger's habit. It is also a side that many people complain about. But there are exceptions. Once the team falls behind and the game is ugly, Wenger will play cards one after another. This time is the case. After recovering 2 goals, but still falling behind by 1 goal, Wenger has to go all out and let Van Persie play. Although Van Persie did not perform well during this period, he also has advantages. That is, Van Persie's passing is good, ball control is also okay, and more importantly, Van Persie's football IQ is very good. Wenger threw out the last trump card. Van Persie replaced Bale. Arsenal is going to attack the opponent fiercely. Yes. After all, Liverpool was only playing with a weakened team. No matter how many tactics Benitez had, he couldn't just throw beans and make soldiers. In terms of strength, they were much worse than Arsenal. When Arsenal began to attack Liverpool in the second half, Liverpool's weakness was undoubtedly revealed. Liverpool can only defend now. Therefore, Wenger put all the offensive players on the field. This is to give it a try. With Van Persie on the field, Wenger did not put 2 center forwards and then bombard a wing cross. Instead, he let Walcott run to the left and moved Yuxin to the middle, just behind Van Persie. Yuxin didn't understand why Wenger arranged it this way. Because Yuxin's position has completely become a second striker or a shadow striker, playing the position of a shadow striker. This position is not the first time for Yuxin. Yuxin has played the position of a shadow striker before. So Yuxin didn't feel much unfamiliarity after coming to this position, but felt very clearly understand how he should run and how to choose. This feeling is very unexpected. Lee Yuxin didn't know why the professor changed his center forward to a shadow striker in this game, and Lee Yuxin himself was very surprised. Because it was such a long-lost position, he did not feel strange at all. Koscielny passed the ball with a long kick. Walcott head the ball to Fabregas. Van Persie retreats, Fabregas passes straight. Fabregas got the ball, and Van Persie suddenly retreated, taking away the central defender defending him. It also made other Liverpool defenders pay attention to him. After all, they must pay attention to the retreat of a centre forward. At this time, Lee Yuxin's thinking was very clear. At the moment when Van Persie retreated, Lee Yuxin suddenly moved forward and took the position where Van Persie just moved. Lee Yuxin rarely played behind the centre forward. But as the saying goes, one move leads to 100 moves. When Lee Yuxin played on the left, there was also such a thing. The centre forward suddenly retreated, and then inserted into the penalty area from the left rib. In fact, it was the same idea. This time, it was just that Lee Yuxin's position was in the middle. Van Persie retreated, leaving a small gap. Lee Yuxin saw it and ran over. Lee Yuxin is a speed player. Once Lee Yuxin runs, unless it is a frontal defense. Otherwise, they couldn't catch up with Lee Yuxin's speed. Lee Yuxin suddenly accelerated and got rid of the defender next to him. Also because of Lee Yuxin's strong explosive power, before Liverpool's defenders could react, Lee Yuxin was already on a parallel line with Liverpool's central defender. Fabregas saw it. Therefore, when Lee Yuxin inserted, Fabregas also started to pass the ball. Van Persie, Fabregas, and Lee Yuxin had never practiced such a routine. But the three of them played such a tacit cooperation in the game. Lee broke in. One-on-one. This is a one-on-one. Lee's one-on-one, Lee, left foot lob. 23 minutes, Lee Yuxin completed a hat-trick in 23 minutes. This is Lee Yuxin's third hat-trick in Arsenal this season. Arsenal has already recovered 3 goals, and Arsenal still has more than 20 minutes. The suspense of the game has always existed. Lee Zhen is a shooter, a top shooter. Since Ronaldo, another top shooter has been born in European football. Hat-trick. Since Lee Yuxin completed a hat-trick in the second game of the Big Four in the national team in the first game, he has performed many hat-tricks both in England and Arsenal. He even had a hat-trick in the Champions League group stage. But after completing a hat-trick against a strong team like Liverpool today, Lee Yuxin became even crazier. Lee Yuxin ignored the players who wanted to come over to celebrate, but ran directly to the corner flag and kicked it directly on the corner flag pole. Maybe he kicked the corner flag too hard, and Li Wuxin kicked it down. But Li Wuxin ignored the corner flag and continued to kick the billboard in front of him. In Li Wuxin's opinion, Arsenal's new players not only lack the desire for the championship, but also lack passion. Football is a passionate sport, and without passion it is not football. Li Wuxin has the rarest things in Arsenal players. Passion, toughness, and tenacity. Arsenal will have a big change with Lee. Wenger should have introduced a player with Li Wuxin's personality a long time ago. Wenger smiled and said to Bold, "Lee is very suitable for playing on the front line. He has speed, brains, can run, and has excellent shooting ability. He is not inferior to Terry and will be a future leader." Yet, morale. In the second half, Li Wuxin picked up the morale that Arsenal lost in the first half, and the morale of Arsenal players gradually rose. After Li Wuxin scored the third goal, Arsenal players saw the hope of winning the game. Therefore, they became even crazier. After only 4 minutes, Arsenal equalized the score. Van Persie received a cross from Walcott in a corner kick and headed in Arsenal's 4th goal of the game, overtaking the score 4-3. But the game was not over. 5 minutes after Van Persie scored, there was another corner kick opportunity. Koscielny received a cross from Fabregas' corner kick and scored Arsenal's 5th goal of the game, leading Liverpool 5-3. From 0-3 to 5-3, Arsenal only took 35 minutes. But the crazy Arsenal did not end the show. In the 87th minute of the game, Walcott received a pass from Lee Yuxin on the left and scored the 6th goal of the game 6-3. From falling behind by 3 goals to finally overtaking the score, Arsenal took half a game. Liverpool fans fell from heaven in the first half to hell in the second half. Lee Yuxin naturally won the best player of the game, with 3 shots and 1 assist, and was the biggest contributor to Arsenal's promotion. Arsenal entered the FA Cup quarter-finals. And they completed such a reversal. How could everyone not be happy? Cesc, what did I say? We have a chance to win the championship. Yuxin sat on the bus after the game and talked to Fabregas with a smile. It was an exciting game, and the Arsenal players were very excited. Lee, you are right. Van Persie also shouted, champion. Chapter 198, The Powerful Manchester United and the Dormant Ronaldo. January 22, the 24th round of the 2006-2007 English Premier League, Arsenal vs. Manchester United, will be held at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal won the first match of the fifth round 2-0. Today, Manchester United came to take revenge. Yuxin signed autographs for several familiar fans, and then entered the Emirates Stadium under the escort of security guards. Arsenal's players conducted simple training under the arrangement of Pat, while Wenger was still studying on the tactical board. As Manchester United's players arrived at the Emirates Stadium, there was a huge booing outside the stadium. Alexander, thank you for giving us points. Cristiano, you idiot. Cristiano, you arrogant maniac. Cristiano, our king will teach you how to play football. Wayne, our king will teach you how to shoot. Hearing the unchanging provocative words of Arsenal fans, the old man Ferguson still greeted those fans with a smile, not affected at all, while Ronaldo did not have so much self-restraint, but at this time he already had the strength and endurance to tolerate these provocations. Before entering the stadium, he smiled slightly in the direction of the fans who gave him the middle finger, and walked in with his head held high. Arsenal fans naturally continued to rage, with their middle fingers raised high and curses resounding outside the stadium. Manchester United players suddenly felt that there were sounds all around them, and they were very irritated, and they could not help but walk quickly into the stadium. Ferguson just put away his smile and walked into Highbury calmly. In his opinion, this kind of momentum was what he wanted to see. Lee, Jens. Robin, I love you. Kill Manchester United. Go back, Manchester United. As the players from both teams went to the competition venue to warm up, there were huge waves of support and cheers from the already crowded stands. At this time, there were still nearly 2 hours left before the game, but the enthusiastic fans of both sides had already occupied every position, waving the jerseys of their idols and shouting loudly, but it was obvious that Manchester United was scolded more. Yuxin looked at the crowded stands, with a firm look in his eyes. Arsenal starting lineup: 4-4-2. 1 Lehmann, 27 Ebao, 6 Senderos, 5 Toure, 22 Clichy, 7 Rosicki, 4 Fabregas, 13 Haleb, 16 Flamini, 9 Yuxin, 25 Adebayor. Manchester United starting lineup: 4-4-2. 1 Van der Sar, 3 Evra, 15 Vital, 5 Ferdinand, 2 Gary Neville, 11 Giggs, 16 Carrick, 18 Scholes, 7 Cristiano Ronaldo, 8 Rooney, 17 Larsson. After exchanging the team flags, Yuxin picked the side and the game started. After a brief trial, Manchester United took the initiative and began to dominate the offensive. In the 4th minute, Ronaldo won a free kick on the right, and Giggs's free kick was cleared by Senderos' header. Then Giggs took a corner kick from the right, and Adebayor headed the ball out from the front point. In the 6th minute, Larsson passed back from the edge of the penalty area, and Giggs' left-footed shot from 23 yards missed. Then Rooney broke through from the left, and Ronaldo's left-footed shot from 24 yards in the melee also missed. But Arsenal quickly reversed the passive situation. In the 10th minute, Yuxin and Fabregas cooperated, and Adebayor's breakthrough on the left side of the penalty area was protected and cleared by Gary Neville. Then Rosicki took a corner kick, and Ferdinand cleared the ball with a header. In the 13th minute, Clichy passed the ball, and Henry's direct shot from 30 yards on the left was confiscated by Van der Sar. In the 14th minute, Toure was given a yellow card for fouling Larsson in the midfield. Then the two sides began to fight fiercely. Manchester United was eager to take a free kick. Ebao and Rooney hit each other in the fight, but referee Bennett did not make a penalty. In the 16th minute, Evra fouled Flamini in the backcourt. Yuxin took a free kick. Senderos' header from 15 yards was easily confiscated by Van der Sar. In the 19th minute, Giggs tackled Fabregas from behind and the Welshman also received a yellow card. In the 21st minute, Giggs took a corner kick from the right side. Vidic headed the ball high from 8 yards in the middle. In the 23rd minute, Halep stole the ball from Scholes in the front court, Adebayer's cross from the right was cleared, and Rosicki's volley from the top of the penalty area was slightly higher than the crossbar. Then Manchester United made a quick attack. Touré's tackle failed, Rooney passed the ball from the left, and Larsson's low shot from the edge of the penalty area was sent into Lehmann's arms. In the 25th minute, Arsenal passed the ball in the front court continuously, Carrick tackled Halep in the backcourt, Henry sent a free kick into the penalty area, and Ferdinand headed the ball before Adebayer. In the 26th minute, Evra tackled Flamini on the wing again, and the Frenchman was warned with a yellow card. In the 28th minute, Rosicki took a corner kick from the left, and Senderos almost got a header at the front point, but Van der Sar punched the ball out with one punch. In the 30th minute, Fabregas made a long pass, and Ferdinand headed the ball to Henry's feet, but the straight pass from the Arsenal captain to Adebayer was intercepted by Vidic. In the 31st minute, Fabregas' long shot from 30 yards was blocked by Vidic's header. Arsenal got the best chance in the 33rd minute. Adebayer made an accurate cross from the right, and Henry, who was unguarded, headed the ball from 8 yards away from the far post but lacked angle, and the ball was firmly confiscated by Lehmann. In the 35th minute, Rooney dribbled the ball on the right, but his volley from 20 yards was blocked by teammate Larsson and went out of bounds. In the 36th minute, Henry passed a ball and Rosicki shot a curved ball from 25 yards in the middle, but the ball missed the right post. In the 37th minute, Lee Yuxin broke into the penalty area on the left and was tripped by Gary Neville. Referee Bennett refused to award a penalty. In the 40th minute, Giggs passed Clichy on the right and made a cross. Touré did not give Larsson any chance. In the 40th minute, Adebayer passed back and Flamini shot from 28 yards in the middle and sent the ball into the stands. In the 44th minute, Rooney tackled Halep in front of the penalty area. Lee Yuxin shot directly from a free kick from 28 yards on the left and hit the wall. Then his second shot was confiscated by Van der Sar. Manchester United almost scored in injury time. Rooney's shot from 25 yards on the right was saved by Lehmann. Then Giggs took a corner kick from the right. Larsson's header from 8 yards was saved by Lehmann. After the first half, it was still 0-0. There was no adjustment between the two teams at halftime. Lee Yuxin was thinking at halftime. Now Manchester United's central defender is much stronger than last season due to Vidic's joining. Manchester United's midfield control ability is not bad. Carrick and Fletch are diligent engineers with excellent running ability and good basic skills. They are a rare team with their own running system. In such an environment, although Carrick and Fletch have their own shortcomings, they can also play a good role. What's more, there are old monsters like Scholes and Giggs. Scholes and Giggs may have the limitations of British players in technology when they were young. However, after so many years of playing, they have completely become masters. With these people and Manchester United's own unique system, Manchester United's midfield control ability will naturally not be bad. It's getting difficult. In the second half, Manchester United continued to attack the middle, and the two wings naturally had to move closer to the middle. In this case, it would not cause any problem for Arsenal's fullbacks to return to the middle. Under Arsenal's changes, Manchester United's attack immediately hit a wall. Scholes passed the ball to C. Ronaldo, who returned to the right. C. Ronaldo wanted to play a fancy heel pass but made a mistake, and the ball flew directly to Clichy's feet. There were mocking boos from the stands. Now C. Ronaldo's reputation is not so good. He has become synonymous with fancy moves and diving. However, Lee Yuxin did not laugh, because he is now C. Ronaldo is gradually transforming. In 1 or 2 years, he will successfully transform from a fancy winger into a comprehensive center forward who can fire continuously. People always only see the player's performance on the court, but ignore the player's hard work off the court. Now C. Ronaldo and Messi, the two pillars that will dominate European football in the future, are still quietly accumulating their abilities, while Arsenal's Lee Yuxin is sharpening his own blade. A big reason why Wenger used this tactic of fast attack back and forth in this game was that Lee Yuxin's characteristics were quite suitable for this tactic. The game had a fast tempo, so there would be more counterattacks back and forth, and Lee Yuxin's power could be brought into full play in the counterattack. Van Persie dribbled the ball from the right, and Arsenal's counterattack also began to revolve around Lee Yuxin. Halep and Adebayer began to use running to drag Manchester United's defensive players to move towards the back point and the middle, because Lee Yuxin had already inserted to the right in the counterattack. Van Persie's forward insertion attracted Evra's attention, and then he made a straight pass and passed the ball to Yuxin, who had been pulled to the right. Yuxin received the ball and turned around, quickly got rid of Carrick, who hurriedly returned to defense, and then dribbled the ball into the penalty area. Vida came over to try to block Yuxin's advance, but Yuxin was also familiar with his characteristics. He did not use any fake moves to get rid of him, but directly passed the ball forward and then forced a breakthrough. Yuxin's extra time was as fast as lightning. Although Vidic was prepared, Yuxin still dribbled the ball into the penalty area. Yuxin dribbled the ball into the penalty area and shot directly at a place with a small angle. The angle of this shot was not very good, but the distance to the goal was relatively close. Van der Sar made a save, but when he stretched out his hand, the ball had already flown past his hand. The Arsenal fans in the stands immediately cheered, and then turned into a sigh, because the ball shot by Yuxin did not fly into the goal after flying past Van der Sar's hand, but flew out of the bottom line by brushing the far post. Arsenal missed a good opportunity. Yuxin shook his head and ran back, but his heart was full of confidence. Sure enough, in the fast-paced attack back and forth, although Manchester United's attack would be smoother, he would have more loopholes to counterattack. If he continued to play like this, there would be no problem for him to score a goal in the final analysis. Yuxin is still not a traditional center forward. Although his current organizational ability and ability to make small technical breakthroughs have been greatly enhanced, with his characteristics and personality, he likes to use his speed to suppress his opponents in counterattacks and blast open the opponent's goal with powerful shots. Yuxin hasn't had this feeling for a long time, because in the past 2 years, Arsenal's opponents have always used offense to fight against Arsenal's defense, reducing the space behind them to prevent Yuxin from breaking through smoothly. So Yuxin understands Wenger's approach of asking him to strengthen his organization and small technical breakthroughs, because he has increasingly felt that when facing the opponent's intensive defense, it would be easy to be mediocre with his previous style of play. At that time, his style of play was suitable for a team that played defensive counterattacks, not Arsenal's current controlling style of play. The team can continue to enjoy its status as the #1 star in Arsenal only if it has more offensive means. After Arsenal's quick attack just now, Manchester United paid close attention to Arsenal's quick counterattack. After all, Yuxin's shot just now was quite threatening. Yuxin took the free kick himself, and the ball flew into the penalty area and was blocked by Ferdinand in front of Edebert. The ball flew out of the penalty area, Haleb intercepted the ball outside the penalty area, and then volleyed it directly. Van der Sar made a wonderful save. He saved Haleb's shot with one hand, and the ball fell to Scholes, who returned to the penalty area. The Gingerhead immediately raised his foot and sent a beautiful 40-meter pass, and the ball fell directly to Ronaldo's feet. Ronaldo, who had not returned to defense just now, was immediately cheered up. After he raised his foot to stop the ball, he was ready to start a quick breakthrough from the wing. A dragon broke through from the wing, and then cut into the penalty area to score. This is what Ronaldo is thinking now. You want to break through like this? See, Ronaldo, you are still very young now. In 1 or 2 years, you may be able to complete a beautiful attack under such circumstances. Yuxin watched this scene on the court and immediately returned to his own half while thinking so in his heart. See, Ronaldo in the front court naturally didn't think so at this time. He only thought of one thing, that is, to use his own skills and speed to break through the defense on this side of Arsenal, and then score the leading goal for Manchester United. Rooney was the one who stole the show in the last game. See, Ronaldo has been holding back for a week. In fact, see, Ronaldo's extraordinary skills are very ordinary in Yuxin's eyes. When he joined Manchester United, although he used gorgeous skills and fancy dribbling to dazzle people's eyes, and made Yuxin, an ordinary fan in his previous life, fascinated, but after his rebirth and higher vision, he had only one sentence to evaluate see Ronaldo at that time: a boy with fancy moves and embroidered legs. No matter how good he was at cycling, he would not be as good as Denison back then. However, Denison was already an example of fancy moves and embroidered legs that were eliminated by modern football, let alone him. Moreover, Ronaldo's muscles are relatively rigid. He can only play fancy moves on the field. He is not even as good as Quaresma, who can twist his legs into a knot. In fact, when he was in Portugal, Quaresma was much more famous than Ronaldo. His flashy skills at that time can be seen from a match in the 2004 European Cup. In the match between Portugal and England, Ronaldo happened to face England's left-back Ashley Cole. In that match, Ronaldo was completely blown away by Cole. His gorgeous dribbling could not be hidden from Cole's eyes. When he was about to make a breakthrough, he would be blocked one by Cole's beautiful defensive skills, such as early kick and early positioning. Sorry, one update today. Chapter 199, Defeat Manchester United. Although Portugal won the game in the end, Ronaldo was defeated miserably by Ashley Cole, who was 4 years older than him. The entire game was a microcosm of the confrontation between the two. Just like the confrontation between Arsenal and Manchester United in the previous season, Arsenal won the league title undefeated, but Manchester United only ranked third. And it was after the game that Ronaldo began to use other ways to strengthen his strength. Now he is still in the process of transformation and has not yet fully exerted his strength. Until later when he really matured, he did not rely on his skills, but his strength and muscles. Ronaldo's breakthroughs in the later period were basically based on speed and confrontation to force breakthroughs, making the movements more concise, and scoring goals by relying on powerful long-range shots and headers in front of the goal. He found the way that suits him best, that is strength and body, which is in sharp contrast to Messi. Now Ronaldo has not yet completely found the path that suits him after getting the ball. Ronaldo planned to break through from the right, while Ebow quickly pressed forward. The two of them are about the same age, but Lam became famous much earlier than Ronaldo. He joined Arsenal a year earlier than Ronaldo joined Manchester United, and has won several championships at Arsenal. He now relies on experience to deal with Ronaldo. When Ronaldo planned to break through, he directly blocked Ronaldo's way forward, forcing Ronaldo to go to the middle. Ronaldo really started to dribble towards the middle. This is also a problem with Ronaldo's dribbling now, that is, he seldom observes the positions of other players carefully when dribbling the ball. This is because Ronaldo's ability to control the ball is actually not that good. When concentrating on controlling the ball, he can't find the position of his teammates. Dribbling the ball towards the middle, Ronaldo immediately bumped into Senderos, who came to make up for the position. At the same time, Senderos and Ebow formed a double team. When Ronaldo tried hard to control the ball, Senderos had already hit him forcefully, and when Ronaldo lost control of the ball, he took the lead in kicking the ball out. Ronaldo staggered to the ground, then he raised his hands high to signal that the opponent had committed a foul. There was a huge booing from the stands, and Arsenal fans kept shouting topics such as diving and diving. In the first 2 seasons, Ronaldo's reputation for diving spread from England to the European continent. The referee ignored him, and Arsenal quickly launched a counter-attack. The ball was broken by Senderos and was caught by Fabregas, who retreated. He did not dribble the ball, but passed it to Adebayor on the right. Adebayor took the ball and walked towards the middle. After attracting the opponent's attention, he passed it directly to Clichy, who was inserting on the right. Clichy began to dribble from the wing, because Evra's attention had been attracted by Adebayor before, and Clichy's breakthrough was completed quite smoothly. Giggs was trying to chase Clichy from behind. However, although he is now more and more experienced, his speed and explosiveness are not as good as before. Clichy dribbled the ball all the way to the baseline, and then he kicked the ball to the middle. Clichy's cross was not a high ball, but a half-high ball passed into the penalty area. Van Persie and Hleb once again attracted the attention of Ferdinand and Vidic on both sides. Lee Yuxin, who inserted in the middle, got rid of Carrick's defense while running, and volleyed the ball directly into the air. "It's the ball." Van der Sar rushed over, but the ball went straight into the dead corner from his fingertips. 1-0, Arsenal took the lead. The two sides continued to fight. Manchester United then launched a counter-attack, this time from the left. Veteran Giggs broke through Macon's defense on the left and sent the ball into the penalty area. Rooney was ready to shoot directly at the falling ball, but Senderos rushed over from the side and blocked the ball with his foot. The ball was blocked by Senderos and flew out of the penalty area. Fabregas received the ball and Ferguson shouted on the sidelines, "Return to defense." Now with such a fast-paced back-and-forth attack, it was Arsenal that created more opportunities, which also surprised Ferguson. He originally thought that under this offensive rhythm, Manchester United should have the upper hand. After hearing Ferguson shouting, Manchester United's players immediately began to return to defense like a tide, and even Ronaldo was no exception. Now Ronaldo listened to Ferguson's words very much, because only by listening to Ferguson could he make rapid progress. Seeing the opponent's quick return to defense, Ballack did not make a long pass, but passed a ball to Hleb on the right. Hleb controlled the ball on the spot and mastered the rhythm, and then passed the ball back to Senderos in the backcourt. Seeing Arsenal's rhythm, Manchester United's players also breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Senderos suddenly took a step forward and made a long pass. In the past year, Senderos has not been idle, especially when his feet can't move faster no matter how much he practices, and his header confrontation has always been at its peak. He began to accept the advice of Yuxin and the coach to be a good central defender. Yuxin told him to learn long passes and threw him a lot of videos of Italian legendary central defender Baresi, letting him see how Baresi launched attacks through long passes from the backcourt in the game. In addition to Baresi, there's Materazzi. The Italian villain is actually a defender with very good footwork. He scored 12 goals in the season when Perugia became famous, basically headers, penalties and free kicks. After transferring to Inter Milan, it was his long pass from the backcourt that Vieri made a forward run to score. His long pass ability is quite outstanding. And Senderos has been constantly training his long passes over the past year, but Arsenal usually advances steadily in the midfield, so he has no chance to show this weapon, and now is the perfect time to use it. The ball flew accurately over the midfield and then flew towards Manchester United's penalty area. Arsenal did not have an advantage in height in the penalty area. Does this mean that Senderos' long pass could not be headed? This is not necessarily the case. Heading on the football field depends not only on height, but also on the accuracy of the pass, the ability to grab the landing point and the jumping ability. When Senderos made a long pass, Ronaldo had already judged the landing point of the ball, and then quickly occupied the first landing point. Although Ferdinand had quickly pressed up from behind and prevented him from stopping the ball and shooting, he was able to do other things. Facing the falling ball, Adebayor struggled to hold back Ferdinand, who was interfering with him behind him, and then headed the ball back. The ball flew to the top of the penalty area, where Carrick and Fletch had not yet returned to defense, once again proving a truth that the ball is always faster than people. Yuxin ran at his highest height and rushed to the landing point of the ball. Chasing behind him were Carrick and Fletch, who were running hard but could not catch up with Yuxin. Facing the falling ball, Yuxin swung his right foot while running, and Van der Sar tensed his nerves at that moment, waiting for Yuxin's shot. Bend the bow, draw the arrow, and shoot. When Yuxin's foot hit the bottom of the ball, Van der Sar judged the arc of the ball's flight, and then he threw himself out the next moment. However, Yuxin's volley was not a half-high ball, but flew to the lower left corner of the goal. Van der Sar's save was hard enough, but the ball was still one step faster than him and drilled into the lower left corner of the goal like a poisonous snake. When the entire Emirates Stadium erupted in cheers, Yuxin pointed to the sky with both hands. The huge cheers seemed to prove that Yuxin is now the new gun king of Arsenal. In the fast-paced games that the opponent is best at, Arsenal still has an absolute advantage. When they are prepared, even in the rhythm that the opponent is accustomed to, they can show their strong strength. The course of the following game also proved this. After taking the lead, Arsenal did not choose to be conservative. After the game resumed, they immediately started pressing in the midfield. To be honest, if it was the kind of close pressing with a large running range, Manchester United players were not afraid. After all, this kind of pressing in the UK is too common, but Arsenal used another kind of pressing. Every player habitually blocked the opponent's passing players, and every Manchester United player who got the ball had to face the pressing of at least one opponent and other opponents cutting off their passing routes, making it so that their passes could never find routes. And Manchester United players with relatively average footwork also found it difficult to rely on their own escape to create opportunities, except for Giggs, who returned to the midfield to get the ball and was able to pass through others. Everyone else was forced to play very hard by Arsenal's pressing. Ronaldo was under double pressure from Arsenal players and it was difficult for him to get the ball. Rooney faced the same problem. The skills of Manchester United players were relatively rough. When the offensive system could not work, their defects in this area were exposed more seriously. Arsenal quickly intercepted the ball and continued to launch a fierce attack. In the 56th minute, Hleb intercepted the ball and made a long pass into the penalty area. Ronaldo almost received his long pass and had a one-on-one chance. Fortunately, Van der Sar made a timely attack and got the ball from his feet. In the 57th minute, Bale broke through the middle and passed the ball. Van Persie received the ball and made a long shot from the left 22 meters away from the goal, but the ball missed the far post. In the 66th minute, Hleb and Bale made two consecutive passes and then passed the ball to Torres at the front of the penalty area. Torres took a step sideways with the ball and dodged Vidic's defense. Then he quickly shot at the front of the penalty area, but was saved by Van der Sar. Hey, Van der Sar has improved a lot since he went to Manchester United. Jose was a little surprised. When he was at Arsenal, Van der Sar would often miss the ball, but now he has gotten rid of this problem. He is getting better and better as he gets older. However, Van der Sar's outstanding performance alone could not cover up the fact that Manchester United was completely suppressed by Arsenal. It was not until the 62nd minute that Giggs broke through the middle and shot from outside the penalty area, but Lehmann saved it. This was the first time that Manchester United's shot hit the goal frame in this game, and it was also the only time they threatened Arsenal's goal in the entire second half. Then Arsenal completely controlled the midfield. Unlike when Vieira was on the field, Arsenal relied on continuous passing and Vieira's timely and accurate response and distribution to control the situation. However, now Arsenal relied on a group of midfielders to steadily protect the ball, and the two wingbacks to constantly move forward to respond to control the situation. Compared with the previous approach, it seemed a bit rough, but it was also able to control the situation on the field just as well. After controlling the midfield, Arsenal began to look for shooting opportunities by passing the ball back and forth, while Manchester United could only shrink their defense and wait for opportunities. Under this kind of pressure from Arsenal, the mental pressure on Manchester United defenders became greater and greater. After all, it is not easy to maintain a high level of concentration throughout the game. In the 70th minute, after an attack by Arsenal, Manchester United got the ball. Evra got the ball on the wing, and he was immediately pressed by Hleb, who rushed up. In a panic, Evra chose to cross the penalty area, but this cross pass had disastrous consequences. After receiving the ball, Vidic wanted to kick it away, but he made a dribbling error after taking a step. Facing the substitute Bale, who was pressing in, he slipped and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Bale successfully intercepted the ball, although at this time Evra, who had made a mistake, had returned to the penalty area, and under his pressure, Bale was unable to shoot directly, but Bale dribbled the ball all the way to the baseline, then forced a turn and passed the ball. Van der Sar made a timely move and kicked the ball out before Yuxin could head the ball, but the ball fell directly to the feet of Van Persie, who had already entered the penalty area. Van Persie lifted his foot to take off the ball, and Ferdinand, who had hurriedly returned to defense, rushed over. At this time, Van Persie showed a calmness that was inconsistent with his age. He did not rush to shoot, but after making a fake shot, he pushed the ball to the left and dodged Ferdinand. The next one to rush over was Gary Neville. Manchester United's defenders rushed over one after another, but the experienced Neville seemed a little impatient at this time. He rushed a little too far, and Van Persie took the opportunity to push the ball to the right and dodged him again. After dodging two Manchester United defenders in a row, Van Persie really swung his left foot this time and shot hard. Van der Sar, who had just returned to the front of the goal, made a desperate save, but was still a step slow. The ball passed through his fingertips and flew into the blind corner of the goal. Goal Robin, Van Persie, or Robin. The high-pitched roar of the Emirates Stadium commentator sank rolled through the stands, and then the huge cheers that broke out swept the entire stands. Van Persie opened his arms and rushed to the sidelines. He didn't dive until he was close to the sidelines, and slid on the grass. The Arsenal players who rushed up from behind also slid one by one. They were like a bomber squadron, bombing Manchester United from top to bottom. Arsenal finally won 3-0 and defeated the leader Manchester United. Sorry, I'm playing recently, and I'll resume updating twice a day tomorrow. Chapter 200 Prince weighs doubts. Chapter Because Arsenal beat Manchester United at home, there were more media reporters and fans at the Collie training base today than usual. After Yuxin finished his morning training, he was surrounded by reporters and fans. Wilshere's agility was of no use here. His not-so-thin body was pushed out of the crowd by people. Looking at the excited and screaming fans, Jack Wilshere sighed outside. The coach was right. He had a good talent, but his body was really too bad now. Could he really not adapt to professional football with such a body? Wilshere began to spur himself on again. If he couldn't stand this level of collision, wouldn't he be knocked away without even getting the ball on the court? He was very clear about the violations his idol Yuxin suffered on the court. He felt that he couldn't stand any of those physical collisions. But Yuxin was still able to score so many goals. Although he was knocked down sometimes, he was very tenacious. He really deserves to be his idol. Wilshere admired in his heart. But when he compared himself, He felt discouraged. Can he really become a captain like this? He felt that he might not need Lee Yuxin to give him advice, and he could get the answer now. Even if he could become a professional player, he probably couldn't be a captain. He could hardly play in the game, so how could he be a captain? That kind of professional football was not what he wanted. Just when Will Shear was complaining outside the crowd, Lee Yuxin had already answered the reporters' questions and met the fans' autograph requests. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Lee Yuxin planned to return to the locker room. At this time, he found that the scene in front of him was suddenly clear. He saw Lee Yuxin. He stared at Lee Yuxin and wanted to go up to Lee Yuxin for advice, but he was very nervous. Because Lee Yuxin had finished signing, if he went to him at this time, the boss could completely ignore him. Lee Yuxin noticed a pair of eyes staring at him, so he turned his head and looked over. He saw Taizuo staring at him with a newspaper in his hand. The newspaper was the Times that had just been published today, and it contained a photo of him celebrating a goal. Lee Yuxin had seen many such scenes in his previous career. They just wanted to ask him questions, but they were embarrassed and a little shy. For such people, Lee Yuxin would take the initiative to ask them if they needed his autograph. Today was no exception. He turned around, walked towards Taizuo, and asked, "Jack, what's the matter?" Jack Will Shear didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly, and Lee Yuxin would actually take the initiative to ask him if he needed help. He shook his head reflexively at first. Lee Yuxin saw him shaking his head, knowing that he was embarrassed, so he deliberately teased him, and nodded, "Okay, goodbye." But before he finished speaking, he heard Jack Will Shear shouting, "No, I want advice, boss." Lee Yuxin smiled. Lee Yuxin noticed his eyes, so he asked again, "What advice do you want?" "How to hook up with little girls." Jack Will Shear shook his head. This time he finally mustered up the courage and said to Lee Yuxin, "But I have a question, I hope you can give me a suggestion." Suggestion. Lee Yuxin was surprised to hear Taizuo give him advice for the first time. Jack Will Shear was about to continue speaking, when suddenly someone came from behind him and greeted Lee Yuxin from a distance. "Lee, are you still here?" "Ah, Sam. There's a fan here who wants me to sign." Lee Yuxin pointed at Jack Will Shear. The man who came was dressed in a suit and tie. He was Arsenal's press officer. He glanced at Jack Will Shear next to him, and then said to Lee Yuxin, "The reporters are waiting for you. I told them that you would go after taking a shower, but you are still here." He spread his hands helplessly. Taizuo immediately realized that Lee Yuxin actually had something else to do. He could have ignored him and walked away. But he stayed, so how could he delay his time? So he immediately said goodbye to Lee Yuxin. "I'm sorry to bother you, boss. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Lee Yuxin. "You just said you need my advice." Lee Yuxin did not leave with a press officer, but held Jack Will Shear and asked seriously. Jack did not expect Lee Yuxin to care about his affairs. He nodded blankly. "I don't have time now, but you can come here to find me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Lee Yuxin pointed to his feet and said to Jack, "Let's have a good chat then." After saying that, he followed Cook and left. Jack Will Shear stared at his back in a daze, still a little bit unbelievable. He actually got a promise from Lee Yuxin? It was just like a dream. Yes, he himself couldn't believe it. After leaving the training base, Jack Will Shear looked back at the door of Kearney, and he suddenly woke up. Did the boss still remember? He just didn't want to reject him in person, so he made such a promise casually. Otherwise, why would he choose number 9? After so long, I'm afraid he has forgotten it himself. How could a big star like him, who is so busy, remember to talk to an ordinary fan? Yes, he will definitely tell me the answer I need. Just like that, Jack Will Shear kept struggling in his heart, and left the Kearney training base with his head turned back every few steps. He didn't know whether he should come to this training base before 8 o'clock in the morning on the 9th in a few days. You know, at that time, the team's training class has not started yet. It's too early, and there won't be too many players coming to the training base. But Jack Will Shear had such a faint hope in his heart. 3 days later, Arsenal welcomed their old rival Tottenham in the League Cup. Lee Yuxin was not on the field, but Bale and Walcott played well. They scored 1 goal and assisted 1 goal respectively, helping Arsenal beat Tottenham at home. Will Shear was in the stands during this game. When he watched Lee Yuxin celebrate the goal with his teammates on the court, He was still wondering if Lee Yuxin would still remember the promise he made to himself a few years ago. The day after tomorrow is the 9th. After this game, the league will enter a critical period. Arsenal is still 1 point behind Chelsea, led by Mourinho, and the leader Manchester United. After this game, the Champions League will resume in January, and the competition for the qualification to the quarterfinals of the Champions League has reached a white-hot stage. At this time, the focus of the giants and strong teams in the entire European football world has shifted to the Champions League, and the clubs have become busier in an instant. At 8:30 in the morning, Jack Wilshere stood at the Carney training base but did not start training immediately. Instead, he stared at the road outside the gate and looked from time to time in the direction of the city, then paced around in circles. He seemed very anxious. The guard at the Carney training base also glanced at Jack Wilshere from time to time. He was also full of doubts in his heart. What is this kid doing here so early? He knew that the players would not come to the training ground until after 9:15, right? There would not be many players here at this time. With the guard's experience of working here for 8 years, he knew very well when there were many people and when there were few people. It was rare to see such an active young player like today. Seeing that Jack had been circling his door for several times, the guard finally couldn't help it, walked out of his small room, and said to him, "Jack, you came too early, you won't be able to wait for anyone at this time." Jack Wilshere looked back and saw the enthusiastic guard. Of course, he knew that he came early, but how should he explain to this kind old man? In fact, he has been regretting since he came here. Maybe he shouldn't have come. If he didn't come, he might still have illusions, but if he found out that Lee Yuxin was lying to him after coming here, wouldn't that be the collapse of his idol? Before coming here, he had struggled many times in his heart, and struggled for a long time before finally leaving the house. And he didn't tell his family what he was doing out there. Finally, staring at his family's puzzled eyes, he ran away from home. Of course, his parents would feel strange. Why go to training so early? And he wasn't so diligent before. But just like Jack didn't know how to explain to the security guard, he didn't know how to tell his family. Lee Yuxin asked him to come here to discuss this in detail, but he had never told his father. Not only that, he didn't tell anyone. In case Lee Yuxin just said it casually, he took it seriously, and finally he would be regarded as a boastful liar by others. Anyway, he finally came. Of course, it was embarrassing to come. Just when he didn't know how to answer the enthusiastic security guard, suddenly there was a special noise of tires rolling over the asphalt road from the end of the road. Jack turned his head and looked over like a conditioned reflex. At the end of the road, below the horizon, he saw the roof of a black SUV rising up, followed by the front windshield, the front face, and the car logo, the Mercedes-Benz logo. Jack Wilshere couldn't help but get excited when he saw this. He brushed past the security guard and ran directly to the car. Seeing this, the security guard didn't feel strange anymore, but smiled in understanding. This time he was also a fanatical fan of Lee Yuxin, and it wasn't an exaggeration to have such a performance. Yes, the car that came was Lee Yuxin's Mercedes-Benz. As the security guard of the club's training base, he was very familiar with what car each player drove. Although the Arsenal club's finances were indeed not good, the players' salaries were still not low. The club's parking lot was like a luxury car exhibition, and most players had a good car. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.